Give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the seat. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive. Coffee in the morning, it's the best way to survive. Woke up in the morning, sleepy eyes yawning. Jumped out of bed, started the day, opened the curtains. Felt the cool breeze, the sun shining on my face. But something was missing, I needed my job to chase. Give me coffee in the morning, give me coffee in the morning, gotta have the caffeine. Wake me up, shake me up, dip me back on the seat. 1 sip, 2 sips, and I'm feeling so alive.
Okay, can you hear me now? Beeping. Can you hear me now? Y'all can't hear me? This is bullshit. Okay, y'all can hear me now? I had to go to the phone to look at the chat because for some reason Restream. Hold on, sorry. Okay, I had to switch my headset back to the old one. Tested it out last night here in the studio with Joe, and he could hear me just fine, and I could hear amazing. Um, it was beeping, but I can't hear. I don't know. I had. I'm gonna have to get Dolphin in here to help me troubleshoot later. Good. I'm glad you guys can hear me good. I love the new headset. The sound quality is amazing compared to what I've been getting, but y'all can't hear me on it. So, okay, whatever. We'll just roll with the old cheap headset because it apparently works pretty good. The new one does too if I can get the damn microphone to work. All right, guys, let me pull up the stream for the show. Y'all know what I mean. For the trial today, we are at day 10 for Miss Thing here. Karen Read, almost called her Lori Vallow. Sorry, ma'am. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. All right, guys, do have a little different setup going today. Joe and I were talking last night, and while we were talking, a new document came down in the Lori Vallow case that we're following. And we believe it's for her upcoming trial, her last one here for the conspiracy to commit the murder of Brandon Boudreaux, which at the time he was married to her niece. So today, when we go to lunch break, I'm going to shut the stream down. We're going to go to Joe's for lunch. How's that? And then we're going to come back here for the afternoon court session. So that way Joe gets his live out there and gets it into his playlist with the new document. And yeah, got some things to talk about over there. They are showing the OnlyFans, guys. Welcome in, Joy. Thank you for always coming in and saying hello to us. We appreciate you. Butterfly, anybody listening? I have talked to Forrest last night. He's doing okay. He has had just a really big move they had to make, he and his friend, his roommate. So anyway, they've been doing that, and they still have a lot left to do, but I think he's planning to stop by and say hi today. So I just reached out and let him know we're all thinking about him and all the good things, and we still miss him around here. Yes, it's awesome news, Butterfly. I was like thinking about him last night. I was like, yeah, I got to check in with my other main mod. I have not heard from him in a hot minute. So looking forward to getting Forrest all settled in with his move and getting him back in here. We miss him. We miss his conversations, coffee and crime conversations. Guys, there was a notice of compliance filed over in the Koberger case, and all that was the defense saying they turned over a bunch of, like, a hard drive or a USB drive or something. I got to go back and read it. Turned over a whole bunch of stuff to the prosecution. I think that might be just for like all that evaluation stuff he was going under. Thank you, Butterfly. Y'all, there's Joe's link in chat if you'd like to go over and check him out. No, you didn't chase Butterfly. You couldn't chase anybody away. They'd run trying to get you because you're a butterfly. I don't see you chasing anybody away ever. No, I knew he was going to be moving. He knew it. The place they lived in got sold or something to that nature. And anyway, they had 9 years in one place. You got a lot of stuff, right? So they had to do all that. So anyway, he's getting it all squared away. He's tired from all the work, but hopefully he will get it all squared away and come see us soon. So anyway, that notice of compliance was dropped over in the Koberger case, and there's nothing new document-wise. Now, if you guys have been hanging out with us for a little bit, you know we went over that drunk turkey piece recently where he had Howard Bloom on there. And Howard Bloom has a lot to say always. We're like, do you have real good sources? Do you not have sources? Can we believe your sources? What's going on here, old guy? I'm not making fun of him. It's just what he is. And so he has said a lot of things over the time because he already has the book out, and he keeps repeatedly putting out new articles for the airmail. And every time he does, he's got something new to say, right, about the Koberger case. Like he's got some inside sight. And so we're all just like, grain of salt with this guy for sure. But he recently came out and said a lot of things about Dr. Catherine Ramsland, who, if you all know, was Brian Koberger's old professor from DeSales University. She's like the leading authority in serial killers, right? BTK. She wrote the book on the man, all the things. Um, her life's work is amazing. But she's come out now and pretty much said, no, well, everything Howard Bloom just told y'all in his recent article may not be true. Maybe a tiny bit of truth to one of the things, but not all of it. Anyway, we have a News Nation piece to review on that. Brian Enton, apparently, because Ashley Banfield and they discussed it, but anyway, he knows Dr. Ramsland from all his time in reporting, so he reached out and got a statement from her, and we're going to take a look at that. In fact, we may do that now while we're waiting on the feed to come up, because what time is it? 7:57? Maybe not. We might wait until a little bit later and do one of their long breaks. Butterfly, you are probably the one I do not want to see pissed off. I know you, girl. You're like me, right? We're chill, but just don't cross that line, right? Don't cross the line. You can't see it in the sand. That's your fault. Welcome in, everybody. And yes, thank you for joining us as always. And please hit the like, share, and subscribe. All the things. I always forget that to ask you guys to do that, but I do appreciate it. We get the views. None of y'all don't hit that like button enough. Y'all leave me some DNA out there. We might have to come find y'all one day. What if you go missing and we don't have your DNA sample? So leave it on that like button just in case. We don't never know. We never know. We might not see y'all for a couple days and need to do some recon. Like, where'd they go? I don't know where Joe and Butterfly are this morning. I guess they'll be coming in eventually. They still have the OnlyFans up. Oops. I turned something on and it went all loud in my ear. Okay. Boy, these early morning KarenRead things are crazy. Trying to get my groove on, y'all, because that damn Koberger trials, they got it scheduled for 3 months. I'm like, when it really hit me and sunk in, I think it was yesterday or the day before. And I was like, you know what? I'm streaming 2 back-to-back trials. First time ever streaming trials. And I'm like, 3 months? I really better get good at this, right? Like, got my house routine down so I can get my stuff done in the mornings and I'm done in the afternoons and can get my evening on. But yeah, like eating and all that stuff. Getting it all figured out. I got my trial groceries this weekend. I was like, ain't playing around. Get me some trial groceries in case Judge Bebb decides to go all day for one day. All right, let me pull the stream up on the side so I can keep an eye on that, because we're going to look at this other piece real quick. And guys, in taking the evidentiary stuff from the trial, well, I've actually got a video I'm going to drop later, but it's a making fun of Mr. Solo Cup video. But the evidence videos, I've got 2 so far, and they are in the Commonwealth versus KarenRead playlist, and those are members only, little tiny short videos, and it's just memorializing. We'll do it that way. We're memorializing evidence. So I'm dropping those in there for you guys. I'm trying to get better at some of this stuff. I hope Butterfly, because we got to squeeze him in there, right? His trial shouldn't take that long, right? We're not looking at a 6 to 8 week, 12-week trial with his mess. He's got overwhelming evidence. If he goes to trial, right? If he makes it that far, if he doesn't plea first, we'll see. But I hope not. They got to cut us some slack. They need to get their trial schedules together. We need to get them all to confer with one another, right? Be like, no, you got to go on our schedules. Excuse us, we're not done with this trial yet. Back it on up, boys. All right, let's start. Well, Fireflies, they'll see it. They can always go back and rewind. All right, guys, I got the stream pulled up for the trial. They're not doing anything yet. So in the meantime, we'll take a look at this piece from Ashley Banfield, pretty much disputing what Bloom had to say. Now, in case you're not familiar, so Howard Bloom comes out. I was looking at the feed. I thought I saw movement, but they're not. Okay, so Howard Bloom came out with an article on the Airmail and said that apparently Koberger reached out to Catherine Ramsland days before the crimes and days after the crime. She says no, he didn't. There's this. He said that she was called the family right away to offer her support and don't speak to any attorneys until I sign off on them. She says that's not true. She did contact them, but it wasn't like he says. He also stated that she's working or very, very close to the family right now and plans to stay with them in Boise throughout the trial at their bed and breakfast. She says, no, that's not true. And also was going to sit with the defense during trial. She says, no, that's not true. So what is going on here? Somebody's going to try to make bank off some Brian Koberger. I know that. I don't blame her. I mean, if I'm that teacher and I have studied serial killers my entire career and I've wrote numerous books on the subject and this is my fascination, right? All of a sudden, one of my students did what? You darn right I'm about to look into that guy's psyche and what makes him tick. So I absolutely get what she's doing. But Bloom, you need to sit down for a moment, man.
When it comes to getting a murder conviction, motives are like bodies. Very helpful to a case, but not mandatory. Prosecutors convict murder.
If for some reason they go to trial, start the day, y'all, I'll break away and we'll go do that and we'll finish this when we get a break. But for now, we'll go ahead and play it.
Murder suspects all the time without knowing why the killer did it. And for more than 2 years now, it has looked like the quadruple murders at the University of Idaho may be another case in point. For all the evidence that we've seen in court papers so far, evidence that points to a suspect with the means and the opportunity to commit this horrendous crime, we've seen next to nothing about a motive, an alleged reason as to why Brian Koberger, who's charged with this, would want those 4 innocent kids dead in such a violent and bloody way. But now, with Koberger's trial just 3 months away, there is one reporter who says he thinks he knows what prosecutors are planning to present in the way of motive. His name is Howard Bloom, and his article appears in an online newsletter called Airmail. In it, Bloom suggests that prosecutors think Koberger went to monstrous and unthinkable extremes to impress a woman. And not just any woman, a woman you have seen on this program many times. Catherine Ramsland. Dr. Ramsland was one of Koberger's professors back at DeSales University in Pennsylvania. When Brian Koberger earned a master's degree in criminal justice, it was at DeSales. Ramsland teaches forensic psychology and has written more than 50 books. According to the article, prosecutors are preparing to tell the jury, and I quote, "The pupil was ready to become the teacher. He'd kill and get away with it. He'd prove how smart he was. He would show how much he'd learned."
So Howard Bloom's theory is it was all to impress his teacher. Part of it may be in the back of his mind. I'll show her. She's a good teacher. But no, I'm not buying that she's the sole reason he was committing or allegedly committed this crime. Do you guys buy that?
The article also suggests that Dr. Ramsland and Koberger stayed in touch after he left DeSales University and moved out west, that they emailed each other after.
Was there a possibility he sought her at DeSales on purpose? Yeah.
The murders, and that Ramsland called Koberger's mother after he was arrested. So what does Dr. Ramsland say about the story and all the details contained within it? Not quite. That's my summary. I'm joined now by my News Nation colleague, Brian Enton. Brian, whenever there's a big Koberger story that drops, people go bananas, the internet, lights on fire. But we've been burned on some of these before. So talk to me about how Dr. Ramsland is responding to Howard Bloom.
Ashley, she got cautious on the Brian Koberger now. She's like, oh, we've been burned before. Yeah, you have, honey.
Bloom's report.
Yeah, actually, we really have to be careful with some of these reports as we get closer to the trial, because Dr. Ramsland is saying that most of what is in this new report is just flat out not true. Now, of course, Dr. Ramsland was Brian Koberger's professor in Pennsylvania when he got his bachelor's. She was his forensic psychology professor when he got his master's. She was his behavioral criminology professor. But in terms of this whole like love story and the fact that
behavioral criminology. You're a fascinating study, Brian Koberger. I mean, like, legit. And I'm not even joking. If you are the guy, wow, you are an extreme case study. If I was her, I'd be all over that mess.
they have been in communication, she says, just flat out wrong. Let me read you a statement that we got from Dr. Ramsland that really sums some of this up. She says, I had no email correspondence with Brian Koberger while he was at WSU. So that right there, I mean, the article said she did. She says flat out no email correspondence with Brian Koberger while he was at WSU. He has not been in touch with me since his arrest. I called his parents as a gesture of kindness, but I do not advise them about the case. I did not call them hours after the arrest, as Bloom claims. I have never talked to his sister about any book. That was something that came up in the article. I never mentioned Kierkegaard in my classes, another thing that came up.
So Howard Bloom claims that one of the sisters is planning to write a book, and that Ramsland was actually assisting her in this book. And she's like, nope, not true. But she's going to write a book. But what she's going to do is write a memoir of her career, right? And she does, because I saw her on a podcast piece, she does plan to talk about him during that time. We got to pull the feed up, guys. We'll bring this back up at our break, our morning break before lunch. But that's an interesting, I figured that she would come out and say something to somebody. So I'm glad it was Enton, if we can believe. I have no reason to believe she would lie to him. I mean, I don't know. Would she? Would she lie, y'all? Do we think Ms. Ramsland's a big old liar? Okay, there's the feed. Let me get my big face out of the way. Whoa, where's my... What just happened here? My layouts are gone. Oh. Oh. Scroll up, dummy. There we go. Now we're cooking with Crisco. They're having a sidebar apparently, guys, already. Or, a little meeting there. Koberger's issue stemmed way before Ramsland. That's exactly it, Sajoy. And I think, so I've often wondered, because it appears he was having a lot of trouble in his adolescent time, right? What is he wondering? If you go by his Tappa Talks, Brian Koberger was trying to figure out what made Koberger tick himself. Now, if you're already taking psychology and you're leaning into these new courses that, you got your psychology degree, and now you're going to go on to DeSales. And lo and behold, Ramsland, did he seek her out on purpose? You know what I mean? Like, I'm going to go take her courses. Or was it just the perfect storm because she happened to be there close to him and he was right there? It's intriguing to say the least. But I agree. His problem started long before her. It's not her fault he did anything, right? And she never met Brian Koberger in person. None of their classes were in person, as far as she's told everybody. And if you look at the records, his time at DeSales was back during the pandemic. So all his stuff at DeSales was online. A few times they had to go in, like they did the crime scene house and all that. But most of his studies were done online. So even the teacher who recommended him for the program at WSU, she's only done it twice in her career. He was the second time she's ever recommended somebody. She had never met him personally, right? She's going by his academics, which on paper are beautiful. The man was perfect for what he was trying to accomplish. It's too bad, in the big scheme of things, that he allegedly did all that, because he could have been a leader in the industry, right? He could have went a long way. It's crazy world we live in, y'all. Do you ever feel like waking up and getting real high and walking outside and screaming, "What's going on?" I do it all the time. Like all the time. put everything down, walk outside, and like, what the hell's going on? I don't know anymore. I wish I knew why my headset mic wouldn't work when I'm on going live. I have to do a test live tonight to see if you guys can hear me once I confer with my tech support team. Dolphin. I'll have to call her up later, like, help me, help me. Yeah, he could have used that talent for good, Butterfly. He really, really could have. We saw how detailed that crime scene report he did in those documents was done. Like detailing everything you should have, could have, would have at these crime scenes. So he absolutely knew. Well, I think he absolutely knew what he was doing. Butterfly, I can tell, is heading my way. Is heading my way, honey. My son informed me last night. Well, Mom, we got rain for like, I think he said like a week. I'm like, a week? It could be 2 days, but he'll call it a week. But I can tell this morning it's a little hazy here, which tells me there's probably some rain in Texas lurking my direction. I haven't looked at the radar yet, though. It's kind of like clocks and calendars. I look if I feel there's a need. Like, guys, I don't even go anywhere. I don't care if it rains. Well, I do if I want to go somewhere, though. Then it sucks. I might as well look at the weather. I got nothing else to do. No, Butterfly. Well, oh my gosh, my Wi-Fi. I went into YouTube Studio last night and Joe jumped in and he could hear me, but I didn't go live to test it, right? What's going on with this? But I assumed since he could hear me in the background, hang on, that usually if we test our mics and stuff backstage, then it's fine for on stage. But no go. So I'll figure that out this evening, hopefully. Otherwise, I've wasted my time with my new headset. All right, getting the feed back up, guys. I don't know what went wonky there. Oh my God, are you kidding me? This is so going to irritate me. Why is it doing that? I got good Wi-Fi. All right, let me go grab somebody else's feed and see if it's doing the same thing there. Jesus, aggravations, guys. Too bad we're not like mainstream media and got our shit together and got everything perfect. Oh, man. All right, I don't know. Let me try this one. See if it does it again. All right, this is the Court TV feed. Sidebar. They're not spelling their sidebar correctly. Just washed your car? Oh, man. That sucks. Ugh. Yeah, it's got to be a setting in Restream, Butterfly. That's what I'm assuming. I don't know why it wouldn't work when I went live. I told Dolphin about your headset issue last night. It's not the headset itself. I didn't buy the same exact one she recommended because I bought one actually the same exact thing because I looked at all the specs before I bought it. But when I tested it in studio last night with Joe, he could hear me perfectly fine. But when I went live this morning, nobody could hear me again. So I switched back to the old ones. So it's a setting. So I got to figure that out this evening. And I'll get you guys to help me test her out. I ain't gonna fool it this morning. So I just grabbed my old cheap one back out of the box and threw it back on for this morning. It's definitely a setting, Firefly. I just got to figure it out. It's got to be a restream setting because if it worked okay everywhere else, you know what I mean? I'll figure it out. If not, I'll send this bitch back and get the other one. but they're basically the same. Yeah, it's got to be a settings issue. I don't know why, because normally when you just plug these in, they just work. You go and you click this one button and it's all good. But yeah, whatever. We'll figure it out. I don't let the little things stress me too bad. As long as I had the backup headset, we'll roll with it. It does kind of suck though, because the sound quality on the new ones is 10 times better than what I'm rolling with. I was like, oh my gosh, I can hear again. By the way, Firefly, the link's in Discord if you want it. We will be, again, guys, if you're just joining, we're waiting on the sidebar. We will be shutting down at lunch to go over to Joe's for a little lunchtime short live. We're going to do over there about the new document in the Lori Vallow case. And then we're going to come back here for the afternoon session. I haven't set it up yet because I don't know what time they're coming back. But when they do break, we usually got about 40 minutes. So I'll give it about 30 and I'll set the live up. And then, 30 minutes later, we'll come back. That'll give everybody also time to get up and grab some lunch, stretch whatever you're doing. If you're at work, you can get your work done for 30 minutes and then come back and listen to us again. Shh, we won't tell your bosses. Our little secret. Y'all wear them earbuds. Nobody will know the difference. They'll think you playing music while you work. They have no idea you're streaming a trial. So I finally figured something out, guys, that I've been trying to figure out in my head. How did they get to a murder charge? How did it escalate to that versus did you run him over by accident, right? Grand jury happened. And KarenRead was indicted on murder charges upgraded. I'm like, now I get it. Duh. Those people all lied to the grand jurors. That's why that grand jury testimony tripping up Miss McCabe and those others that lied to the grand jury, Carrie Roberts, those people. I hit him. So if the grand jury is hearing preliminary evidence and they're being told only the phrases, I hit him, not, did I hit him? Could I hit him? Do you think I hit him? Oh my God, did I hit him? None of that. The grand jury only heard, I hit him. Grand jury's like, well, damn. And you got text messages saying what? Grand jury indicted him. Kind of like Brian Koberger. To keep our eye on them grand juries, y'all. We have to keep our eye on grand jury testimony. Let me say that. If your testimony from grand jury starts to change, even in the Idaho 4 case, if your grand jury testimony vastly differs than your today testimony, I got a red flag right then and right there. I don't care who you are on the witness stand. If that happens, Houston, we have a problem. Right? I multitask very well too, Butterfly. I can't help myself. I'm like, I love to multitask. Sometimes I get in over my head. I'm like, that's enough multitasking. Stop. 3 things at once is enough. You don't need 5. Good morning, Firefly. Welcome in.
Hey, good morning. How you
Good
doing?
morning. You sound like you're just getting up.
Yeah. Oh, let me change my mic settings.
Okay, you're good.
Okay, is that better? Because every time
Yes, ma'am.
I do anything.
Uh-oh. Hang on. You got a little bit of an echo.
Let me see.
Uh-oh, go ahead and talk now. I think it's fixed.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
Oh,
anytime
yeah.
I unplug my headset, it
Mhm.
goes back to default settings. So that's what I
Yeah.
mean. Like, I'm sure yours is just some stupid issue.
Yeah, it's just a stupid setting because the headset I bought has a really good rating. I looked at all the specs. I look at all that stuff. And I've purchased so many headsets over the years for my kid
Yeah.
for gaming, right?
They're
I'll- yeah. So I'll get it figured out.
Yeah.
Sidebar complete, guys. Day 10. Day 10 is underway. Welcome in, Flip Flops. Good to see you. Thank you all for being here. If you don't mind, hit the like button. I so would appreciate it. I appreciate all you coming in for some coffee and crime conversation. and watching this sham show. Ooh, sham show. Instead of shit show, we'll be nice and say sham show. Y'all know me, I can't refrain. The cussing's gonna come. If I tell myself, roll it back, girlfriend, roll it back just a little, it can't, it just comes out. Right. Bet those dogs enjoy that food, Miss Flip Flops. My dog probably loved at your house. Like, dude, I got enough to do, but I commend. I pat you on the back for cooking those dogs' foods. I wish I was that person, but I'm not. I know a lot of people who do that. I mean, not personally, but I know it's a thing. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, there's no. All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, the Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning again, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. Good morning. Thank you for your patience this morning. We were able to get some work done that will help facilitate things and make everything go a little more smoothly. So we appreciate your patience. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Can we have Lieutenant Gallagher again, please?
Sir, I'll remind you you're still under oath. Good morning.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Good morning, Your Honor. Thank you. Mr. Gallagher, good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us again. I want to ask you a quick question about what we talked about yesterday concerning your search at the scene. If we could go back to that, when you engaged the leaf blower. During the time that you were removing materials in and around the area of the flagpole going out to the, I think you called it the berm, B-E-R-M, the berm, the curb?
Yes, that was at the street. There was a 6-inch Cape Cod berm. Yes.
Okay, and that led straight to the asphalt of the street, correct?
It's basically a curbing. It's
Okay.
where the property line, the grass, the lawn meets the street.
And you were searching the area where you believed Mr. O'Keefe's body to have been found, all the way out toward that curb or berm area, correct?
Yeah, we did not go out to the berm. We did about approximately 6 by 6, 7 by 7, about 50 square feet.
50
area.
square feet. Okay, fair enough. But
Approximately.
you did say at some point, I think on direct examination, you said that you exposed the berm
Yes.
just to give you some orientation as to where the curb was, where the street was.
And if it was possible, he may have tripped and fallen, yes.
Okay. You did not recover or see a hat, a man's hat?
No, sir.
Black
no.
in color, like baseball style hat?
No hat, no, sir.
You did not see or recover a man's shoe?
No, sir.
And you said you searched for the area in that 50 square foot area by removing materials, getting down to, moving the snow, getting down to all the way down to the lawn.
Yes.
Okay. You did not see a single piece of bright red plastic taillight material either, did you?
No, sir, not in that area.
As a matter of fact, you didn't see 46 pieces of taillight material, either clear or bright red plastic, in any part of the area that you searched.
No, the only thing we discovered was the blood sampling in the glass. That is correct.
Speaking of the glass, that's a good segue. You found that piece of broken drinking glass that you brought in and showed the jurors yesterday, correct?
That's correct.
Did you search the house at all to determine whether or not there was any matching glass in the home?
No, I did not.
You testified yesterday that you looked around, when you were in the house, this is the second time you're at the location, so you went back with Sergeant Lank. I want to orient you to that time. That's when you actually entered the home for the first time of Brian Albert. Was that right?
That is correct, yes, sir.
And you indicated that you did look around the family room, the kitchen, and you didn't see any signs of a struggle or anything like that.
No, sir.
I asked you that exact question about a year ago at another proceeding. Do you recall that colloquy between the two of us?
Yes.
And at that time, I asked you, did you look around the house for any sign of a struggle or a fight? And your answer was no. Do you remember that?
Yes, I think that's out of context. I understood that question was, did I wander the house to look for any sign of a struggle? I believe you asked me if I went to asked me about a bulkhead and things of that nature.
Okay.
As I stood there, I have observations I can see.
Right.
So I think it's just a miscommunication on what type of search.
Fair
or
enough.
What type of observation.
Fair enough. Let's clear that up right now then, Mr. Gallagher. With regard to your the time that you were inside the residence, you did not seek to or ask permission to look around any place other than where you happen to be standing, which is right inside that front door of the family room, sort of adjacent to the kitchen area, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't walk into any adjacent rooms?
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay, you didn't walk into any, you didn't search the kitchen area?
I did not, no, sir.
You didn't look through the cabinets or anything like that?
Absolutely not, no.
You didn't look at the glassware?
Absolutely not, no.
You didn't go down to the basement? We talked about that previously.
Correct.
And-
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You didn't go out to the garage?
No, sir,
You
no,
didn't look around the garage?
no.
Other than walking in and basically where you just described, standing while Sergeant Lank was engaged with Miss McCabe, you didn't do anything to search the interior of that house for anything?
No, I wasn't there to search at all.
Okay. You also didn't, subsequent to that, you didn't seek or receive a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Okay. You didn't believe that it was necessary, in your mind, it was necessary to seek a search warrant to search the interior of that house?
That's absolutely correct.
You were aware at the time that you did go into the house that Sergeant Lank had earlier reported at least the possibility that John O'Keefe may have gotten into a fight, correct?
I don't recall that. We went over options on how he could have come to where he was, and an altercation certainly was one of them.
Okay, so that's fair enough. So an altercation meaning was one of, when you say altercation, that means a physical fight, correct?
Sure.
So that was a possibility in your mind.
Everything was a possibility at that time.
And at that time, you had the information that you found, or Mr. O'Keefe's body was found on the lawn of a residence where there was alcohol, drinking, a party of some sort, or a gathering of some sort just hours earlier, correct?
That's correct, but the house had nothing to do with the incident.
At least to your mind.
That's correct, based on the evidence, yes, at that time.
And the evidence at that time was simply your communications with some, not all, the occupants of the house, including Jennifer McCabe, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You didn't separate any of the witnesses that were, or any of the occupants that you saw inside the house, or you came across inside the house, for instance, by taking them to the station, putting them in separate rooms so that they couldn't coordinate testimony, things of that nature?
At that time?
At that time.
So Detective Sergeant Lank was there to speak with Jennifer McCabe only.
Okay. But there were others in the house?
There were others in the house, yes.
I'm just trying to figure out whether or not you took the added step of separating those witnesses, asking those witnesses potentially to join you down at the station, putting them in separate rooms, separating those witnesses. You did not do that?
Not at that time, no.
Okay. At any time, did you?
No, we shortly thereafter, we were removed from the investigation. We removed ourselves from the investigation.
And before you were removed from the investigation, you just left the house after the conversation that Sergeant Lake had with Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Yes, after he took Jennifer McCabe's statement, we left the house, yes.
Is the reason that you didn't seek a search warrant or separate the witnesses or ask any of the potential witnesses to join you down at the station, did that have anything to do with your knowledge that the homeowner was a police officer?
Absolutely none. I've actually executed warrants on police officers' houses in the past, including police officers I personally worked with and had to charge some of their children. So that absolutely would not factor into a reason.
And it didn't factor in this case?
Absolutely not.
It didn't factor into your decision-making that Brian Albert was a police officer?
Absolutely not.
He didn't get any special treatment because of that?
Not by me, absolutely not.
Okay, not by you?
Not.
Okay.
I can only speak to my personal knowledge.
You were aware that, and you indicated yesterday, that the reason that Canton PD was removed from the investigation, or at least the interview section of the investigation, was because of a relationship of one of your detectives. You indicated your best detective, Kevin Albert, correct?
That's correct.
Or you gave Mr. Albert, or Detective Albert, very high praise.
He's a very good detective, yes.
And you were his direct supervisor?
I was at one point, yes.
Okay. You're aware that Kevin Albert was disciplined by the Canton Police Department for an incident occurring in July 2022, correct?
I am, yes.
Do you stand by your testimony knowing that Kevin Albert is your best detective, or was your best detective?
He's an excellent detective, yes.
You indicated that you contacted your deputy chief, Deputy Chief Kelleher, and ultimately secured some solo cups from Deputy Chief Kelleher across the street, correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
You were aware at the time that Deputy Chief Kelleher's house was adorned with a Ring video camera just over the front door, facing out toward the street and facing across the street, which would be facing 34 Fairview, correct?
That is incorrect. He does not have a Ring camera. I know that his system is an Arlo camera, and I have personal knowledge of that because we've discussed cameras because we bought them approximately the same time.
My mistake. Arlo camera, A-R-L-O.
I believe so, yes.
Okay, that's still, although it's a different brand, it's still a home personal surveillance camera, correct?
Yes, but...
And you're aware that those are motion-activated cameras designed for security to capture images of things that may be going on outside the home.
That is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Briefly.
Thank you.
Mr. Gallagher, would you take a look at that photograph that I just handed you?
Yes.
What's it marked for ID?
It is marked for ID, and Mr. Gallagher, if you could read that for me, so it'd save me a trip up to the stand.
I believe it's a 5, Exhibit 5.
Could it be an S?
It could be an S, yes.
I think it's S, Your Honor.
I apologize.
It is S? Okay, thanks. Thank you, Mr. Gallagher. Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
I recognize the camera and the door.
Okay.
Yes.
Is that a shot of Deputy Chief Gallagher's, sorry.
That's okay. I know what you're asking.
Is this a shot of Deputy Chief Kelleher's front porch?
It appears to be.
Okay. Does that front porch face 34 Fairview?
We need a time frame.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
We need a time frame.
Sure. Did you see that Arlo camera so situated when you went over there on January 29th, 2022?
I knew it was there, yes.
Okay. And is that a fair representation of what the camera looked like and its positioning, basically its positioning in January of 2022?
Yes.
Okay. Did you seek the footage from that
No, I
camera?
didn't. I know what that camera captures.
Okay. Your Honor, with the court's permission, let me publish, actually, I'd like to mark this as evidence, next in order.
Okay?
I may approach.
Yes.
Is it 53?
May I publish, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gallagher, do you recognize this as being the photograph that you just saw, Exhibit 53?
That is correct.
Okay. I'm going to draw your attention, and by the way, there's one amendment to this photograph. There's a redaction of the address. You see that?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to draw your attention to that area right there, which
Yes.
I'm highlighting.
Yes.
What is that?
That is the Arlo camera.
Can you orient the jurors for us, please, to what we're looking at in this photograph?
You're looking at a camera that's angled downward.
And is it the front porch of that residence directly across the street from 34 Fairview?
It is not directly across from 34. It's actually more directly across from 32, so that would be incorrect.
Okay. Is it across the street from 34 generally?
It is, if Lieutenant Kelleher's house is here, 34 is over here across the street.
Okay. Is there a view from that front porch, just generally as you're standing there, if you were to turn 180 degrees and put your back to the door, is there a view of 34 Fairview as well as 32 Fairview?
Oh, sure, absolutely.
Okay. Did you seek, and we can take this down. Did you seek to secure any footage from that Arlo camera?
I did not.
From Deputy Chief Kelleher?
I did not.
Did you talk to Deputy Chief Kelleher about that footage?
I don't remember specifically.
Did you ask him whether or not he had reviewed the footage for a determination whether or not it caught any of the incident that may have occurred at or around 34 Fairview on January 29th, the early morning hours of January 29th?
I don't know if I did. I know it would not have,
How do you know it would not have?
because I know what that camera captures.
How do you know what that camera captures?
Because I've picked up packages for Deputy Chief Kelleher in the past. I know it captures his doorstep and a portion of the front lawn.
So you've reviewed the Arlo footage from his iPhone?
He's just sent me a picture. Can I pick up when he's been on vacation, can I pick up a package on the front step?
Okay. So,
Yes, I've seen it.
So you've seen screenshots.
Buddies. Oh, wow.
I'm sorry, Deputy Chief Kelleher sent you, correct?
I believe so, yes.
But you've never looked at the actual application to see what it might encapsulate or what it might capture generally.
We've compared what we have our cameras set up as. We had communicated about security at our houses multiple times. I know it captured the front door and a portion of the front lawn.
Do you believe that it would have been best practices to go ahead and secure that footage so we don't have to take anybody's word for it? We could actually look at the footage ourselves.
I didn't do that.
Do you think that would have been best practices to do that, just to have belt and suspenders? So there's no question about whether or not that camera that's facing, at least it's facing directly across the street, might have captured something of interest on the morning of January 29th, 2022.
To me, there was no expectation that it had captured anything, so I didn't think it was practical.
So because of your expectation, you didn't seek the footage and you didn't secure the footage.
Because of my knowledge and expectation, yes.
And you now know that that footage is gone. It's
I
overwritten.
would assume so. I'm not familiar with how long Arlo keeps footage.
So you are familiar enough that you decided that it wasn't important to capture the footage, but you're not familiar enough to know whether or not the footage is actually saved onto the Arlo system?
I don't know anything about it. I don't have Arlo cameras, so I don't know anything about
So
the
you don't
system. But
Okay.
I have Blink, So we've compared our systems. So I'm not really sure what you're asking.
So you don't have an Arlo system.
I have blank, correct.
You're not familiar with how Arlo works, correct?
Correct.
You're not familiar with the total array of where the cameras might capture versus what might be captured on your phone app, or that you can say, like, push a button that says packages or people, and it narrows the focus of the camera? You're not aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. But you would have been aware of that if you had captured the footage and simply said to Deputy Chief Kelleher, I'd like that Ring footage for that 24-hour period.
Okay, it's not Ring. And
I'm sorry, that Arlo footage for a 24-hour period.
Sure.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you this. Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he's a police officer?
No.
Did Deputy Chief Kelleher get any special treatment from you because he was your boss?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. You know Brian Higgins.
I do.
How do you know him?
Brian Higgins is a special agent with the ATF.
How long have you known him?
I first became aware of Brian Higgins probably around 2016, 2017, when I was with the DEA and we were working a Title III investigation, which is a wiretap investigation into gang activity, drug distribution in the Boston, Brockton area. I never had any personal contact with him at that time. He was just an agent in the group I was working for.
Ultimately, did that professional relationship seep into more of a personal relationship as well?
It did. So I think it was 2018 or 2019, the ATF had a satellite office at Canton PD, and he was one of the special agents that was assigned, yes.
So he actually officed in the brick and mortar location of Canton PD?
Yes, he did.
And did he maintain that office all the way through January of 2022?
He did, yes.
And during the course of your interaction with Mr. Higgins, did you become friendly with Mr. Higgins?
I've become friendly with Mr. Higgins, yes. Most of my coworkers I'm friendly with.
Is it safe to say that you socialized at times with Mr. Higgins?
I have, yes.
Okay. You've shared cocktails with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Shared meals with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Okay. So it is safe to say that you have both a professional and a personal relationship with Mr. Higgins?
Yes, I do.
And you consider him a good friend?
Yes, I do.
You were aware, Mr. Gallagher, that he was at 34 Fairview on January 29th, those early morning hours, during the course of the time when John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview?
I'm sorry, can you repeat
Sure.
that question?
You're aware that Mr. Higgins was at 34 Fairview in the home at the time that John O'Keefe went to 34 Fairview on January 29th, 2022?
By the time I became aware of it was afterwards, yes.
Okay. That's what I mean. I
Yes,
know
yes.
you weren't aware of it at the moment, but
Right, okay.
you became aware of it.
Later on, yes.
Okay. When did you become aware of it?
I'm not sure. It was after we were, I'm not really sure.
It was during the time that you were dispatched over to Brian Albert's house to ultimately either begin the investigation or go into the home with Sergeant Lank and interview with people there, correct?
No, that wasn't the time, no.
Didn't you say in a report to Lieutenant Tully that when you went over to Brian Albert's house, that Brian Higgins was not there?
I don't recall Brian Higgins being there.
Right, so what I'm trying to register is whether or not you knew at the time that you went to Brian Albert's house, at least that second time, that you might or might not have expected to see Brian Higgins there because you knew he was at the home when John O'Keefe arrived there the night before.
Can you rephrase that question? I'm not following you.
Sure. When you went back to, in other words, during the time that you were investigating and joining Sergeant Lank
Yes.
back over at Brian Albert's house, you knew that Brian Higgins had been somehow in that home the night before.
I don't believe I did at that time.
When do you think you learned that?
Sometime afterwards, probably when I saw the list and reviewed the narratives of the officers.
Would that have been days or weeks later?
No, it probably would have been, within 24 hours or so.
Okay, within 24 hours of your involvement.
Correct,
Okay,
yes.
that's what I was trying to get to.
Okay,
Thank
I
you for that.
apologize.
My bad.
Yeah.
Bad questioning on my part. So within 24 hours of your involvement, which would have been, your involvement was the early morning hours of January 29th.
That's correct.
Correct? Within 24 hours of that, you knew Brian Higgins was somehow tangentially involved or collaterally involved as a potential witness, if nothing else.
I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. I was aware that he attended the house at 34 Fairview after they left the bar.
Right. And you said, well, I'm not sure he was a witness to anything. The one way to figure out whether or not someone is a witness to anything is to actually formally interview them, correct?
That's absolutely correct.
Which you did not do.
We were removed from the investigation before I found out Brian Higgins was involved.
Okay, so you were removed.
So I wouldn't be interviewing him.
You were removed, and then it was within a few hours of that you realized that Brian Higgins was somehow involved.
Not a few hours. No, I said it was within 24 hours probably.
Okay. You're aware that Mr. Higgins not only had a office at Canton PD, he also had a key card for Canton PD.
Yes, he did.
Explain for the jurors what a key card or an access card at Canton PD means. What is that? What is a key card for Canton PD?
So it's a secure building. I think we've all seen it. You have the square boxes with the red light. The key card allows you access into the building. And depending upon your rank, you have different rights. Each individual has different rights to enter different areas.
You had, for instance, being a top-level Canton lieutenant, you had a key card that was probably the functional equivalent of a master key card. You could get in pretty much any place you wanted?
Absolutely not.
Okay, where could you go?
It's easier if I say where I can't go.
That probably is easier.
Would that be work?
Explain that.
So I can't go to the armory, which is where weapons are kept and ammunition is kept, and I can't go into permanent evidence.
Okay. You're aware that Brian Higgins had a key card?
Yes, I am.
And that access card gave him access to pretty much, with the exception of the armory, possibly the evidence room, and what was the other location?
I think that's what I said, the evidence room and the armory.
With the exception of those, you're aware that Brian Higgins' key card gave him access basically to the entirety of the Canton Police Department?
Well, so I want to specify, I don't specifically know what Brian Higgins had rights to, but there are also parts of our department that are secured by key locks that he wouldn't have access to, and I don't have access to as well, offices and things of that nature.
I want to focus your attention on the Sally Port, if I could. You can enter the Sally Port, which is a fancy name for a garage, correct?
It certainly is, yes.
Okay. You can enter that from the outside, meaning out in the elements. You come from a parking lot adjacent to or that services the Sally Port. You can enter from there, correct?
Yes, there's one pedestrian door on the main entrance side, and it's for location purposes. It's right beside the garage door that's marked number 4.
And the garage door is one of those big roll-up, industrial-style roll-up doors that comes up and down?
That is correct.
And then you can also enter the Sally Port from inside Canton PD, correct?
There are 2 locations you can enter the Sally Port from inside, yes.
And Brian Higgins' key card gave him access to both of those locations, the pedestrian portal going into the Sally Port from outside, as well as the pedestrian portal from inside Canton PD.
That would be correct.
Okay. Speaking of the Sally Port, you were, if not the person, one of the people who let Massachusetts State Police into the Sally Port on February 1st, 2022 to process the black SUV, correct? The Lexus.
I'm not sure if I was the one that gave them access, but like I said, I've testified to. I certainly would have.
Okay. That SUV had actually arrived on January 29th, 2022, 3 days earlier. Is that right?
I believe so, sometime after 5 or 6. I'm
so
not
it
sure of
was
the time.
in the Sally Port from January 29th all the way to February 1st, at least to your knowledge, for 3 full days in the Sally Port, correct?
2.5 to 3, yes.
Okay. From the time it arrived at Canton PD until it was processed out and moved out of the Sally Port, how many people would have had physical access to that SUV?
Everybody that possessed a key card.
And that's basically everybody at Canton PD that is a sworn officer, correct?
That is correct, yes,
Maybe
sir.
even some civilians, correct?
I'm not sure of civilians. What civilian?
But do y'all have non-sworn civilians that
We don't.
administrate things?
No, we do not. Well, we do, but I'm not sure whether they would have access, what their access is.
So at least the entirety of the police department, the sworn police department, correct?
The uniformed police, yes.
As well as Brian Higgins, correct?
That is correct, yes.
Thank you. Oh, by the way, can I go back to something?
Sure.
When you were at 34 Fairview, when you walked in with Sergeant Lank, you walked in through the side door or the main door?
Side door.
Side door into the family room, correct?
I believe it's a family room, yes.
Walked into the kitchen, correct?
I was by the kitchen.
Adjacent to the
Yep.
kitchen. Did you see a dog?
I did not.
Speaking of the Sally Port, I want to move back to the Sally Port. I apologize about bouncing around a little bit.
Perfectly fine.
Moving back to the Sally Port, you indicated that basically all the uniformed officers, every single uniformed officer at Canton PD would have had access to that Sally Port, as well as Brian Higgins. They also would have had access to everything inside the Sally Port, whatever was left there.
Yes.
The SUV and other stuff, for lack of a better technical phrase, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Did you photograph or did you cause to be photographed the SUV when it arrived on January 29th in your Sally Port?
But we had been recused at that point, and I wasn't working when the vehicle arrived. So
I thought you said that you were recused only from doing interviews.
from doing investigative interviews, but I wasn't present when, I wasn't working when the vehicle came in.
Okay. So you could have taken photographs of the vehicle had you wanted to, or caused someone to do that had you wanted to.
I had no idea that vehicle was coming to Canton PD, sir.
Okay. Once you got to, as the lieutenant in charge at the scene, was it important to you to know that a seminal piece of evidence had been moved into the custody and control of Canton PD?
It wasn't important to me. It's the state police investigation.
Even though it was on your property, in your Sally Port, with access through your key cards.
That's up to my chief. That's not up to me.
I see. To your knowledge, let me just ask it this way. To your knowledge, did anybody seek to photograph the vehicle when it arrived at Canton PD on January 29th, 2022, to your knowledge?
I have no personal knowledge of that.
Have you ever seen a photograph of that vehicle that was taken by someone in law enforcement on January 29th? I'm going to give you 3 days. January 29th, January 30th, January 30th, or February 1st.
I have seen photographs. I'm not sure what days they were taken, the photos were taken.
You have not seen a photograph that was taken on January 29th, however, have you?
I've never seen anything dated January 29th.
You've never seen a photo, and I'm going to go through this a little bit more. You've never seen a photograph that was taken on January 30th, have you?
Yeah, I have never seen any photographs with any dates on them,
Okay.
I believe.
Do you think that would have been, you were at the time the head of detectives, correct?
No, that's not correct.
You were not, you had already moved from that spot?
I had,
In January of 2022, I may be wrong. I thought
You are wrong.
as the
It's,
lieutenant, you were also the head of detectives.
no, that was Lieutenant Kelleher at the time. I know you keep calling, it's a mix-up. So we've had promotions since January 29th, and I think that's where the mix-up might be.
So he was a
When
lieutenant
you
at the
refer to
time.
Deputy Chief Kelleher, he was actually Lieutenant Kelleher, and he was in charge of detectives at that time.
At some point, had you been in charge of detectives?
I became in charge of detectives in June of 2022.
June of 2022.
Yeah, approximately 6 months later.
Understood. You had been a detective previously, however.
That is correct, yes,
Okay.
sir.
As a detective, do you believe that it would have been important to photograph, had you had your druthers to do it, it would have been important to photograph that vehicle when it came in so that it could be memorialized and documented the exact condition that vehicle came in on January 29th, 2022?
So this is important to know that unfortunately John O'Keefe was deceased at this time. Once John O'Keefe becomes deceased, it becomes the state police's investigation, the Norfolk County District Attorney CPAC investigation. That's why it is not our investigation. It's up to the investigating agency to make those decisions.
Even something as uninvasive as taking photographs?
Yes.
Okay. you would agree, as a former detective and former head of detectives, that there are protocols for securing evidence of all types, correct?
Correct.
Those protocols dictate that not only is evidence properly secured, once it's seized, it needs to be properly secured, and it needs to be separated from other evidence to avoid something known as cross-contamination, correct?
Correct.
And you would agree with me that that is paramount in evidence handling in any investigation, correct?
Yes.
And that's because once evidence is cross-contaminated, its integrity basically collapses, right?
That's correct.
It's especially true of biological material, is that right?
Yes.
Because biological material, like a shovel, the biological material on the shovel becomes hypersensitive. It's hyper important. It can be cross-contaminated with other items.
Sure.
And it can tell an incorrect story, correct?
Yes.
It could tell, if there's cross-contamination, it could tell a false story.
It's been done, yes.
And DNA, obviously, we're talking about biological material. The most sensitive of all the biological material is DNA evidence, right?
What do you mean sensitive?
So it might take some effort to move saliva from one item to another. It takes almost no effort to move DNA from one item to another and to detect it. You understand what I'm saying? The sensitivity of the detection.
No, I don't understand what you're saying.
You understand that I could touch this podium and you might not get my fingerprint off of it.
Correct.
Might not, correct?
Might not.
What do you think about getting my DNA off that podium
Yes.
and then just touch? You're absolutely going to get it, right?
Yes.
Yeah. That's what I mean by sensitivity.
Okay.
You would agree that DNA is hypersensitive.
I would agree that DNA is better than fingerprints, yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a series of photographs, if we could. Can I approach you?
Yes.
Okay. There are 4 photographs, Galligan, that I'd like you to look at briefly and familiarize yourself with if you can. Mr.
I'm all
Galligan, do
set.
you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
I do.
How do you recognize what's depicted in each one of those? There's 4 of them in front of you. Just generally, how do you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Generally, I know this is the exchange of custody from the Canton Police to the Massachusetts State Police.
Are those taken inside the Sally Port, to your knowledge?
They are, yes.
Some of those photographs include the SUV,
One SUV picture, yes.
and some of those photographs include the blood evidence that you've earlier described, the solo cups, the Stop and Shop bag. correct?
That is correct, yes, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to have these marked as next in order.
Any objections to Brennan?
No objection, thank you.
Exhibits 54 through 57.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Permission to publish, Your Honor?
Okay.
I'd like to start with what's been marked as 54. It shows a license plate. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes, based on the location, the vehicle, the broken taillight, I believe that's Miss Reed's vehicle.
And do you know when this photograph was taken?
I do not.
Do you believe it was taken between January 29th and February 1st?
Yes.
But you don't know when it was taken?
No, I don't have personal knowledge, no.
I just want to draw your attention very briefly, just to orient us, to this area on the bottom right-hand corner. Do you see that, what looks like a white rag on the ground?
Yes, based on the pictures, I think it might be a paper towel, but yes.
Okay. If we could look at the next photograph. which is 55. Looks like a paper bag. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes,
What is that?
that's the Stop and Shop bag that contained the 6 samples.
Do you see the rag in that photograph as well?
Yeah, we could call it agree to call it a rag or a paper towel.
You think it's a paper towel?
I'm not sure. It looks like a paper towel on the picture, in the pictures, but it's a white object, yes.
For all I care, it's the white thing. That's
Yes.
fine. All right. And do you see that that's next to a tire just at the top of the picture? Just for
Yeah,
orientation purposes?
Yeah, it appears to be 18 to 2 feet, 18 inches to 24 inches behind the tire, yes.
Okay. And that, of course, is the tire of the SUV.
Yes, I would think
So
so.
that would be the right rear of the SUV, just a few inches from this bag, correct?
It would be a couple of feet from the bag, yes.
Okay. If we could take a look at the next photograph. This is Exhibit 56 for the record. What's depicted inside the bag?
The red Solo cups.
And you still see the rag in the photograph.
I sure do, yes.
So the SUV would be right here, correct? At the top of the left.
Well, I can't see the top of it. It would be, it's nearby, yes.
Okay. And it's not just nearby, it's the right rear of the SUV that's nearby, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And one final photograph. This is Exhibit 57 for the record. What is inside that? What's depicted inside that bag?
The red Solo cups with coagulated blood.
And these are the only, we can have the lights, please. And so if you could take that down. These are the only photographs that we have or that you've ever seen of those red Solo cups, that Stop and Shop bag, and the biological material in those red Solo cups.
The only ones I have seen, yes.
And those photographs that you see are within 2.5 feet from the right rear of that SUV, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And the right rear of that SUV houses the taillight material, correct? Or the taillight
The
area.
tail light area, yes.
The cups were not sealed, correct?
The cups were not sealed.
The bag was not sealed, was it?
As far as I know, what do you mean by sealed?
Yesterday you brought a box in. You remember that?
Yes,
That box had tape on it.
that's correct.
What color was the tape?
Red.
Why is the tape red?
It can be red, it can be blue. I mean, evidence tape is different colors.
Normally, in your experience, red evidence tape is used to formally seal evidence bags or evidence containers, correct?
Yes,
That's because it highlights to the eye a visual cue. Hey, that's important. It's been sealed. It's got bright red tape on it, correct?
correct.
Oftentimes, that tape has additional information on it as well, correct?
You could have initials on it of who put the tape on, yes.
Right. In other words, it might say evidence, correct? Might be pre-printed with the word
Pre-printed,
evidence.
yes, correct,
And it may have a place for initials to be.
correct.
And one of the reasons that you initial it is because of that. If someone takes a razor blade and cuts through, or a knife and cuts through that tape, those initials are cut through. It has to be retaped and reinitialed, correct?
That is correct,
That is a basic protocol for chain of custody, is it not?
yes.
And that's to maintain the care, custody, and control and the integrity over the items and the items inside the evidence container, whatever they may be.
That's correct,
Whether they are biological material, physical items of evidence, a document, whatever.
correct,
None of that was done with what we just saw, correct?
correct.
We've agreed already that the blood was stored in non-sterile Solo cups, correct?
Correct.
We've agreed that those cups were not sealed. The cups themselves were not sealed. There was no cap, there was no plastic, plasticine, saran wrap, nothing put over the cups, correct?
That is correct.
So they were open.
Yes,
They were not in an evidence bag. They were in a grocery bag, correct?
they were, yes.
Yesterday on direct examination, it may have been on cross-examination, Mr. Gallagher, I don't remember. You said, I have no idea where Sergeant Lang got that grocery bag, correct?
I don't know where the bag came from, no.
Could it come out of his back of his car seat, correct?
I'm assuming it came out of one of the cars, yes.
No idea what had been in that bag previous to those cups with blood being in the bag,
I
correct?
have no personal knowledge of that.
And obviously that bag, it goes without saying, is not a forensically sterile item either, correct?
Most bags are not sterilized.
And not only the cups were not sealed, the bag that the cups were in was not sealed.
They were only closed, correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured biological material, specifically blood material, situated right next to the right rear quarter panel of that SUV would not be within normal protocols for securing evidence, correct?
This was in the hands of a criminalist. It was an exchange of custody. I don't have any issue with it.
You don't know, you have no personal knowledge of where that bag had been or where the cups had been previous to that photograph being taken.
Correct.
You will agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood right next to the right rear of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination, wouldn't you?
Not in the hands of a trained criminalist, I wouldn't know.
Well, generally speaking, there were other people there that weren't the trained criminalists, right?
There was a photographer who took the pictures.
Who's not a trained criminalist.
Correct. But the cups weren't in his hands. It was in the criminalist's hands. Those are the criminalist's hands you see gloved in that photo.
That's not my question. My question is, there was unsealed blood and in an unsealed bag for how much time you don't know, sitting right there by the right rear of that SUV, correct?
No, I do know.
How do you know?
Because I'm the one that brought the bag with the criminalist to that area. They photographed it, documented it, and then they transferred it to their plastic containers.
And before you grabbed that bag, you don't know where that bag had been for 3 days hence, 3 days before.
I know it had been in the temporary evidence room in a refrigerator.
You actually never saw it in the temporary evidence room in the refrigerator until February 1st, did you?
I don't recall.
So you don't know where that bag had been. You don't know who had handled those cups before you pulled them out of that temporary evidence locker, correct?
I have no personal knowledge if anybody else, I have no personal knowledge. I took them out of the refrigerator. That's all I can testify to.
Do you remember us talking about this about a year ago?
Yes.
And I asked you, would you agree that having unsealed and unsecured blood next to the right rear portion of the SUV is a recipe for cross-contamination? I asked you that question.
You did.
And you said, if I can speak to this incident alone, and I asked, that's a yes or no question?
That is correct.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you said, well, it's not a yes or no, but for your purposes, I would say yes.
Correct.
So it is, at least in your mind, a recipe for potential cross-contamination, correct?
Not in this particular situation, which was clarified later on.
Although you did say yes in answer
Hypothetically,
to my question.
hypothetically, anything is possible, yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Brennan?
May I?
Right ahead, yes.
Lieutenant Gallagher, you mentioned that one of your colleagues who lived on Fairview Road had an owl camera.
Had an Arlo camera, yes.
That day or that morning when you went to Fairview and looked around where Mr. O'Keefe's, where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe's body was, were you aware that that gentleman had a camera?
Yes.
You shared with us that you had familiarity with the angle of that camera. Do you have any information whatsoever that he or anybody on his behalf used a phone to change the camera angle?
No, I don't.
Do you know if that camera could even reach the street if you wanted to?
I'm not sure.
Do you have any information that there are applications or different things you can do to the camera to move it remotely? Is there any evidence or information you have?
No.
When you decided not to ask him about the camera, was that based on anything other than your already familiarity and knowledge of the angle that camera was set?
No.
At any time he's ever shown you, you've ever seen clips from that camera, were they consistently showing the same area, or did it change over time?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll allow it.
They were the same.
In your mind, why didn't you go seek footage from that camera?
In my mind,
Yes.
because I knew it wouldn't have captured anything. Activated cameras, and he didn't have them on the street because it's a busy street, and the batteries would die, and and who knows, very quickly if they captured the street.
You said that's a very busy street. Are you familiar with Fairview Road?
Yes,
Is that a road, is that a public road?
it's a public way in the town of Canton, yes.
As a public way in the town of Canton, do you know who operates and cleans and monitors that road? Who's responsible for that?
Yes, the Department of Public Works for the town of Canton.
You were asked about a claim of a fight. Did any witness ever suggest to you that Mr. O'Keefe had been in a fight?
No,
When you first learned about Mr. O'Keefe, did you get a chance to actually look at his body?
no, I did not.
Did you get a chance to look at his wounds?
No, I did not.
Did you get a chance to examine his clothing and whether there was any trace evidence left behind?
I'll allow it.
No, I did not.
Early in an investigation, when investigators have no information, is it common to speculate?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What is the natural process for an investigator when you start upon a situation and know nothing about what happened?
In this particular case, we came up with scenarios that possibly could have brought John to that spot. And we were focused on trying to find out and hopefully getting to the hospital. Hopefully the Can't Fire Department in the hospital would save his life and he could tell us how he got to where he was.
Was that anything beyond the surmise or speculation of detectives, or did that information come from a witness?
No, that was us, I guess you would call it spitballing on possibilities.
Did you ever come across a witness that said that this was, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries were the result of a fight?
No, we did not.
If we could play Exhibit 51, please. I want to ask you some questions about the area you searched where you were directed Mr. O'Keefe was. Stop it there, please, Ms. Gilman. You did not see exactly where John O'Keefe was when he was found?
No, I did not.
Who directed you to this area?
I was directed twice, first by Sergeant Good and then by Sergeant Lang, Detective Sergeant Lang.
You shared with us yesterday you were looking in that area where you thought John O'Keefe was found.
Correct.
You asked questions about a berm. Is that the separation between the street and the yard?
Yes, it is.
Did you clear off a piece of that berm?
We did.
And the reason was?
We wanted to see what was there. We didn't know what was there.
Did you do a search from the flagpole all the way to the street?
No,
Did you do a search of that flagpole across the front yard?
no,
Did you do a search from that flagpole all across the berm, all the way down the line?
no. It was approximately 15 to 18 inches.
And why such a limited search?
Because we had no other reason than it was a medical call at this time.
Did you see snow in other parts of the yard?
Yes, the entire yard was covered.
And other than Officer Lang's footprints across the front of the yard, no other footprints?
There were no other footprints.
Any other visible signs that anything was moved or dragged across that side or front lawn?
No, not at all.
Any doggy prints in the snow?
No, not at all.
You were asked whether you sought a search warrant. Is there a difference between a witness and an eyewitness?
Yes,
You were asked questions about people in the home, and they were characterized as witnesses. Did you have any information that anybody inside that home was a witness to what happened to Mr. O'Keefe?
no,
Did you have any information when you made these decisions about search warrants? Did you have any information from anybody, anywhere, that Mr. O'Keefe ever stepped 1 foot inside that home?
I'm going to allow it. Briefly, can we turn the lights on, Mr. Brennan?
Yes, please, and you can take it down, Ms. Bennett, thank you.
It's what he didn't find, y'all. No broken taillight pieces, but we got the rock glass. And so to clarify, yeah, our butterfly. So at the night at the waterfall, John, you can see John in that video leaving the bar with that rock glass in his hand. And then he gets into the car, allegedly, we assume, gets into the car with it and gets out of the car with that same rock glass, just minutes down the street. Got an open container drive here. Well, he wasn't driving, she was, so whatever. But yeah, so he had the glass. Now, interesting, they mentioned a few minutes ago something about possibly being struck in the face with this glass. But if you're going to find a clear broken glass, once you gently control your leaf blower and blow the snow away, the powder, oh, look, lo and behold, we got red blood now instead of pink, and we got a broken, shiny, clear glass. But no red broken taillight pieces. Interesting. And you just assume your cop friend across the street, imagine that, a cop friend across the street was the one who gave you the red Solo cups, but didn't think enough to walk outside to possibly assist in the situation or to be nosy. He's a cop. Come on, I'd been like, what the hell? You didn't take the Ring camera because you're familiar with it. Oh, we can't call it Ring. It's not a Ring. It's a whatever. You didn't take it because you're familiar with that cop's camera because y'all are such good friends. You go pick up packages. Girl.
That cop across the street's a detective, too.
Exactly. I don't need to see your Ring camera, buddy. I pick up your packages all the time. I know I can only see your entryway. I'm like, girl,
Yes.
we got shit to talk about on that testimony. Conspiracy was
As a
laid.
lifelong law enforcement officer, have you obtained search warrants before?
Yes.
Have you obtained search warrants for homes?
Yes, many times.
Is there a certain requirement before you obtain a search warrant for a home?
Yes, critical legal standards, yes.
And what is that?
Probable cause.
And for us, what does that mean, probable cause?
So probable cause is a reasonable belief that a crime has been committed or evidence of a crime can be found in a specific location.
Can you obtain a search warrant if you do not have a reasonable belief that evidence exists somewhere?
No, you cannot.
Is there a process in getting a search warrant? Can you just walk in a home and say, I have a search warrant, or do you have to do something?
You have to write an affidavit in good faith, swearing before the court that all your information is accurate and truthful, and present the facts, circumstances, witness statements that would make you believe that there was a reason to violate your Fourth Amendment constitutional right.
When you walked into Fairview that morning with Sergeant Lang, did you have a search warrant?
No, I did not.
Did you have any reason to get a search warrant?
No reason at all.
When you walked in, were you invited?
Yes.
Did anybody prevent you from coming in?
No, not
Did
at all.
anybody ever ask you to leave?
No, not at all.
When you spoke to Mr. Albert, did he ever discontinue or end the conversation?
No.
Did he say no
Were you
reason he
doing
got a
any
warrant?
favors for anybody that morning?
No probable
No,
cause
of course
yet.
not.
If you had
None.
probable cause to search anywhere that morning, would you have?
Absolutely.
You were asked questions about memorializing your efforts when you were in the area of Mr. O'Keefe's body. And you were asked about written reports. Are there other ways to memorialize efforts other than writing a report?
Yes.
You videotaped, or you had Sergeant Good videotape your search?
That is correct.
Who told him to do that?
I did.
Why did you tell him to do that?
Because I want, in case it ever became an issue, I wasn't familiar with it being used before. I wanted people to understand how effective it was.
Do you know whether or not the police cars have dash cams?
They do, yes.
Do you know if any of the police cars had dash cams that day?
3 of them did, yes.
You mentioned that at some point you learned that Mr. O'Keefe had passed.
I'm not sure when we found that out, but yes.
Is there a statute or a rule when there is a death, whether a local county keeps the case or it needs to be transferred?
It's transferred, yes.
Is there a rule or is that a policy of the Canton Police Department?
It's a rule.
You were asked about Alexis in the Sally Port.
Correct.
Do you know exactly what time that Alexis was brought to the Sally Port?
I don't have any personal knowledge of that.
You asked about a broken taillight. Have or had you reviewed any of the dash cams from the Canton Police Department that day?
Not that day, no.
You were asked about cross-contamination with the cups. When you brought the cups to the criminalist, where did you give them to him or her?
I carried them down to, we walked together, I carried them down to the Sally Port.
Did you see anybody using a white rag or a paper towel to dip it in to any of the cups?
No.
Did you see anybody shaking the cups or splashing?
No, they were handled very carefully.
Sustained is different.
Did you see anything that would cause you concern that there was some type of purposeful or inadvertent contamination or transfer?
Absolutely not.
And you've been trained.
Yes.
Did you see anything during that time that caused you any concern about the potential corruption of evidence?
No, I had complete faith in the criminalist.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
There is a box for identification that has a glass in it. I'd like to take that into evidence.
Jimmy?
I'll do it later then. Thanks.
Is there any objection, Mr. Jackson, any objection to?
Yeah, just
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, so we can put it in at any time then? And then
At any time.
when Mr. McDermott comes back
Thank you.
with it?
The glass that you showed the jury yesterday, when you showed it to us yesterday, did it look any differently than when you recovered it from the ground where you were looking that morning?
No.
Did you have any information that that glass came from inside Fairview Road?
No.
Do you know where that glass came from?
I have no personal knowledge where that glass came from.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Very briefly, Your Honor, you indicated that you were spitballing, to use your word, correct?
Correct.
Trying to figure out what happened.
Correct.
That's the job of an investigator, correct?
That is correct,
You
yes,
don't
sir.
just take witnesses' words for things, do you?
That is correct.
You have to corroborate things.
Yes.
You have to look deeper,
Yes,
ask more questions,
Coming in hot.
absolutely.
actually investigate.
That's why we're here today.
You don't rule out anything or anyone
We
right
didn't-
off the bat, correct?
Correct. and we
No
did not.
one is ruled out. Nothing is ruled out.
That is
Correct?
correct, yes.
You follow where the evidence leads you. Period. Amen.
Absolutely.
You didn't seek. You didn't seek to separate the occupants at 34 Fairview. Correct?
No,
You didn't interview Brian Albert formally, did you?
I did not, no.
You were asked by Mr. Brennan, did he ever end the conversation precipitously? Did he end it earlier? Anything like that? He didn't end any interview because he wasn't interviewed, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't interview Brian Higgins.
That is correct.
You wouldn't interview Brian Higgins because he's your personal friend, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't have anybody else interview him either, did you?
Again, we're talking, I think we've gone over this and maybe you didn't understand it. I didn't know Brian Higgins was at the house at that time.
Because you didn't ask anybody else who was at the house at that time.
I wasn't talking to anybody at that house, correct?
Might have been a good idea, wouldn't it?
Not at that time. We were there for one specific reason. We wanted to get to the hospital. So no.
Might have been a
I
good
disagree.
idea to sit Mr. Albert down and say, There, you're shaking your head again. I'm not done with my question. Might have been a good idea, Mr. Gallagher, since you happen to be there, no sweat off your brow, to sit Mr. Albert down and say, by the way, I got a pen and a paper. Who was here last night, just before John O'Keefe was found dead on your lawn? Who was here? Might have been a good idea, correct?
So that was already done by Detective Sergeant Lank, and it was documented in his report of everybody of what Mr. Jackson is asking.
Then how did you two not know that Brian Higgins was there?
I don't know where.
At
I
34th.
mean, I'm confused. At what time?
Right.
At what time?
Exactly.
At what time?
When John O'Keefe arrived
Okay.
at 34 Fairview after midnight on January 29th, 2022.
So when I discovered Brian Higgins was there, wasn't until I read the report.
You were standing in the house with Sergeant Blank, and you just told these jurors knew that Brian Higgins and everybody else was there.
He had obtained the names. He hadn't written the report yet.
And hadn't told his boss,
I don't recall.
even though you two went together to interview yet another witness?
That's correct. There was a very fast-moving scene and pace. That is correct.
While you were spitballing, you also didn't secure the camera footage that we've talked about, the Arlo footage.
Yes, that's correct.
You also didn't formally search the house, correct?
Absolutely correct.
We just talked about that. You didn't seek consent by Brian, pardon me, by Brian Albert to search the house, correct?
That's correct.
You also didn't seek a search warrant. You talked about that, correct?
Correct.
You don't get punished or in trouble if you seek a search warrant and a judge who has to sign the search warrant. Normal citizens can't do that. It requires a judge's signature. You don't get in trouble or get spanked or get slapped or get fined if you seek a search warrant that is denied, correct?
In this particular situation, I would need to articulate facts, certain circumstances, and witness statements. What I had was nobody could put John O'Keefe in the house, including Miss Reed, and that we had a glass where they were coming from a bar, and I had 3 separate police officers, including myself, that had been in that house on 3 separate occasions and saw nothing amiss. I have a good faith obligation to present the truth to a judge. And if I don't, I can be found, end up on a Brady list or a Giglio list, as you know. And my credibility to testify in my career is basically over. So yes, you can get in trouble.
You're talking about lying in an affidavit, sir.
I'm talking about misleading.
Correct.
I would have to twist circumstances to have the right to search Brian Albert's house. We had no reason, and there's been no reason since.
How about this? There's a dead guy on the lawn that looked like he potentially could have been in a physical altercation. How about that? Might that be of some concern to go inside the house and see if there was a struggle that started in the house?
There's still no evidence to go into the house.
You're the guy that's out on the lawn with no coat on. You think the coat might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption? Yes or no?
No.
You got a guy outside with no shoe on. You think the shoe might be inside the house? That might be a reasonable assumption?
I never saw Mr. O'Keefe. I wasn't aware that he
Because you
didn't
didn't
have his
seek
shoes.
to find out the details. Other people knew every single fact that I just suggested at the time you walked in the house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact is you didn't seek a search warrant.
I wouldn't. Correct.
The fact is you never searched the house.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the basement.
That's correct.
The fact is you never searched the garage.
That's correct.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Have you ever learned one fact that would have justified searching that house?
Not to this day.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained is to form, and you can put the glass in right now, Mr. Vernon.
Thank you. Move that into evidence, please.
Exhibit 58.
All right, Lieutenant, you're all set, sir.
Thank you.
Your next witness, Mr. Vernon?
Yes, sir, we've heard enough from you.
I'd like to play
Let me
clip
just
18,
say, we've
please.
heard quite a bit there. I did anyway.
Thank you.
He got called out on that head shaking he likes to do before the question's ever done. He's like, mm-mm, mm-mm, mm-mm. Next witness, please. Moving right along. I've laid out the conspiracy players. I'm making the connection. Is the jury? Because I certainly am. Coming in hot there, Mr. Defense Attorney. He came in hot just now, guys. Yeah, Firefly. So did y'all notice he said a few minutes ago he didn't know where the rock glass came from? No need to search inside that home to see if it came from inside the home. Then just a minute ago, well, I already knew where they'd come from. They come from the bar. He had the glass. You didn't know where the glass came from just a few minutes ago, but now you know it came from the bar. So no need to investigate this scene.
Wait, how did he know that?
Well, he knows now.
Now he knows, yeah, but he didn't. How
But
are
he
you
did.
trying to tell me there's a dead man on somebody's lawn? You're not sure how he got killed, and you don't think you can get probable cause to investigate? We know
Well,
you didn't investigate because he's a fucking cop. Come on, don't be
well,
stupid.
I don't know. I mean, I get that he's a cop, but when he first got there and did all this stupidity shit, the thing about it is he did a shitty ass investigation. So he
Well,
already needs to
he
cover
was
that he needs to cover that shit up at some point, and they're not getting there with that. It's not landing. There's no excuse for all that stuff you did. I don't care who you are. There's no excuse for that shit. I think we all know it. Now, why would they want me to buy a conspiracy? I got to hook everybody together.
Mhm.
Now they're coming into play. We already got the EMT paramedic over there who's really good friends with Caitlin Albert. We just heard her testify yesterday, Miss Katie. She's on the list. Was she duped? Was she, she had to, she also heard the I hit him, I hit him. So you got 3 witnesses hearing that. McCabe, Carrie Roberts, and now you got the little Miss McLaughlin over here, friends with Caitlin Albert. Okay, then you enter this cop. He's good friends with Higgins. Immediately, he figures out Higgins was there. He goes in, he talks to everybody. Him and Lank, we got to keep Lank in there too. He's on the list as well. Yeah, Lank, Proctor, this guy Gallagher, Katie McLaughlin. And then, of course, you got the McCabes, the Alberts, the Higgins, and the Roberts, right? So, yeah, I'm laying it down because the defense just laid down that foundation. Absolutely just laid it out. But this guy's trying to justify his bizarre behavior. I'm going to collect shit up in solo cups I got from my other cop friend who happens to live across the street. Oh, that's creepy, but okay. This town was full of nothing but police officers, apparently, from different
Who's
departments.
lead and like he's in charge of all the
Good place to
So it happened.
So we'll take a 15.
Well, it happened in the
All rise, please.
Canton jurisdiction. I've got all this figured out too. We'll talk about it at lunch. Joe's putting off his live until after the day is done here. He's not feeling well apparently, so he's not going to do a lunch. We were going to break at lunch and go to Joe's and come back, but Joe's not doing that now at lunch, so we'll just be here talking. So we can review a lot of what this guy has said. It doesn't make sense, but crappy crime scene investigation. You're quickly realizing your friend Higgins was there. We might need your assistance. All this is happening so fucking fast, guys, within days of each other, right? Sallyport's unsecured. So you got to have people to help with your conspiracy. Those 4 people in that home, the McCabes and the Alberts, can't just make up a story and hope everybody buys it. They have to have people to assist in the story. There's your conspiracy is born. So not everybody in that town's part of a cover-up. Ryan Nagel wasn't. So the only ones that are so far are the Alberts, the McCabe, little Miss Carrie Roberts over there, Brian Higgins. Then you got McLaughlin, the EMT firefighter, who heard I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Easily to manipulate and get her to say that shit. And then you got Mr. Gallagher here, friends with Higgins. And isn't so Lank is allegedly, he's on scene. So you got your Canton PD comes in first, right? Then they recuse themselves at some point from questioning witnesses. How convenient. You can't question potential witnesses because you know all of them. So they recuse and have the other department come in and do the questioning and start, helping and assisting in the investigation. Then eventually you got the feds breathing down your neck because there's some shady shit going on over here.
Problem is Proctor knew them all too.
Yeah. So there's your other, you got to have your local Canton people that were in on the scene from the beginning, right? Then when the state, they had to notify the, whatever they called it, they had to notify them, and that brought, because I was like, how did the state troopers get involved when this accident, if we're going to roll with that, or this alleged vehicular homicide occurred in a residential neighborhood? And now, our state troopers in Florida, they control the state highways. If you get into an accident, they're usually going to come, and they're usually on site of all motor vehicle accidents, but usually in the city limits, stuff like that, the local authorities handle it. They just write reports and give your information exchanges and all those things. But if it's a crime scene death type situation with a vehicle, they're probably going to bring in the state troopers. So then I'm like, okay, so they bring in the state trooper guys, but we got to have somebody there too on our side, right? Was Proctor that fool who played along? And he also had ties to these people. So yeah, there was a lot of cop friends associations, you know what I mean? And you don't have probable cause. Man on lawn, don't know how he got there, broken glass, and no taillight pieces at all. You got some blood, broken glass. He doesn't even realize the man was knocked out of his shoe or dropped his shoe or threw his own shoe across the yard in a rage of fit.
I can't imagine a judge would find a search warrant for a dead man on your lawn.
Is that not enough probable cause, Firefly, right there?
To me, it would be. I don't know. I'm not a judge.
Right. But you would think in our real world, armchair detective world, we're like, dead man on lawn. What would consist of probable cause to search the inside of the homeowner's home where said man was found?
He said officers went inside and said nothing was amiss. So it didn't look like
only he didn't search the whole house. He just said that on the stand. He visually saw one room of the entire home. He did not go in the kitchen. He did not observe the kitchen. He did not go down to the basement, like you said. He only entered the living room of the home. Didn't see anything amiss here. Nothing to see. What about that unknown glass in that man's hand? Could that have placed him inside the home? If they have a matching set in the home? Absolutely, Mr. Crime Scene Analysis guy. Leaf blower expert. Y'all, he created a new technique in 2022. It's called the leaf blower red solo cup technique.
Well, he's so proud of that too. But to me, ask me if I'm wrong. To me, if you don't know what happened, the guy's got a broken cocktail glass in his hand or nearby,
right?
And he's right in front of the house. I'm going to assume he came out of the house. I'm going to go check the house to see if that's where they got the glasses from.
Exactly. That's crime scene 101. Go check the kitchen, photograph their glasses, see if they have a set of 4 or 6 or 8, whatever the hell they got going on in there. If they're Algies, they got a big ass bar going down. Check their set of rock glasses. Is one missing? Now they can look at the bottom of those glasses. They can absolutely match those glasses, right? It's not hard. Come on, I've been watching crime scenes for 40 fucking years. I'm trying not to say that word as bad, y'all. Y'all know me by now. Just ignore it. Yeah. No, you would have needed to match to see if there was a possibility this glass came. Regardless of this woman saying, could I have hit him? Is that the only reason why you didn't go in the house? Is that the only reason you didn't feel you didn't have probable cause? Because she's saying, because he said on the stand, nobody at the scene of what witnesses were there placed the man in the home. Miss Reed didn't. He even said that out loud.
Yeah.
The defendant didn't, or Reed, whatever he called her. So she didn't place the man in the house. The homeowners never placed the man in the house. Therefore, he didn't think he had any reason to be concerned about the house.
Oh my God.
Still, you're a cop. You also testified a few minutes ago how you had to serve warrants on fellow officers' homes before, even arresting their children. Interesting. So you don't mind arresting a cop or breaking in their door to search the home, but you don't want to violate rights either. The right of who? Brian McAlbert or
Yes.
John O'Keefe, the victim? Victims' rights and all that? Oh, that don't matter. Nobody cares about victims' rights. I do. All that commotion in the dog. Dude, I'm so over this dog, right? We all
Yeah, I
know.
can't. We already.
I
I
mean,
can't wait to hear from the
I don't
homeowner.
even know. Does this dog even fucking exist at this point? Where in the hell is this damn dog? Immediately, the dog is gone.
Yep.
Gone off the face of the earth. Jen doesn't see the dog when she enters the home. The old girl that testified the other day had been coming there for nearly 8 years, and guess what? She had never met the family dog. Why is that? Was the dog, did they have to lock the dog up every time company came over, except that night? And then, oops, our bad, we forgot. Now we better go lock this bitch up. Was it kenneled? Was it in a kennel? We have a very large kennel for our large dog. We only use it from time to time if we need to. Anymore, if we leave the house, she's usually just left out. She's grown out of that.
Even so, you'd hear him barking in the kennel if there's a bunch of commotion going on.
Yes. If there's commotion outside, your dog is probably going to react. Our dog reacted to something at 4 a.m. this morning, my son said, and lo and behold, I didn't hear her, and he did, which is the opposite of how that usually goes down. I'll be like, did you hear your dog raising hell at 2 a.m.? And he's like, oh, no. I'm like, dude, dog is raising hell at 2 a.m. He's like, well, I didn't hear nothing. I'm like, good Lord. But, yeah, so last night my dog did it, and I didn't hear it, but she'll usually just like roof, you know what I mean? And that's the end of it. So it was like, but yes, we're like, where's this dog? Where happened to the dog? Why didn't Jen see the dog when she entered the home to go wake them up to let them know dead man on lawn? We got some trouble brewing. Where was the dog? Where was the dog during the commotion? Chloe, you all right out there, girlfriend? I mean, right? They didn't. Who'd they give the dog to? I know they said like everybody rehome. They got
somewhere
rid
in
of
New
the
Hampshire
dog.
or something like that. But
I don't
and
need
now
to.
apparently they have tooth impressions or claw impressions or something like that. But we don't know. How do we know it's the same dog?
Who took the claw impressions? The state?
Yeah,
For what reason? To match to these wounds?
probably.
That's the only reason why you would do it.
How do we know it's
There's no
Chloe?
paw prints in the snow. Well, I don't know that. But I'm saying they got to explain. No, there's no paw prints out there. So why would you take paw prints of this dog? What about the teeth?
I think it's teeth impressions. That's what I meant. Like,
I would be interested in seeing the claw prints because I'm expecting bigger gouges on that arm if I got a canine ripping into my skin. Those look like deep laceration scratches to me versus a dog bite. And only because I've seen what a dog can do to a human, pit bull style. I know what Daniel of Drunk Turkey's dog did to him.
yeah, but
American
if a
Bulldog
dog
style.
didn't have a good hold of him,
There was
they would
nothing.
pull him
John
away.
O'Keefe. Okay, think about this though. John O'Keefe wasn't wearing one of those protective suits you wear when you're training a canine. He was wearing a sweatshirt, a t-shirt. There's not a lot between his skin, flesh, and that dog's paws or teeth. There's like two. I don't even know how thick the sweatshirt was, so I won't pretend I know. But y'all get the general thickness idea. Not a lot. Not a lot there. So deep claws can still do a lot of damage right there. So can a bite. So I feel like if the dog had bit him, he would have done the shaking, the pulling. Pulling would have occurred. If he grabbed onto his arm and went to
Do German
pull,
Shepherds do that shaking too?
I don't know if they shake the way a pit bull would. They're going to pull. I know dog behavior. I know what dogs look like when they attack. I know their behavior when they're attacking. Um, so I'm going by that alone, my own personal experience. Because I've seen a lot of dog fights, unfortunately, not on purpose, because I'm not down with that shit. But I've seen what they do, how they react while they're doing it. Pulling, I'm imagining biting and pulling, if nothing else. Grabbing with that paw to pull. That would explain the deep, long lacerations on the side of the arm and the angle they're going at. See, if they want me to believe a dog got that dude, I'm looking at the angle, I'm looking at the whole 9 yards, not just, oh my God, those cuts don't look like they were caused by a freaking broken taillight. Well, then what the hell caused them? Right? So teeth matters versus a deep laceration by the paw.
Well,
So
they have
I'd
Dr.
be
Russell
interested to
who's
get
going to
some.
testify because she's been an ER doctor. She's been a what do you call it? Medical examiner.
Dog expert people.
She's
Yeah.
not a dog expert, but
Well, I mean, I read. You talking about for the defense?
yeah.
'Cause they got yeah. I read the thing on that. Um, her background. You don't have. Here's the thing. Experts come in all forms. So it's what they need. They'll get up there and explain it. Of course, they know way better than I do. I don't think that man's arm was injured by a fucking broken tail light. So, but I don't think it was a dog bite in my mind. I'm going with dog claw. Somebody else clocked that dude in the head.
Could
It
have
was
been both.
a grown
Yeah.
ass man. Okay,
Could be a
there was no
combination.
Yeah, I don't buy altercation. Dog got pissed, jumped in, attacked man, killed him. Nope, that didn't
How
happen.
about like the middle part was the bite, and then the side scratches are the claws?
He could have latched on, and while he's latched on, have both
He was
paws
on
on
the
his arm.
ground. Say he was on the ground already, and he
That's what
bit
I.
his arm, clamped down on him, and then scratched him.
Well, listen. When they bite down, they're going to apply their paws to that. Like, this is
Yeah.
gross, but picture it being a large piece of meat. Visualize it like that. A big old chunky, nice raw steak. A dog will love that. They bite on, their paws will go on it, and they're holding it down while they're biting. You get it? So I could absolutely see that. Bite in the middle and paws down the side. I can see that totally, Firefly. But that's not what killed that man. Regardless of how Chloe injured the arm, if those injuries came from Chloe did not cause John O'Keefe's death.
Yeah, true, but they're trying to say those scratches are from that car.
I know that.
There's no way.
I'm
There's no
totally
way.
aware of that. So they're going to have to explain the scratches. But the scratches aside, what caused the man's death? Hitting his head on the curb outside the 6-inch berm, or getting hit in the skull inside the home? I don't know how I need to hear from head injury experts as well come in, because we're putting a lot of weight on this dog situation arm thing, and I don't think the dog's what killed him. But the heavy part is we need to know what happened if Chloe caused those injuries to the arm, because that rules out the stupid taillight theory. There was no taillight pieces found at the crime scene when the leaf blower experiment was conducted. You would have seen red pieces of plastic on the ground. You saw the rock glass, which was clear. You saw the dried frozen blood, which got redder as you removed the snow. Where's the broken taillight pieces? Was it deeper into the snow? No. They would have been They would have been right there nearby the rock glass, all around John's head. You know what I mean? All around the arm area. Anywhere in that perimeter, shit could have shattered and went in a million little pieces to a million little places. Hang on, guys. So, Firefly, you jumped in a few minutes later. Did you catch that piece I was playing? News Nation did with Brian Enton.
I watched it last night.
Was it the one I sent into Discord? That little link to the Twitter?
The one about Brian Koberger, are you talking about?
Yeah, but yeah. Brian Enton did a thing on Twitter, yes, but he did a thing on News Nation with Ashley Banfield. Did you see that one? Is what I was asking. Yeah. We were reviewing that this morning, and we had to stop because they went live with court. So we're going to get back to finishing that in a minute. Didn't Carrie say it was one piece? One piece, like on the ground, or the whole? Nobody claims they saw a shattered tail light at all yet, except Sallyport people. They both claim they saw a crack in her tail light, when she, bumped it in the driveway of John's. But I don't think anybody's testified they saw glass at the scene or taillight at the scene. I don't really know if that's the correct answer to give you, if that's the right question, if I'm answering it right. I might be confused. So Brian Enton, Firefly's interesting, is said he spoke with Catherine Ramsland, and she's pretty much disputing everything Howard Bloom said. Not all of it, but most of it. Like, she did reach out to Koberger's parents at some point, but it wasn't immediately. Everything else she's pretty much disputing. I did catch a clip of her on a podcast, and she's writing a memoir of her career only, and she will be talking about Brian Koberger in a section of that book, she said. But as far as anything else on the table, nothing right now. And she also claims she's not working with his sister on any kind of book deal or
But
any
even
kind
if
of book.
she did or was doing any of that, she's not going to tell anybody. Like, that's not.
Well, she's not going to tell people, but she's also shouldn't be doing some of that a little bit. There's a little bit, like him saying she contacted the family. She's going to be staying with them at their bed and breakfast during the trial, sitting with the family during the trial. She said, no, none of that's happening.
Yeah, and he also said Brian Koberger's in love with her, and that's why that's his motivation.
Okay, I never heard the in love part, but I
You didn't
heard.
hear that?
No, I do know he said that he did it to try to impress her, which I can totally buy a little tiny bit, but no, that was not his motive. He claims the motive behind the whole murders, if Brian Koberger's the guy, was solely just to impress her. Not like he was in love and I need to get her attention, but he was doing it to impress her brain. Look what you taught me. Look what I learned. Look what I can do. That it goes much deeper psychologically. There's no sex, love, and romance bullshit here. And God, please don't bring that to Idaho 4. Jesus. I'm joking, Firefly, because I can't handle a sex scandal involved too. You know what I mean?
I'm pretty sure that's what he said, but I could be. Maybe I just mistook it.
I listened to most of what he said on Drunk Turkey. I see his tweets. He's like come out now and it's like, oh, I see Ramsland's denied what I said. My bad. Or my error. We're like, your error? Sit down, old guy, with your errors. You got the internet on fire with your bullshit, and now you're going, my error. Now I put a big old error right there. Oh, they turned the fan on, gonna make me dizzy. I red flagged his ass bigger than okay, I had a big old yellow flag flying in front of Bloom already. Now I got a red flag. You need to embellish stuff for this kind of stuff. It's ridiculous. People latch onto it and run with it. It's like, we need to use some logic. I don't picture her doing all the things he said to begin with. I was like, man, that's a little much, Dr. Ramsland, but I get you. You want first dibs on that brain because you're about to dive into it and see what makes it tick. I hear you, girl. I'm here for it. Write that book on Brian Koberger, Miss Ma'am, because I'll be the first one in line to buy it. I could probably help you with some research. Yeah, of course. Of course, the joy. She's not going to put everything on the line for some Brian Koberger, right? She only has one interest in mind. She wants to tackle that mind of his. Her whole thing is what makes these guys tick, right? That's been her whole career. Why wouldn't you want to know what made that guy tick? That's your job. That's like your job, lady. Please figure it out. Guys, I got this pulled up on the side screen so I can keep an eye on it. And okay. All right, I think this is right about where we left off. I'll bring this up and we'll try to get it in before they get back. I'm going to speed it up a little tiny bit as well. Oops, I did that wrong. Get out, come up here. There we go. Okay.
I'm joined now by my News Nation colleague, Brian Enton. Brian, whenever there's a big Koberger story that drops, people go bananas, the internet, lights on fire. But we've been burned on some of these before. So talk to me about how Dr. Ramsland is responding to Howard Bloom's report.
Yeah, actually, we really have to be careful with some of these reports as we get closer to the trial, because Dr. Ramsland is saying that most of what is...
Okay, we'll do that for lunchtime, guys, because they're not going to let us get this damn interview in. That's okay. We have something to do at lunch. Because I'm not going to shut down and redo a stream if we're not going to Joe's. All right, they just got back in. Nothing's happening yet. Let me get the screen up. Get us off of here. There we go. All right. I'm starting to get hungry. Who's next? I don't know, Butterfly. They don't have their... I don't have, like, their roster in order. So I don't know who they're calling next. The order in the way they're calling witnesses this time on both sides apparently is vastly different than the way they did last time. They're trying to lay the story out a little neater this time to make it make sense. So we'll see if it works.
Let's bring them in, please.
Yes, sure. Jurors are on the way.
Firefly. Well, we get the popcorn, we get it all. I'm ready to hear from some Higgins, too. Peacocking dude. Come here, boy, I'll fight you.
Do you need another one, Chrissy? Do you need one more? No. I have a trash.
Trying to justify why you collect in solo cups and use a leaf blower and don't collect cameras and conduct interviews and get out of town. All that mess.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors and
Might.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
The Commonwealth moves into evidence and asks to play clip 18.
Okay.
So when John got out of the car at Brian Albert's house, he took my full vodka soda, which is sitting in the cup holder.
Thank you.
The Common.
That.
Thank you.
All right, your next witness.
One more, please, Your Honor. The Commonwealth moves into evidence and seeks to play clip number 17, please.
Okay.
I gave an interview with ABC with Matt Gutman. I think this was whom I gave the interview to, and I said, he asked why was I saying, could I hit him, did I hit him? And I said, yeah, my first thought was I'd been out late, I'd been drinking, and he's in the general vicinity of where I last saw him. I mean, they talk about the left side of the property and the right as if it's, you know, Hammersmith Farms. It's a postage stamp. It's 50 feet. So he's in the front yard to the left of the front door, and no one's coming out of the house. Jen's telling me nobody's seen him. So I'm thinking, Jesus, was I starting to pull away and I ran over his foot? Like, he's roughly where I left him. So yeah, when I found him, I was thinking, did I like clip him somehow?
Clips. Okay.
Thank you.
So in order it has 18 and then 17, or are they in the reverse order on the clip?
If I may see the exhibit. This one exhibit contains clip
Agreed,
12,
Butterfly.
12A, clip 16. Clip
That didn't
17,
impress me at all with her
all of which were
guilt.
previously introduced.
It kind of spoke to why she may not be, if you ask me. Smart move, Mr. Prosecutor. Y'all go right
All right,
ahead.
thank you. Your next witness, Mr. Lally.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Mr. Robert Gilman to the stand.
Okay.
Please.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give to the court and jury in the case now reveals the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, stating your last name, spelling your last name for the court?
Good morning. My name is Robert Gilman, Gilman.
And what is your occupation, Mr. Gilman?
Meteorologist.
And where did you go to school?
Northeastern University and the Pennsylvania State University, Penn State.
And what degrees did you receive from those institutions?
I received a Bachelor of Science in Earth Science and in Meteorology.
Now, following your education, where did you first go to work?
I worked at the U.S. Geological Survey while I was finishing my education. I also worked at the Nuclear Regulatory Commission in Washington. I worked at AccuWeather at Penn State. And then I started my own business when I came back to the Boston area, working both in media, writing a column for the Patriot Ledger, radio, 95.9 WATD, and also providing information to municipalities about snow and ice in consulting.
Now, starting first with the U.S. Nuclear Regulatory Commission, what did you do there?
I worked in the Division of Site Safety and Earthquake Analysis. That was primarily involving siting nuclear power plants.
And as far as AccuWeather, Inc., what was it that you did there?
Meteorology. I worked starting out drawing maps. We drew our own maps back in those days, providing observations to meteorologists and helping develop forecasts.
Now, you had worked, you had mentioned earlier in your testimony, you'd worked as a meteorologist in New York. for the radio, for the Patriot Ledger, and New England Weather Service. Is that correct?
New England Weather Science, that's correct.
And how long a period of time span are we talking about as far as your work as a meteorologist?
Over 45 years.
Now, if you could explain to the jury just in general terms, what is meteorology?
Well, the term is actually a shortened term of hydrometeorology, one who studies falling water things. And it's a study of the atmosphere.
Now, in your work as a meteorologist, what are the different types of data that you study and examine?
Mostly measured data such as temperature, humidity, wind, precipitation, but also sensing data with satellites that orbit the Earth and with radar that shoots electronic beams out and comes back and forms images that we can analyze.
Now, beyond the satellites and the radar, where does that other data come from?
Well, the observing stations generally are at airports, for instance, but they're also at utilities, and there are private networks. And these, either automated or amateur weather observers, take down data such as I just mentioned, temperature, precipitation, visibility at these different locations.
And what is your current occupation?
Meteorologist.
And where is it that you currently work?
I work for Precision Weather Forecasting Incorporated, and I also do work to assist requests for past weather data, both for clients of ours at Precision Weather Forecasting and other requests for weather data.
And is that a company that you started yourself in conjunction with other people?
Yes, thank you. It's a company that we founded, my partner and I've been working with meteorologist Bill Guile for 30 years. We're both local, and we found that we had a lot of interest together. I don't stay up 24/7. He stays up overnight a lot of times, and we work much better, on that shift kind of work during the day, answering questions of clients about snow and ice especially. So we formed our own corporation, a Massachusetts corporation, in 2016.
And how long, even prior to the incorporation in 2016, how long have you been working in that capacity for building that company?
Oh, I would say over 45 years, going back to 1979, 1980.
And what type of service does your company provide to your clients?
Precise snow and ice information. I own the website snowandice.com, and our clients depend on very local, precise snow and ice guidance. It's for safety, it's for efficiency, environmental concerns of not putting down a lot of chemicals when snow is going to change to rain, that kind of thing. So we're giving very local, precise weather information to help anyone that has snow and ice management concerns.
And if you could expound upon that just a little, sir, as far as what types of data or information is it that your company provides?
Mainly precipitation timing, when snowfall might begin in a particular place, the intensity of the snow, whether it might be expected to change to ice or rain, or go back to snow or ice to help with those kinds of operations.
And where does that data or information come from?
As meteorologists, we develop it ourselves. It's all in-house. We take a variety of different data from numerical modeling, guidance products, and observational information, and develop the forecast specifically for the client.
And as far as your clientele is concerned, to whom are you providing this data or information?
We work for most of the towns and the city in Norfolk County. We work for the largest cities in Massachusetts, some of the largest colleges and universities and other facilities, hospitals.
And what is the purpose of you providing that information to the clientele to whom you give it to?
Again, safety, efficiency, environmental concerns, to give them the best information to do the job they need to do. And it's a difficult job, as you can imagine.
Now, at some point, sir, were you asked to look at some data related to the Canton, Massachusetts area in the time frame leading up to and including January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And what were you asked to do?
I was asked to provide a simple report of the days preceding January 29th, 2022, and a more detailed report of the early morning hours of January 29th, about estimating snowfall during that time period.
And in total, as far as that total time frame, do you recall what dates you were looking at?
I believe it was January 26th to the 29th.
And during that time frame, was there a significant storm forecast for that time period?
Oh, yes.
And what was the forecast for?
Well, the forecast for the first couple of days was dry and very cold to bitterly cold. As we got closer to the 28th and 29th, we were looking at a storm coming in from the west and strengthening along the mid-Atlantic coastline, and we issued warnings, again, 2 to 3 days ahead of time, to let our clients know that this was going to be a significant winter storm.
And specifically with the storm, what was the timing associated with that forecast as far as when would the storm begin?
We expected the storm, the snowfall, and the increase in wind to begin very late Friday evening, the 28th, with light to very light snow, and then to increase in intensity, especially later in the morning and through the late morning and midday of the 29th.
Now, from a scientific perspective, what is a blizzard?
A blizzard technically requires a great reduction in visibility. It doesn't even have to be snowing. Either falling or blowing snow, visibility a quarter mile or less, with winds of 35 miles an hour, either sustained or frequent gusts for 3 hours or more.
Now, did this particular storm meet that criteria?
The storm did, absolutely. For Boston and much of the greater Boston area, including in Canton at the Blue Hill Observatory. However, not every spot had all of those criteria during the entire time period that the snow was falling.
Now, how significant a storm actually occurred, not taking away from your forecast, but actually occurred during that time frame?
This was the biggest January storm in history, with 27 inches of snowfall. And it snowed heavily for several hours, visibility under a quarter of a mile. And the temperature was dropping during that time, and the winds were gusting frequently to 40 and 50 miles an hour in this area.
Now, that data that you looked at from that time frame of January 26th through the 29th of 2022, what types of data specifically did you look, or actually, we'll get to specifics in a moment. What data in general terms did you look at in your analysis?
3 locations. The Blue Hill Observatory, which is the oldest continuously operating weather observatory in North America, close by. Boston, which is a first order weather station at Logan Airport, and Norwood Airport, which is a mile away. And those were the 3 locations. I was considering the surface observations from those locations, also considered other types of observational data. I mentioned the radar data, so the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration maintains a NEXRAD NOAA database. And third was the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, which categorizes snowfall and snow depth. So those 3 different types of data at those 3 different locations.
Now, when you talk about the Blue Hills Observatory being the oldest in the country, how old is it?
It was established by Abbott Roch, who left his family home at 5 Commonwealth Avenue in Boston and built this really strange little structure at the top of Great Blue Hill on February 1st of 1885.
And do you know how far away from 34 Fairview Road that Blue Hills Observatory is?
Yes, I do. If you don't mind me consulting my note for a moment.
So what are you reading, Mr. Gilman?
I'm reading notes I took on measurements from Blue Hill to Fairview, and that's, may I answer the question?
Yes, yes, you
I'm okay with Your Honor. I just wanted the record to know.
Yes, that's why I asked him what he's reading.
Thank you, Your Honor.
That would be 7 miles.
And the Norwood Airport, how far again is that, or how far away again is that between Norwood Airport and 34 Fairview Road?
1 mile.
Now, these measurements that you used in your analysis, are you familiar with how those measurements are taken or how they're done at each of those 3 locations?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jury sort of how those measurements are done or how those calculations or the data is collected?
Sure. Boston, again, is a first order station. It's equipped with automated equipment. It's called ASOS, Automated Surface Observing System, and it takes measurements of temperature, visibility, wind, humidity at very frequent intervals throughout the 24-hour day. It also collects precipitation, which isn't easy if you think of Logan Airport being out in the harbor and trying to collect every raindrop in that environment. But they have a very sophisticated rain gauge system that actually does a fairly good job of collecting precipitation. Moving on to Norwood Airport, very similar. It's not as high a caliber a station as Boston is in terms of the frequency of observations or the complete set of data. Blue Hill Observatory is a special case indeed. It had been manned for most of the day for many years. The former observer is still alive and well in Hingham, Bob Skilling. For the last several years, 10, 15 years or so, it was an ASOS system that I just mentioned, but in recent years that was cut back. So there are observers that are there and they take observations when they're there, and they take automated observations otherwise and take a record of that. But it's not on the, for instance, the FAA network, Federal Aviation Administration. Weather data, of course, is extremely critical to aviation, and they have a network of weather data. The Blue Hill Observatory currently is not on that network.
Now, how the data is collected or calculated at each of those respective facilities, is that how it's standardly collected within the industry?
Yes.
And is it a routine both in your practice and in your meteorological industry as a whole, relying on that type of data and the way it's collected?
Yes, there are standards established. I'm a member of the American Meteorological Society, the Professional Society of Meteorologists, and there are standards that are established on taking weather measurements.
Now, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gilman, Your Honor, may I remain here just a moment? Mr. Gilman, I'm handing you a series of, I believe, about 6-page documents. You recognize that?
Yes.
Back a little bit more so the jurors can see the witness, please.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that?
This is a local climatological data sheet for January 2022 for each day, and I believe there's, as I look through it, hourly reports of weather observations, especially for January 29th
at Norwood Airport. And this is published by the U.S. Department of Commerce, NOAA, the National Environmental Satellite Data and Information Service. And at least in part, is that the data that you were testifying about before, as far as the data that you relied upon in your study here? It's one element, that's right. And again, I put a lot of strength to this data because it is in such proximity to Canton, to the location we're concerned about. Now, the Commonwealth seeks to introduce and admit as the next exhibit.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 60.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I return what's now been marked as Exhibit 60 to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Gilman, starting with snow accumulation, during the period that you were looking at, what is it that you found? The snow began to accumulate during this winter storm. And by the way, I think I can use the term nor'easter, blizzard, bombogenesis, bomb cyclone, winter storm, all referring to the storm event of the 28th, mostly the 29th. The first snowfall began late in the evening on the 28th and continued into the 29th. Just starting with that snapshot of the evening of the 28th, how much snow accumulated on the 28th before turning the page to the 29th? Very little. Enough to track a cat, 0.2 of an inch. Now, with reference to the 29th, were you able to determine from that data sort of the hourly snowfall as it came down? Yes, as the hourly precipitation data, temperature, and other information was reported, I was able to analyze it each step of the way as the storm progressed. And from your analysis, sir, could you describe to the jury, sort of going bit by bit, what was that hourly snowfall for the 29th? As I said in the report, it's estimated that as it began, it was on the order of 0.3 of an inch an hour on the 29th until 1 o'clock, and it stayed in that light range. And anything under an inch an hour of accumulation is termed light snowfall. So that by 3 and 4 a.m. we were looking at 3, 4, 5/10 of an inch an hour. There started to be an increase more noticeable in the intensity by 5 a.m. with another inch, and then by 6 a.m. with another 1.2 inches. If I could stop you there just for one moment, Mr. Gilman. So from the time period from when the storm began on the 28th to the time period of 6 a.m. on the 29th, how much in total snowfall had accumulated at that point? I believe that was, if I do my arithmetic, 3.9 inches up to 6 a.m. And I'm sorry, sir, if you could continue now going forward from 6 a.m. on the 29th. Then we started getting into a more moderate snowfall, and again, that's an inch an hour more, so that by 7 o'clock was another inch and a half. By 8 o'clock, another inch, 1.1. And then by 9 and 10 o'clock, it was getting to be moderate to heavy snowfall based on the radar returns, the next-rad radar information, based on the visibility reduction, based on the amount of precipitation that was melted in the rain gauges, based on other reports from cooperative observers. So that's on the order of an inch and a half an hour of intensity, and that continued through the middle of the day, rapidly accumulating on the ground, and it accumulated at even 2 inches an hour by the early afternoon before it started to wind down in intensity, as these types of storms always do. By 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening, it was back down to light snowfall, ½ inch to 0.2 of an inch, and the snowfall accumulation had ended by 10 o'clock at night. If I could take you back just a little bit to right before it turns from the moderate inch and a half per hour to about the lighter snow. About how much snow had accumulated at that point, around 6 p.m. or so?
Around 6 p.m.?
Yes.
Well, again, I'm just going to do the arithmetic of subtracting the snowfall after 6 p.m., which was 1.3 inches from the total, which was 23.8. I'll do that arithmetic. 23.8 was the total snowfall, and 1.3, 22.5 inches.
So that's 22.5 inches, just short of 22, excuse me, just short of 22.5 inches by 6 p.m., is that correct?
That's correct.
And what was the total snow accumulation from the storm in its entirety again?
23.8 inches.
Okay, so just short of 2 feet, is that correct?
That's correct. The biggest snowstorm in January in our history.
Now, sir, have you prepared some visual aids to assist the jury with the snow accumulation?
Yes.
May I approach the witness again, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Gentleman, showing you 3 documents. Just ask you to look at those for a couple of you finish.
Yes, I've seen these, yeah.
And what do you recognize each of those 3 to be?
The first one is a storm warning report that was sent to our clients in this area regarding the upcoming snowfall, winter storm. And we began sending this type of report, as I said, 3 days prior. This was one of the last ones that was sent as the storm was getting underway in this area. So this was sent by my colleague, my partner Bill Guile, at 8 o'clock that Friday evening. And it's a detail of when the snow is going to start, when the first inch will be on the ground, the total snowfall, the duration of the storm, and what's going to happen after the storm, which is also critical for our clients to know how to clean it up and what kind of post-storm conditions as far as temperature and other things to consider. So that's the heading of the form. Then we get into this detailed 6-hour time block series. And of course that begins at 6 p.m. to midnight, since this was issued at 8 p.m. And we talk about the weather conditions and how much, if any, snowfall.
I don't mean to interject, but just you recognize what's on that, and that is a forecast that you sent out, correct?
Yes. Our company sent out. My partner, Bill Guile, actually sent it.
And the last 2 sheets that you have before you, what are those?
These are images taken from one of those 3 sets I talked about. The for a second. The data set from NOAA, the National Operational Hydrologic Remote Sensing Center, and it's a image of snow depth or snow on the ground at 2 times on January 29th. The first time is 1 a.m. and the second time is 7 a.m. And it's a map of Greater Boston down to the South Shore into northwestern Rhode Island.
Can I go, Sean?
Yes.
Almost introducing the minutes the next 3 exhibits.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Exhibit 61, 63, and 63.
And again, Your Honor, may I return those to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Gilman, what is the difference between a forecast versus a report of actual conditions or weather measurables?
As defined, a forecast is your best
estimate based on science and data available of how the future is going to play out in terms of weather, the amount of snowfall, the temperature, the observed data. And I often make the distinction between soup and sandwich. Weather and forecast always seem to go together, but there actually is weather, and that's separate from what the forecast is, and there's always some small distinction. Lately, we've been getting pretty good at getting accurate weather forecasting done, but it is the actual weather that's measured. How much snow is on the ground, how much snow fell, what the wind speed was during any given period, temperature, those kind of elements that actually occurred.
And, Your Honor, with the court's permission, may I publish to the jury on the screen a copy of the forecasting document?
Okay.
Ms. Gilman, if you could. Thank you. And Mr. Gilman, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have before you as the forecasting document that's now been marked as an exhibit?
Yes.
Okay. And if you could, directing the jury's attention from left to right as far as the columns go, if you could walk the jury through sort of what we're looking at in this particular aid.
Sure. So below the heading, I think I defined the heading just before, we have these 6-hour time periods. So the columns are the day, in this case today being Friday in this forecast, the weather, the amount in inches, that would be of snowfall, the temperature, that's the air temperature, and air temperature is taken 5 feet above the ground in a natural surrounding. The road temperature, also in Fahrenheit, and that is the surface ground temperature, which is very important to our clients. And then we have wind, both sustained and gusts. Below that, we have special notes to amplify our message. A lot of times people don't read everything, so we try to highlight what's important or add something that wouldn't be in one of those columns.
And as far as the air temperature is concerned, as far as it being recorded, does that incorporate wind chill into that temperature, or is that something else?
Wind chill is a calculated amount or figure of heat transfer based on how human beings react to temperature. So this is the actual temperature that would be measured on a thermometer.
Okay, thank you. And Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. And again, on the bottom portion of this aid, again, if you could walk the jury through what we're looking for and what we're looking at, and specifically if you could draw their attention to the snow accumulation that's forecast in this.
Certainly. The same applies to the columns. Now we're into the tomorrow. So since this was issued at 8 p.m. on Friday, tomorrow is Saturday. And we're going through each 6-hour period and how much snowfall could be expected. You see it starts with 3 or 4 inches and then ramps up as we get later in the morning to as much as 6 to 10 inches of snow. And you can calculate what that hourly rate might be based on the 6-hour period. We give that type of range because it's scientifically accurate. People really want to know every minute, every hour, and that's just not something that modern science can do. So we give this period to be as accurate as possible while still being extremely precise. 7 to 9 inches during the afternoon period, and then it winds down to 2 to 3 inches toward midnight.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, you can take that down. Now, Mr. Gilman, the snow accumulation, how is that measured as far as the measurements that you get from each of these 3 sites? How is that measured at those sites?
At Blue Hill Observatory, there's often an observer, a trained observer, making measurements. The standard is to use what we call a snowboard. And if any of the members of the jury do weather observing or no weather observers. You might be familiar. It's just like a piece of plywood, something that doesn't radiate like pavement would or a house would. Just something that would allow the snowfall to accumulate in a natural way, and then that's cleaned off every 3 hours, and those amounts are added throughout the duration of the snowfall event. So that's the way the observers at the Blue Hill Observatory literally have been doing that since 1885. When you come to Logan Airport, you don't have an observer right there. There was back in before the 70s, 80s, around that time period, before ASOS came into play. There were people that were in the weather office that would go out and make those measurements. Now they contract with an observer, and I'm not sure of the location right now or during this event in 2022. I believe it may be in Winthrop, but it's very nearby to Logan Airport, and this is a contracted observer that makes these measurements. At Norwood, there is no snowfall measurement made right at that location.
Now, you've used a term a couple times as far as heavy snow. What is, scientifically, what do you mean by heavy snow?
Heavy snow, again, can be defined in two ways. Either by the reduction in visibility or by the accumulation rate. So it's an intensity of snowfall. And in terms of visibility, it would be less than 1/4 of a mile. So something like 3/8 of a mile. That's when you get into the heavy snowfall range. Intensity, in terms of the way it accumulates, might be more familiar to most of us since we don't know what that visibility might or might not be, but it's 1.5 inches an hour or more. It's not something that you want to be driving in, or very hazardous and big impact on a lot of our activity.
Now, what is the scientific definition of whiteout conditions?
I don't know if there's a scientific explanation, but it's a good term that is used quite a bit, and it would be heavy snowfall. Again, snowfall can reduce visibility to near zero, even below 3/8 of a mile. You may be getting 2 inches of accumulation, 3 inches per hour. When you have a very convective, energetic storm, like a thunder snow event, a lot of upward motion in the atmosphere, you could get 4, even 5 inches of snowfall per hour, and that certainly would be termed whiteout. I think it has a lot to do with the fact that we drive a lot these days, that people are familiar with limitations to being able to drive a car. And if you're driving along, the windshields are going, wipers are going at maximum speed, and you just can't make out anything on the horizon or the car in front of you, you say, it's whiteout conditions. That's the way it's reported.
And did each of those, as far as heavy snow and whiteout conditions, occur in this storm?
Heavy snow definitely occurred in this storm. I've heard it referred to as whiteout conditions, and it's somewhat in the eye of the beholder, but I would say yes, whiteout conditions did occur.
Now, turning your attention, Mr. Gilman, now to the topic of visibility. Can you describe to the jury what your understanding of that term is as it applies to what you do?
Well, visibility is just the reduction of how far you can see based on some weather element, as long as we're talking about weather. So haze can reduce visibility, fog, different types of precipitation, smoke can reduce visibility in the atmosphere. But in terms of snowfall, the heavier the intensity of the snowfall, the lower the visibility.
And so from a meteorological standpoint, how is that measured?
Well, it's measured in miles, or 1/4 of a mile, which is the standard here in the United States. And you sometimes see it in 1/8 of a mile, but generally with these automated systems, it would be 3/4 of a mile or 1/2 a mile, or as the snow intensity lightened up quite a bit, it may go up to 7 miles. I've seen snow falling at 10, even 11-mile visibility, which you'd hardly notice if you were out. That's not much of a reduction in visibility, but it can come all the way down to near zero.
And what was the lowest, if you know, the lowest recorded measurement as far as visibility as it pertained to this storm?
I would base that on the Norwood Airport because it was, especially in this immediate area, and they do a good job of measuring visibility, and that came down to 1/4 of a mile at the airport. It certainly may have been lower than that at times, but was on the order of 1/4 to perhaps as low as 3/8 of a mile or 1/8 of a mile between observations.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to the topic of temperature. How is temperature measured in your analysis as far as the data that you have?
Temperature is measured with a thermometer, and there are different types. We depend heavily on electronic thermometers now that measure the amount of heat in the air, and we get a reading, and we generally use that reading as the air temperature.
Now, what is the difference between air temperature and road temperature?
Again, air temperature, the standard is the temperature of the atmosphere 5 feet above the ground in a well-ventilated natural surroundings. Road temperature or ground temperature is actually at the surface, so it's out beyond the atmosphere, right at the surface of the ground.
And what kind of tools are used or utilized to measure road temperature?
There are basically two ways. One way would be to put some kind of sensing device, a probe, in the surface, just below the surface. And the other way would be to use infrared radiation. So you'd mount a sensor on a pole, and that infrared wavelength measurement would give you a road temperature or surface temperature.
Now, you mentioned earlier in your testimony that road temperature in particular is important to your clients. Why is that?
And I've heard this so many times from our clients. You know, you can forecast or expect an inch of snowfall or 3 inches of snowfall. If it's going to melt because the road temperature is 34 degrees or 35 degrees Fahrenheit, they don't really want to do anything. You know, they don't want to put a lot of chemical down. They don't want to hire private contractors with plows. Whereas if it's going to accumulate, especially on the road surface, they need to be prepared. And there's so much demand now on having black pavement during winter storm events. There's so many automobiles on the roadways in this area that each of these municipalities is constantly under demand to make sure they do the best job they can. And in order to do that, they need to know what the road temperature is going to be or the ground temperature is going to be in order to best have snow and ice operations to meet those demands.
Now, is there a difference, or what is the difference in the changes to air temperature as opposed to the change in road temperature?
They're different substances, so they have a different pattern of temperature change. Air temperature changes much more quickly. And of course, when we're talking about temperature, we're talking about energy, the way the molecules in the atmosphere are moving. The faster they're moving, the higher the temperature, the more energy. So depending on what is causing that change in temperature, the atmosphere is going to react more slowly. The ground will react more slowly to the change. The atmosphere will react pretty quickly and much faster.
Now, in your analysis here, what time frame again were you using, or were you measuring the temperature across? Let me ask it this way. You started on January 26th through the 29th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And why is it specifically with temperature that you started on the 26th as opposed to anything else?
I was asked to start at the 26th, and I said that's a good way to go because it establishes a period of seasonal freezing ground. It typically happens in this climate in the midwinter that our ground freezes. So if you look a few days before, you get a good sense if that was the case. I mean, there have been winters, there have been months of January in recent years that we've reached 60, even 70 degrees, and nothing is going to be frozen during that time. This was not the case in late January of 2022. It was an unusually cold period, and it was important to record that.
Now, can you describe to the jury or lay out for the jury the temperature readings throughout that period of time that you analyzed?
Yes. I'll start with the 26th and just go without going through more than just a day high and low. A high of 28, a low of 12. On the 27th, the high was 27 and the low was just 9 degrees Fahrenheit. On the 28th, Friday, the high temperature reached 36 and the low was 22. And then on Saturday, the 29th, the high temperature was 29 and the low was down to 15.
Now, sir, if I could ask you specifically within that time period, a specific time period of approximately 1:30 a.m. on the 29th through 5 a.m. on the 29th, what does the data demonstrate with respect to the air temperature during that period?
From 1:30 to 5:30?
Yes, please.
On the 29th? All right, I'll consult this data from Norwood Airport if that's the way we should look at this. I would suggest to do that. And at 1:30, the temperature was 31. By 5:53 in the morning, it was down to 24 degrees.
During that time period, before that, is the temperature relatively stagnant during that time period of 1:30 to 5 a.m.?
Before that time?
During that time.
Oh, during the early part of the time. And again, this is right at Norwood Airport. It might have been a little bit colder in Canton. It certainly was colder at the Blue Hill Observatory, but I don't have a lot of that, so I'm using this.
Sure.
So based on this, it was pretty steady through around 2 in the morning. And then because of the nature of this type of storm, it's deepening rapidly. It's low pressure offshore. So the wind tends to back from the northeast to the north-northeast to the north. And that backing wind starts to draw our air rather than from the Gulf of Maine, the Atlantic Ocean, the harbor, more from northern New England and Quebec. So that's a tendency of all of these winter storms to tend to get colder as the storm intensifies. And that's what we see starting to happen as you get toward 2:30 in the morning, and especially 4:30, it's down to 28, 26, and then down to 24 degrees just before 6 in the morning.
And that temperature sort of fluctuation or lack thereof, is that consistent with what you would expect in this type of storm?
It's exactly what I would expect, and this is a classic winter nor'easter, and that temperature drop is part of that. Mm-hmm.
And lastly, sir, if I could just take you back to the road temperature you were talking about before. How would you describe the temperature readings generally from the 26th through the 29th as far as what type of temperatures were recorded during that time frame that you just testified about?
As I said, it's the coldest time of the year anyway in late January here in the Boston area around Canton, midwinter. And this particular year, 2022, it was colder than normal. So road temperatures were dropping much of the time. They may have come up a little bit during the course of the day, thanks to sunshine during the 26th and 27th. A little moderation in the temperature on the 28th, but for the most part, there was a frost in the ground, the soil was frozen, and the temperature was unusually cold at the middle of winter.
And what impact would that have on the hardness of the ground over that time period?
Well, again, the ground was frozen, the soil was frozen, and the surface of the ground was frozen. And it would have made the ground impenetrable, that hard, you know, as hard as too difficult. We wouldn't be able to dig in the ground.
Thank you very much, sir. I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Lessie.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Show Mr. Lally, please.
With regard to Mr. Lally and myself, we have agreed I'd like to address the court with a stipulation, and with regard to the document we stipulated into evidence, text matters.
Yes, Your Honor, may we approach this very briefly?
Okay.
A stipulation they want to enter some disputed weatherman data. Oh no.
Stipulation. Uh-oh.
Weatherman data.
What?
We don't got manipulation of the weather data too, do we?
Oh my! I don't see how.
Well, what they have to do, in my opinion, is dispute the ground hardness.
Right, that's what they're going to do for sure.
Our visibility was not that bad until 6 a.m. after they arrived on scene.
Mm-hmm.
The conditions did not worsen considerably until the following morning, nearly 6 a.m. So what they just did with that weatherman trying to establish the amount of snowfall, a couple of things. Visibility. Was there enough snowfall coming down around the time this occurred that nobody would have seen anything? Amount of snowfall. Was there enough coming down during this time to cover a full-grown man body laying in the snow? Now we're onto the ground. That is the whole point of this man's testimony. He's not here to sell a narrative. He's just literally giving you data from the weather. He's a sweet old man, right? We all like this little weather dude. At least I do. But so we can't really come at him for bringing the fucking weather, right? But what they're trying to say, what the prosecution is trying to allude to, is super cold, horrible conditions, hard ground, couldn't see shit. Defense is like, not so fast.
Yeah, they're trying to say, couldn't see shit. How did she know where he was? Yeah.
Exactly. And that's why none of the other witnesses saw him. Nagel, Julie, all of these people who did not see John O'Keefe. Why? Because he was covered up with all that snowfall really rapidly.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gilman, and congratulations on your career up to this point.
Thank you. Good afternoon, almost.
Pardon me?
Good afternoon, almost.
I have some questions for you, if I could, please. You covered a bunch of topics on your direct examination, and I wanted to confirm some of them. As a meteorologist, you indicated that you look at a variety of areas under the larger umbrella of weather, correct?
Correct.
And one of those areas is snow accumulation?
Correct.
Another area is visibility, correct?
Correct.
Do you have a general understanding about what this case is about? Let me ask it this way. As regards weather conditions, are you familiar with an address of 34 Fairview Road in Canton, New York?
Yes.
And have you ever been to 34 Fairview, Canton, New York?
Not New York. This is we're in Massachusetts.
I'm sorry, Massachusetts,
okay.
sir?
Yes. I've been in many parts of Canton. I don't believe I've ever been to 34 Fairview.
Are you generally familiar with that area?
Yes.
And you've mentioned the Norwood Airport on your direct testimony, correct?
Yes.
And is the general area of Fairview, is that in close proximity to the Norwood Airport?
I mentioned it's a mile away.
Right, so it's fairly close, right?
A mile.
Right, so you would expect that the readings you talked about on your direct examination would have a direct bearing and relevance to the 34 Fairview Road in Canton, is that correct?
Yes, relevance, yes.
Yes. So what I would like to do is to draw your attention to the exhibit that was just marked, if Your Honor, we have that May I approach, please?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Gilman, this is Exhibit 64. If I could hand that to you, please.
Thank you.
And you can keep that in front of you. If we could publish. Excuse me, Your Honor, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. If you can enlarge just, no, not the whole thing, just the chart up above, and make that as large as you could for the jury, please. That is very good. Thank you. You see where we are. And Mr. Goodman, you can either look on the screen or look on the document, whichever is best for you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's start with the top, which is estimated hourly snowfall ending at. This is for January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And what does not appear on this chart, but I want to make sure I can get this as accurate as possible, would it be appropriate to, before 1 a.m., to add a 0.2 for what you mentioned on direct for midnight? You mentioned there was a little bit starting, and there was a 0.2. Is that correct? Did I hear that correct?
If you want to get the total for the snowfall event, yes.
Okay, so we'll just have, if you will, an imaginary 0.2 up at the top. And what I'm going to do, sir, is I'm going to go through the hourly snowfall, because there are times that you have on your chart that are relevant in this matter. So let's start with, and just do it chronologically by time. And what I'm going to ask you to do is to do a little bit of math as we go through. If you need a calculator, I think it's going to be fairly straightforward math for someone with your skills.
Welcome,
but
Enraged.
take your time when we get through it. So we start at midnight, and you mentioned the concept of visibility on your direct examination, correct?
Yes.
And I believe you said on your direct examination that at midnight there was, quote, very little snow precipitation. Is that correct?
I believe I said there was very little snow on the ground.
Very little snow on the ground, and I think you used the phrase track a cat?
Enough to track a cat, exactly.
Right. And so enough to track a cat, but a fairly small amount, correct?
I don't know how to define it any better than enough to track a cat.
Very good, sir. I'll go with track a cat.
That's as small as amount as you can get. And again, that would be on a natural surface, not necessarily on pavement.
Right. And what would the variation be, if at all, on pavement?
Oh, a lot of factors would come into play. Most importantly, since this was a forecasted storm event, the town may have pre-treated the road. That lowers the freezing point of the precipitation. So it would, even if it was 25 degrees, it might be melting on the road.
So in terms of the factor you just talked about, for example, pre-treatment, that could cause the accumulation, the numbers here to be lower than what we're seeing on the chart, correct?
Definitely, correct.
But there's not a scenario where it could be higher, is it, at this point?
Well, there are places, especially with this kind of wind and dry, fluffy snow, that you would have drifting.
Right, but with just 0.2 inches on the ground, would you expect drifting?
No,
okay.
Absolutely not. Not unless I was a very small animal.
I was going to say, tracking a cat wouldn't seem to work very well if you've only got drifting with 0.2.
I thought you were asking about the larger numbers.
No, sir. Good point. What I'd like to do is to just concentrate on the beginning here, and midnight and 1 a.m., and then we'll progress down through, okay? I want to snapshot it, if you will, starting at the very beginning. So we then move to 1 a.m., which is 0.3 inches, correct?
Correct.
Now, if you add, and it seems like to be most accurate, to each number here, we would add a 0.2 to get the total, correct?
Correct.
So if we go to 1 a.m. on January 29, 2022, we've only got 0.5 inches of snow per this chart, correct?
Total so far, yes.
And that could, on the road, that could be less because of municipal pre-treatment. If they pre-treated for the storm, they could have put some chemicals down. that would have caused a melt and therefore less. That's a possibility.
That's one factor. Another factor would just be the road may be warmer for a number of reasons.
So that could be another reason why it might be less, another factor.
Absolutely.
Okay, so now let's go to, I want to go between 1 and 2 a.m. Let's assume a time of 1:45 a.m. on January 29, 2022. Is it correct that the accumulation would be less than 0.8 inches at that point, according to your chart?
By 2 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Therefore, correct.
Therefore, by 1:45, it would be less than 0.8, yes.
Right, so...
Or equal to, if yeah.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you,
Less
sir.
than or equal to.
Right, so you used 2 a.m., right, which would mean that it was 0.8, correct?
Correct.
And then if you work back 15 minutes at 1:45 a.m., it would be less than 0.8, correct?
If it was still snowing in those 15 minutes. Yes.
Right. So, but I just want to focus on the number. At 1:45 a.m., it's less than 0.8 inches, correct?
It's less than 0.8 inches.
Yes.
Okay.
Right. Alrighty. So, and that is, to state it another way, is it correct to say it's just 0.8 of an inch? Is that correct?
0.8 is 0.8 of an inch.
Right.
Yes.
Another way to say it. So, in terms of the time now, and this may get a little more complicated, sir, but if you take just the time between 1 a.m. and 1 a.m. and 2 a.m. So you've got 0.8. You would have under at 1:45. Is it correct you would have only 0.35 inches accumulated of the 0.8? You follow my math, sir?
I'm not sure what I follow in that sentence. Did you ask me how much snow fell between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m.?
That's another way of asking the question.
Okay, between 1 a.m. and 2 a.m., 0.3 of an inch is the estimated snowfall.
Right, very well. And so what I'd like to do now is to move down the chart to 3 a.m. How much snow has fallen or accumulated between 12 a.m. and 3 a.m.?
It would be 1 inch.
Right, and is an inch, and you're in the measurement business, about the size of a thumbnail?
Yeah, I actually use the knuckle on my thumb to the end of my thumb as an inch.
Right, so from the knuckle of one's thumb to the end of the thumb is 1 inch. Right. And under your terminology on direct, you had used the term very little. Would you consider from the knuckle to the top of the thumb very little snow?
It definitely would require a comparison. 1 inch of snow has caused tremendous problems for people.
Right.
So I would not call it, just by the fact of 1 inch of snowfall, I would never say it's very little.
No, sir, I'm sorry, maybe my question wasn't clear. I'm not talking about effects of 1 inch. I'm just talking a measurement of 1 inch on a measurement scale. Would you still consider that your phrase, track a cat, or would you be out of the track a cat?
We'd be out of the track a
All
cat
right.
stage.
Got it. So, but again, the 1 inch being from the knuckle to the top of the thumb.
Yes.
Let's now go all the way down to about Another time is 3:30 a.m., which we're going to focus on now, 3:30 a.m. How much snow had accumulated by 3:30 a.m.?
Well, we're going to have that inch we just talked about at length, and we're going to add the 2/10 from the previous day, the last few hours of the 28th, so we have 1.2. And now we're going to add another half an inch by 4 a.m., so somewhere less than 1.7 inches, less than or equal to.
Wouldn't the number at 3:30 be 0.85 inches?
You're including the snowfall from the previous day, the 2/10 of an inch?
Yes.
No.
What would it be?
As I said, there's 1.2 inches up to 3 a.m., and then we're adding some amount before 4 a.m. Unknown how that was distributed within that hour, but something like 1.7 equal or less than total.
How about the accumulation between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m.? How much accumulation for that time period?
Between 1 a.m. and 3 a.m. So we have 3/10 of an inch up to 2 and another 4/10 of an inch, to a total of 0.7.
So between 1 and 3 a.m., there's only an accumulation of 0.7, correct?
Correct.
Inches.
Correct.
You had spoken a lot on your direct testimony about the magnitude of the storm, a variety of other measurements. But what I wanted to draw really a line at 6 a.m., which you said was an accumulation of 3.9. What I want to do is to now move on to from 7 a.m. on January 29th until noontime. And you can check my math, sir, but I get 12.5 inches total as of noon on January 29th.
I can do the arithmetic if it sounds about right. 8.6 inches fell up until noon, starting at 6 in that time period, which is about the amount we forecast. And did you ask about the total going back to the night before? Or?
Yeah, the total starting at midnight.
Starting at midnight.
Right, going until noon, so it's a 12-hour period of the same day, January 29th.
My quick calculation is 12.3 inches.
Right, and then you'd add the 0.2 from midnight?
Previous to midnight, yes.
Right, so 12.3 is what shows with all those numbers, but then you have to add the 0.2 from midnight, which would get you to 12.5, correct?
Exactly, yep.
Good. So just to summarize the first column there, all the way down from 1 a.m. to 12 p.m. At 6 a.m. we've got 3.9 inches, and then moving down to 12 p.m. we're at 12.5 inches, correct?
I believe so.
Sir, tell me when you're ready.
Yes, yes.
So we're in alignment with those two numbers, 3.9 inches as of 6 a.m., 12.5 inches as of 12 p.m. on January 29th, correct?
Yes. Yeah, I'm sorry if I wasn't sure if you wanted me to do all the arithmetic again, but I did do that, and yes.
Okay, good. Thank you. I appreciate you doing that. You talked about the concept of visibility on your direct examination. In terms of visibility, did I hear you correctly that there's a correlation between the amount of snow coming down and visibility?
The intensity of the snowfall, so the amount over time and visibility, right?
Right. So the intensity or amount over time. How would you describe visibility from 12 midnight or 12 a.m. on January 29th until 1 a.m., that 1 hour period? How would you describe visibility?
I really don't know exactly. I can look at the report from Norwood Airport. They measure the visibility.
Could you do that, sir? Would that be easy enough for you to do?
Do you need a light, Mr. Gilman? Do you need lights on?
If we're going to do more than one, I would, but let's see if I can. Thank you, Your Honor. And we were asked about 1 a.m., is that?
Yes, visibility at 1 a.m.
Okay. Visibility reported at 1 a.m. was 1.2 miles in light snow.
And what does that mean, a visibility of 1.2 miles?
1.25 miles, 1.25 miles. That means that anything that was more than 1.25 miles away from the observer would be hidden by the snowfall. You wouldn't be able to see it.
And what does it mean if it were the visibility was less than 1.25 miles?
And as the visibility lowers, you can your ability to see objects in the distance is reduced.
So assume, sir, that somebody is 30 feet away from an object they want to see, and the visibility is 1.25 miles. Would they be able to see that object based upon your experience with visibility and your your career in that area?
All other things being equal, yes.
Right. So would it be fair to say visibility would be good from 30 feet if it's a 1.25 mile and beyond?
Can you answer that, Mr. Gilman?
Can I further explain to the jury about visibility? Thank you. A term like good for visibility would generally apply more toward 8 miles, 10 miles as good visibility. So it's hard to say that anything under 3 miles. For instance, we go from calling visibility reduction in haze to fog. Once it's really the same atmospheric phenomenon, but once you get below 3 miles, we call it fog or dense fog. So anything below that, when you reduce visibility by fog, haze, snow below 3 miles, it's hard to call it good visibility.
But if something is at 1.25 miles, there's visibility, correct?
Of 1.25 miles, yes.
There is visibility.
And again, if I could explain for the jury, a lot of this is developed for aviation.
Right.
And if you're a pilot or you think about what a pilot needs to go through, that's where these terms come from.
I understand, sir, but you are in the weather forecasting business, correct?
I sure am, yes.
And you, and weathercasters, we all here on TV talk about visibility on their forecast, correct?
Correct.
And they're not talking just to pilots, right? They're talking to people who are going to drive, people who are going to walk, is that correct?
And it is a challenge to communicate that, yes.
But sir, my question is, when someone, a weathercaster, weather person is talking about visibility, the main target audience are for people who are going to be driving or walking, correct? There's not pilots that they're giving.
Well, I don't know, but I would never expect, and I do broadcast meteorology, a broadcast meteorologist to say visibility was good if it was less than 1.5 miles.
Yeah, sir, I appreciate that, but my question's not, I've left whether it's good or not. I'm talking about the purpose of weathercasters speaking about visibility.
Yes.
You had indicated in your earlier answer you had tethered it to pilots, but there's also an application of the visibility concept for the rest of us in the world who drive and walk, correct?
Yes,
Isn't it useful for that?
Absolutely. I'm trying to answer your question about whether the visibility was good.
Right, but I'm not asking that question anymore. My question is just,
I only know what you asked me.
All right. I'll try it a different way. Visibility is a concept that is used by weathercasters to assist people who are going to be walking or driving. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Thank you. So now let's go on to the concept of temperature. You mentioned the concept of wind chill on your direct examination. You recall that, sir?
I was asked about it, yes.
Yes. Does wind chill have a relationship to temperature, and if so, what is it?
It does have a relationship to temperature. It's a complex function that was developed by the U.S. Air Force in the 50s to help produce cold weather gear. And it was determined that wind had a major impact on our military in terms of what type of gear they needed, in addition to how low the temperature was. So it's a measurement of temperature to begin with, and then there's a complex function applied based on the wind speed to come up with how that air temperature, how that air is going to impact the human body.
So is it fair to say that if you have a temperature, and what I wanted to do is to go to the temperatures that you gave on your direct examination, is it accurate to state that, for example, on January 29th, I believe I heard you say there was a high of 29 and a low of 15. Is that correct, sir?
Yes, that was my report based on all those three locations, yes.
And you had also testified about wind speed and wind gusts as well. And can you state, if you have it in your notes?
I do, yes. It was in the report, yep.
Yep, and what was the wind speed? Average and then high gusts?
Sure. 23 miles an hour with frequent gusts of 47 miles an hour.
So what does your number 23, how does that affect temperatures of 29 and 15?
It makes that air feel much colder. So that air, that 20-degree air, did you say 20 and
29, sir, and 15 were the numbers you had given?
That range for that day, sure.
Yeah.
So it makes that air temperature feel colder, and it allows that air to take heat out of your body more efficiently and more rapidly. So it feels much colder, and we can calculate roughly how it would feel if there was no wind at all.
And sir, thank you. You've gotten right to my next point, and I only have a few more questions left for you. So if you have the highest temperature on the 29th of 29, January 29, 2022, do you know what the wind chill factor would do in terms of a calculation number to bring that 29 number down? Do you know what that number would result in applying the most conservative wind speed of 23?
I wasn't asked to calculate that, no.
Would it be less than 0? Just an estimate.
Based on the 29 temperature?
Based on the 29.
No.
Would it
I don't believe so.
Would it be in the teens?
Yes.
So the 29 would be in the teens, and then for the low of 15, approximately what number might that get down to?
Again, depending on the wind, if you looked at 5 miles an hour, it wasn't that wind all day, and that 15-degree might not have been corresponding to any wind at all.
Just using your average that you used on direct of 23.
The average wind, again, made it feel much colder, bitterly cold, extremely cold when you were out in the highest wind at the lowest temperature. So it may have felt like 0 to even 10 below 0 at the lowest temperature and the highest wind gusts.
So if I got that correct, so 15 was the lowest temperature you gave in direct on January 29th, and you state that it would be, with the wind chill using about an average of 23, would be 0 or maybe minus 10. Is that the number correct?
Again, I'm just guessing. I didn't do the calculation. I wasn't asked to do the calculation. But based on my experience of reporting in this area for 45 years, I basically get the idea of what it's like when the temperature is that low and the wind is that high. Yeah.
Right. And if we could please have the chart published back up, please. You can keep the lights on. You just make it larger. I want to make sure Mr. Gilman has some facile with his notes. Okay. So is it correct to say that if the total accumulation for the storm was 23.8 inches, that the vast majority of that accumulation came well after 6 a.m.?
Yes.
And as of 6 a.m., we've only got 3.9 inches compared to what the storm ended up at about 23.8. And then importantly, from midnight on January 29th until 3 a.m., we've got just 1.2 inches, correct?
Exactly.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Please bear with me a moment, Mr. Gilman.
Thank you, sir. I'm taking notes. Okay, we've established a couple of things. I hope the jury is really paying attention to the key important parts of this testimony that matter. Because there's some parts of this that absolutely matter. Right now, he's trying to establish this man can't determine how hard and how frozen that ground really was.
Thank you for answering my questions, Mr. Gilman.
You're welcome.
Anything else, Mr. Lally? Okay.
That's what I thought. We've heard all we need to know. Semi-frozen ground, possibly completely. Doesn't matter. Visibility.
Mr. Gilman.
We can try to dispute all that now.
You were asked about the snowfall between 12 a.m. and 1 a.m. How much snow again was there during that time frame?
During that time frame, about 3/10 of an inch.
Okay. And during that time frame was probably the least amount of snow that was on the ground during the course of the storm, correct?
During that hour or two previous, there was really, in fact, I have this chart I showed, the graph, the map. It just showed a trace of 0. There was less than an inch on the ground. And we measure snow on the ground in whole numbers, so it would either be 1 inch or 0.
And so that would be during what you've characterized as the track-a-cat stage, correct?
Yes.
And so it's during that track-a-cat stage that there's the least amount of snow between the frozen ground and anything that may come down on top of it, correct?
Yes.
Now, quickly as it applies to visibility. When you were asked about visibility in 30 feet, you said all other things being equal. What are some of the things that would make it unequal?
A car in front of you, a building in front of you, a person, anything other than weather, and there are other types of weather that can lower the visibility besides snowfall, including fog.
So darkness, as far as nightfall versus daytime, that would have a negative impact on your visibility?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
What about lighting? How would lighting impact the visibility of an object?
I really can't say that. Lighting, obviously, you need some light to see anything. That's really all I could say.
And lastly, sir, as far as wind chill is concerned, again, could you explain to the jury exactly what is wind chill? What is it measuring?
Again, it was developed for the military in the 50s to help design. It was actually done here at the Natick Labs here in Massachusetts to help design cold weather gear because prior to that time, during World War II, the Korean War, unfortunately, especially Air Force aviators were suffering. They had clothing that might have been adequate for the temperature, but because of the wind, they suffered frostbite and other ill effects. And so research was done, and the result of that was a wind chill temperature, the way it would feel to the human body based on the wind on a certain temperature.
And so the wind chill is measuring the impact of how a person experiences the air temperature, correct?
Exactly.
Exactly.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you. What's that got to do with it? The man on the ground was deceased. He couldn't feel the wind chill. That's a
You're
human
welcome. Thank you.
experience. Yeah, that ambient temperature.
Do you have any?
Not for lunch. Oh, I've got shit to say.
I have relinquished them to this nice young
Oh,
lady.
gosh. They're going to try to get another witness before lunch? Holy shit.
Next witness.
Thank you. The Commonwealth recalls Nick Garino.
Uh-oh.
Your Honor, will
Recall.
inform this will be the last recall for Mr. Garino.
Thank you.
What's he got to say about this? Interesting.
You solemnly swear the evidence you give in the court and jury that you tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. I do.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Again, if you need to stand at anything.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. May I proceed?
Yes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Last time you appeared, there were a number of extraction reports that we introduced into evidence. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And just remind us briefly what an extraction report is.
It's the information from the cell phones that I pull up via cell phone.
All right, so I'm just going to ask that this witness identify himself.
My apologies, Your Honor. Could you please, again, introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
I'm Trooper Nicholas Garino, G-U-A-R-I-N-O.
You would explain what an extraction report is.
Yes, it's the information in the cell phones. We can create PDFs or portable cases from information, whatever is specified.
An extraction report, can it be general or more narrow?
Yes, it can be.
I want to introduce a few more extraction reports that we didn't get to last time.
Okay.
In this case, did you use Mr. O'Keefe's phone to create an extraction report that included all of his calls from the 28th and the 29th of January 2022?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And your document, do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It's John O'Keefe's call logs from everyone from the 29th to the 28th. Right.
I move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 65.
Did you create an extraction report that included a text message between the defendant and Jennifer McCabe?
Yes, I did.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
And in your document, do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, it's the text chain from the defendant to Jen McCabe.
I move this into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. 66.
One moment. Thank you. with the court's permission, could Mr. Garino read this to the jury?
Okay.
Could you kindly read that and explain it to the jury?
With all the information on it?
Yes.
This is from the defendant to Jen McCabe, 7:26:52 a.m. on the 29th. It says, can you send me Kerry's number?
Thank you. Did you further create an extract?
Mr. Brennan, in terms of that reading of the document, you just have to check on
To Jen from John, send me Carrie's number?
No problem.
Huh? Well, he should have it already. His kid goes over there all the time.
Yes.
Can you review that again?
Yes.
And do you see who that's from? And who it's to?
I'm sorry, it's from Jen McCabe to the defendant.
And what does it say?
Can you send me Kerry's number?
What time and date?
That is 7:26:52 a.m. on April 29th, 2022.
Thank you. Did you do a further extraction report from John O'Keefe's phone with text messages between him and a person named Kaylee?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
You recognize that?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the text chain between John O'Keefe and Kaylee.
The date?
It goes, sorry, it's kind of faded. January 28th, 2022 to January 29th, 2022.
Thank you. I'd move this into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Exhibit 67.
Okay, Trooper Garino, we're done with extraction reports.
Okay.
Did you have an opportunity to obtain phone messages, phone calls, and text messages between the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe?
Hold on. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Garino, did you have an opportunity to obtain phone calls, voice messages, and text messages from the defendant to Mr. O'Keefe's phone on the evening of January 29th, 2022?
Yes, I was.
Where did you get the phone call records from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the voicemails from?
Also from John O'Keefe's phone.
Where did you get the text messages from?
From John O'Keefe's phone.
Did you have an opportunity to take those phone calls, the voice messages, and the text messages and put them in a chronological order?
Yes, I did.
Did you include all of the phone calls, all the text messages, and all of the voicemails?
Between John O'Keefe and the defendant, yes.
Did you create a PowerPoint to put them in a chronological order?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Show Mr. Leslie.
Sorry. Showing you a binder, sir. Could you open it up? Tell us what this is.
Yes, this is the phone calls and text messages between the defendant and John O'Keefe, as well as the voicemails. Well,
Is there a package in the front of that binder?
yes, there is.
And what is that package?
It says defendant's voicemails and on 1/29/2022. The USB thumb drive that should have those files on.
Your Honor, I move this binder as the next exhibit. It would include both the PowerPoint presentation as well as a clip of the phone calls.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Should, yes. Do you need the thumb drives?
I don't.
Okay.
Mark this, please.
Exhibit 68. Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, I would ask that Trooper Greeno take us through the PowerPoint presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Is it okay to begin? Okay.
Please.
So these are the phone calls on the 29th. So at 12:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. That phone call is not answered. 12:34:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:34:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:35:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 12:35:35, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:36:09 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered.
Trooper Greeno, let me stop you there for a second.
Mm-hmm.
Did you look into any internet connection between the defendant's phone and the router and the internet connection at Meadows Ave, John O'Keefe's home that night?
Yes. At 12:36:39 a.m., the defendant's phone auto connects to the Wi-Fi HATSFAM 123.
Are you familiar with the router at Mr. O'Keefe's home?
I have not done a look at it in person, but that's the known network that's listed under it. There's two, HATSFAM 123 and O'Keefe 74.
Did you learn the range that a connection must be in order to connect to his router?
Yes, so depending on the router, it's either a 2.4 gigahertz or 5 gigahertz radio band or signal band, I should say. Depending on which one it's connecting to, which band, it's either 150-foot indoor range or up to 300 feet outdoor. So again, when you pull into your home, sometimes you can still be connected to your home Wi-Fi in the driveway.
And again, can you give us the time of the connection between the defendant's phone and Mr. O'Keefe's router at Meadows Ave that night?
Yes, 12:36:39 a.m.
Please continue.
At 12:36:40 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:37:08 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 1 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman, would you kindly play the voicemail for 12:37:08?
At 12:38:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:03 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:39:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 12:41:35 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 2 is left. Some beeping noises, appears to be a butt dial or accidental call.
Ms. Gilman, could you play the voice message at 12:41:35?
The defendant then texts John O'Keefe At 12:55:31 a.m. on the 29th, I'm going home. Defendant text John O'Keefe, sorry, see you later at 12:55:50 a.m. on the 29th. At 12:58:19 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:58:47 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 12:59:24 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 3 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm here with your fucking kids. And nobody knows what the fuck you are, you fucking pervert.
At 1 a.m. 26 seconds, the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1 a.m. 49 seconds, the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 4 is left. It's 1 second called, no sound.
Ms. Gilman.
That was it. The defendant texts John O'Keefe, your kids are cucking alone at 1:02 a.m. on the 29th. Defendant texts John O'Keefe, I'm back in Mansfield, the kids are home alone, 1:04:14 a.m. on the 29th. At 1:10:17 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 5 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
Yeah, it's 1 in the morning. I'm with your fucking niece and nephew. You fucking pervert. You're a fucking pervert.
At 1:10:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. At 1:12:18 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:12:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:13:13 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. Sorry. At 1:14:11 a.m., the defendant calls John. It's not answered. 1:14:44 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 1:16:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 1:17:37 a.m., the defendant calls John. So when voicemail 6 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
John, I'm going home. I cannot babysit your niece. I need to go home. You are fucking using me right now. You're fucking another girl. Kim's sleeping next to me. You're a fucking loser. Fuck yourself.
At 1:18:38 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. At 4:38:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:38:49 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:39:39 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:40:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:05 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:42:54 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 4:45:10 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:04:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:21:58 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:23:26 a.m., the defendant calls John. Voicemail number 7 is left with voice.
Ms. Gilman.
At 5:24:27 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:25:28 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:26:14 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:16 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:28:43 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:29:46 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:15 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:30:52 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:31:21 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 5:36:29 a.m., the defendant calls John. Not answered. 6:03:02 a.m., the defendant calls John, and voicemail number 8 is left with some voice and noise and background.
Ms. Gilman, could you play that, please?
Yes, I need someone to be 34 beautiful Vietnam with a handcuff notice now. Yeah. Okay, I know. Where's the blanket? I don't see the blanket, Terry. Yes, I need something.
If we have the lights on, please. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Alessi, does this seem like a good time to take the lunch and recess?
Does, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so folks, we will take a 45-minute lunch and recess.
Oh my
All right, please. Jurors, close your notebooks and follow me.
My goodness, my goodness.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. I was getting bored. I had to go look at the Amazon at something. Goodness. So they're on a 45-minute lunch break, guys. We were going to go take lunch with Joe, but he's going to come take an afternoon live now, I believe. So we'll just roll with it. If you guys need to step away for a little bit, go grab some lunch, get up, stretch your legs. I think I need some coffee. I made my way to the kitchen around 10 a.m. and I prepped my lunch last night, mostly. So yeah, I took off in there a little while ago and got my food and ate.
Yeah, lunch sounds good.
Doesn't it? By 10 a.m. I'm usually ready to eat something because I know I'll be hangry through lunch, and I'm usually up by 6 at the latest. So I'm usually ready to eat by 10. I'm done with everything, and I'm sitting here going, now I'm hungry. So yeah, the weatherman was adorable, but he failed to prove the ground was so frozen it would have caused enough head trauma to kill a man. He failed to prove, because he didn't lie about anything. There's nothing wrong with his testimony at all. But the visibility, according to his calculations, according to the reports that came in that I wrote down, between the time this occurred and the time the body was discovered, wasn't that much snowfall. The temperatures hadn't fallen to the worst conditions yet. That all came after daylight. So how come none of the witnesses who see the car, Karen's car, in the front of the home, Nagel and McCabe, they never see John O'Keefe? Julie Nagel never sees John O'Keefe. Visibility wasn't that bad, according to the meteorologist. So if Hank thinks he's establishing, it was so cold, the ground was frozen solid. Hell frozeth over. And it was such bad visibility would explain why they can't see this man in the snow. But here, let me ask you this, mister. Since conditions were so bad around that time frame, how did Karen get from the scene to John's so quickly? You just reiterated what time her phone connected to his Wi-Fi. What exactly was that time you said again? We've heard it about a dozen times now.
12:36.
12:36. Thank you, Firefly. 12:36. KarenRead is in John's home, whether she's in the car. My phone will connect to the Wi-Fi when I pull up in the driveway. If my son is in the house and I take his truck to go to the store, I get in, I crank it up. Guess what? I'm listening to his phone. If he makes a phone call or his talking to, I'm like, dude, turn your shit off. I can hear you and your girlfriend. He's like, what? But anyway, it doesn't matter if she connected in the driveway, in the garage, or in the home. She was still at that man's house, right? At 12:36.
Yep.
Ryan Nagel says that he arrived right behind KarenRead at 38 Fairview around 12:20ish, between that and 12:30, basically. Okay, so she's there by 12:30. If we just go by his one timeline, there's a couple others to look at that put her there around 12:30. 6 minutes later, she's touching this man's not just touching his Wi-Fi, all up in his Wi-Fi shit. Cozy in the house. We heard her walk into the house from the garage. You could hear her shoes clicking across the pavement or the concrete of the floor of the garage. 6 minutes is enough time. You can get there that quick with visibility that bad. Right? Lots of snowfall, coming down hard. No, I don't buy that. You'd have to drive really slow, right? So if it would normally take about 6 minutes or so to get from Fairview to John's, then why would it take her the same amount of time in conditions where you can't see anything? So anyway, he failed to establish that the ground was frozen enough to cause an injury. He actually didn't even try to drive that part home good enough, not saying the prosecution needs to drive it home, but he could have done a better job if he wants me to believe that man's head. I think they're conflicted. Did he hit 6-inch berm, or did he hit the solid frozen ground? You know what I mean? They don't know which one it was. They're giving you the two possibilities. Ground was frozen solid, sheet of ice, block of ice, basically. Dude, that happened the other day, remember?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm like, what is that noise? What's happening? Like,
Is that Jesse? Is that Jesse again?
I don't know what it was. I was about to run. Yeah, so they failed to prove visibility was so poor nobody could see. They failed to prove the ground was so frozen that would have caused a head injury to that extent. That's basically it. We got a wind chill lesson, which I already knew that. We have that here all the time. The feels like temperature is in the wind chill in the winter, and in the summer we get the feels like is our humidity feels like. It reverses in the summer. Our feels like becomes our humidity feel, not our wind chill feel. Those are vastly different at times, aren't they? All right, so who else did we have this morning? They brought cell phone. Okay, let's talk about cell phone guy here for a second. So that was my first time hearing those particular messages, the voicemails. Hadn't heard them yet. I haven't wanted to hear them yet. I knew that there was some out there and all that stuff. I knew they weren't good, but I was like, I'll hear them. I'll just let them play out in court. So they just played some, and I'm like, doesn't sound like a woman who knows she just committed murder.
Exactly. And if she knew, why would she leave those messages? That's dumb.
Right? Making yourself look a little bit worse. Why not pretend you love him? Are you, honey, I'm worried. Are you okay? You're not home yet. Are you broke down? Are you broke down? Did you slide off the road into a ditch? Do I need to, what's going on?
No, she sounded like she didn't know where he was. I dropped you off at this party. You're supposed to come right back out, and you stayed. Yeah, she's bad.
She sounds pissed.
Yeah.
That woman is accusing him of fucking everybody in town. I'm not even going to sugarcoat it for KarenRead. None of that makes her guilty of running this man over in cold blood. But if I was the defense, I'd want that kept out just because it's easier to deal with out of court. But they let it in. Let it show that she's so mad. It doesn't make sense for her to mow him down and then try to cover up what she just did by calling his phone repeatedly, making it look good. I don't know where he's at. She wouldn't have left those messages like that. She'd have left a different type of message.
I wouldn't think so, but yeah, there are plenty who think, oh, see, she's guilty.
I don't, yeah, well, they're the same people who want to scream she's innocent without actually knowing any facts of the case.
Or think that because she said, I hit him, that's like,
I gotta weed. Yeah, well, I've also got to weed through the guilty by social media people. Guilty through what I've heard people. Because I can't base it on that.
No.
If I do that, Koberger's innocent. Oh, they're all innocent. And we don't know that. So I'm trying not to base. That's why I didn't watch a lot of that other stuff. I watch more of it now for comparison, right? For my own research type stuff. And I'll explore stuff here with you guys. But I didn't want to be swayed or if that makes sense, because it got so deep with this particular case. And I already seen 2 cases prior to KarenRead where social media just wasn't jiving good for me. Idaho and Delphi. I'm a mom. I haven't been silent about it. Y'all know how I feel. So this one made me be real cautious, super cautious. So I've tried to avoid making my decision on KarenRead based on what I see and hear on social media. Because I would be absolutely, this woman's innocent of every fucking thing in the world. But she's not. And I'm not afraid to say she's not. She was drinking that night heavily. She was in a very toxic relationship with a man who I think was using her. I don't know why women do that, but I'll ask her later. I'd love to have a talk with her about that part of it. Why didn't you just walk away, baby? Is it that important to have a man in your life good
telling
looking.
you, some people
I
cannot
can't help
live
Joe
without being in
Good.
a relationship. They just want to be in a relationship. There's a
Oh,
lot
I
of
know. It's obvious. That's
Mhm.
that's my whole thing with society. I'm the opposite of that. I don't want that, right? And I have to remind myself I'm the rare person in the room because the majority absolutely wants that and has every right to freaking want it. Go be happy. Go be married 30, 40, 50, 60 years. Yay. It's not what I want. So, but there's a lot of people out there who at all cost will do whatever they takes to maintain that relationship. What? So they failed to, I don't get that whole thing was weird because there's no way that woman's going to be sitting there cussing that man out like that, calling him a pervert, accusing him of being with everybody in the neighborhood if she knows she just ran his ass over in cold blood. If I need to cover up what I just did to that man, I'm covering him up, baby. I'm worried. I dropped you off at that party. You're not answering the phone. Are you okay? Do you got a ride home? Are you sure? There's a whole lot of different ways Karen Read could have played that, and Karen Read ain't stupid.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Their text message thing worked for them. You know what I mean? For the prosecution, I mean, because remember, they're presenting their case right now, right? The defense can only get up there and rebut some of that shit and poke holes in it. Their turn's not even up yet. Real
That's
violence
because
is yet
defenses
to
are,
come.
Commonwealth is like tunnel vision in one, they see one picture only. They
Well,
see that
that's
this
normal, though.
vindictive woman that was, ran him over intentionally and listened to all these
No,
voicemails. She's so angry.
or because you got particular players involved in the investigation who were close to the people involved in said investigation, collaborated behind the scenes to conform a conspiracy. There's only a few players. Like I'm telling y'all, you can't have a conspiracy that involves the whole freaking town and 4 or 5 police departments. You can, but you're dumb as hell if you do if you're a cop. You can't. The less people you involve, the better off you're going to be. But you got to have somebody. We got to get somebody to agree with these I hit him statements. Oh, why not the little EMT firefighting lady chick? We know her. What about Carrie? She heard it. We can get her to say it too. Things like that. We need somebody on the state police side now if they're investigating and not us because we got to recuse ourselves because we know all these people. Oh, Proctor? Good call, Jen. Lank? Damn good call, Jen.
Yeah,
We're in there. We got all the players. They all know each other. They're all connected. If they're not connected, I cannot connect them in my mind. Right now, they're all connected. I can tell you how. I got it all wrote down. Got it all wrote down, guys. Because if you want me to believe in the opening statements, defense is like laid out this big conspiracy just happened. Oh, really? You don't think that man was hit by that car? Or that he went in that house and a dog did what? I'm listening, sir. Tell me how that happened. He's got to tell me eventually. Can't just plant that seed in my head and walk away from the table and never talk about it again. You got to come tell me the story now. His turn's coming. I can't wait for it. Rachel said, or no, Butterfly says, Rachel, so why would they try and say that he couldn't hit his head on the frozen ground? How was that glass broken? The glass was broken, Butterfly, when she backed into him, allegedly. There's a mark on the back of her car. They point out is where the rock glass hit the car. It was in his hand. And when she hit him, the glass broke on the back of her car. You can see the paint marks gone. That's what the state alleges.
There's
That's
one
how
little
I got.
ding. Yeah, there's a little ding.
Yes, the little ding with the white marks. I'll have to pull up the photos and show you guys. So that's what they're alleging. John gets out of the vehicle holding the rock glass he took from the bar. As he steps behind Karen Read's vehicle and walks toward the house, at some point Karen backs up, runs into John O'Keefe without, well, I guess in their mind they think she did it on purpose. She backs into him, rock glass and arm hit, the arm where all the marks are at. That hits the taillight lens as it breaks and cuts into pieces, and the glass hits the back of the vehicle and breaks. There you go. He's tossed up into the snow, right there with no obstructions. Yeah, laid there all night long. because nobody could see him because the visibility was so poor. Still don't know how he cracked that head, the 6-inch berm or the hard, solid ground. Or was it by a man's fist? I don't know, y'all.
He could have just slipped. Maybe it was icy and he
What if
slipped
he...
and fell backward
Firefly.
and hit his head.
Fuck, what if he did? What if he did, Firefly? And when he did, that shoe wasn't on all the way or something. I don't know. The one that was flung back by the fence. So now I'm picturing John O'Keefe stumbling back there. He went stumbling in the bar. Maybe by the time he got to the house, he had a buzz. It's snowy. It's ground frozen situation. He slips. He falls backwards. That don't explain his lacerations to the arm. Okay, never mind, Firefly. There went
Yeah,
our
that's
theory.
true.
There
The
went our...
lacerations to the
See,
arm.
that's
I
how
don't
you work
know.
through theories. That's how you work through theories, gang. What's y'all's theory? That man slip and fall.
Unless the dog came out and saw somebody on the ground and he was moaning, maybe he wasn't quite unconscious yet. And he's
Okay, let me ask you
moaning and then-
this. As a dog owner, I would never let my dog out in the front yard because there's no fence. She uses the backyard. So did Jen and all her time looking out the window, being nosy neighbor, nosying around out there, seeing everybody's vehicles coming and going and who they doing what, but don't see nothing about nobody leaving like Higgins, nobody on the ground. Who lets the dog out? Jen? Who let the dog out?
Yep.
Why didn't he go out back where he normally goes? Why would he be in the front yard in the middle of the damn night? In the snow? I don't know. Maybe he was used to going in the front yard, Firefly. Maybe he had one. My neighbor has no fence on her property, which we're in the country and we're off the road. But we have a fenced-in backyard because of the dog. She don't have a fence, but she's got a tiny little dog. But he's got one of those little collars, the electric fence thingy. I wonder if Chloe had the same setup where she couldn't run out of the yard and attack the people who were, just casually taking a walk down the street in this nice neighborhood in Canton, suburb. You really wouldn't want your dog attacking the people who are taking a walk with their children after dinner. Huh. Or the kid riding the bicycle on the way to their, friend's house. Crazy. All right, I'm going to try to get y'all through the rest of that Steve Gonzalez interview. All right, why do I say that for? Brian Enton. Because I'm thinking Ashley, her last interview that we watched was with him, right? This is the one we're trying to finish with Brian Enton. Goodness. Trying to get the lowdown on this damn professor's deal. All right. Hang on. Okay. I'm not even sure if this is the exact same place where we left. It's not past it, though. Truth, whose bullshit you not buying? That cute story they're trying to tell us? Yeah, it's a cute story, isn't it? So far, it's just a cute story. Prosecution, and I'm coming in blind and don't know nothing. But so far, man, y'all know what I got to do. I got a book over here called Notes, 10 days worth of testimony, that I've really got to sit down tonight and pick out my most important thoughts from those notes, because I got to go give an update on Shorty's on Saturday, and I want to get those together for us as well, because there's just some key elements to the crime scene, or alleged scene, that we need to go over.
That they emailed each other after the murders, and that Ramsland called Kohberger's mother after he was arrested. So what does Dr. Ramsland say about the story and all the details contained within it? Not quite. That's my summary. I'm joined now by my News Nation colleague, Brian Enton. Brian, whenever there's a big Kohberger story that drops, people go bananas, the internet, lights on fire. But we've been burned on some of these before. So talk to me about how Dr. Ramsland is responding to Howard Bloom's report.
Yeah, actually, we really have to be careful with some of these reports as we get closer to the trial, because Dr. Ramsland is saying that most of what is in this new report is just flat out not true. Now, of course, Dr. Ramsland was Brian Koberger's professor in Pennsylvania when he got his bachelor's. She was his forensic psychology professor when he got his master's. She was his behavioral criminology professor. But in terms of this whole love story and the fact that they have been in communication, she says just flat out wrong.
Oh, Firefly, he mentioned the love story you was talking about.
See, I knew I heard something.
So he was in love with her and wanted to impress her and thought that he would.
That's what I thought I
Was
heard.
he in love with her before he became a student, though, or after? Okay, now I'm in. Okay, hold up. Whole other layer there. Jesus Christ. Dude, why'd you sent me down so many fucking rabbit holes, Brian Koberger? You don't even have a clue. Or do you? Y'all, I wish I was her assistant because I got questions.
Wrong. Let me read you a statement that we got from Dr. Ramsland that really sums some of this up. She says, I had no email correspondence with Brian Koberger while he was at WSU. So that right there, I mean, the article said she did. She says flat out no email correspondence with Brian Koberger while he was at WSU. He has not been in touch with me since his arrest. I called his parents as a gesture of kindness, but I do not advise them about the case. I did not call them hours after the arrest, as Bloom claims. I have never talked to his sister about any book. That was something that came up in the article. I never mentioned Kierkegaard in my classes, another thing that came up in the article. I did not broker, which is a word that Bloom used, anything regarding a lawyer. I have not been invited by the Kobergers to Idaho. I don't know where they'll be staying. I don't know who Bloom's source is or why he reports information for which he has no proof. So that's what she's saying. I think what stands out to me the most, Ashley, is she is flat out saying that she has had no email correspondence with Brian Koberger while he was at WSU and has not been in touch with him since the arrest, which Bloom said literally the opposite in his article.
So obviously the next and natural question would be, is Howard Bloom responding to Dr. Ramsland's very pointed statement?
Yes, I'm just going through my phone because he did tweet out today. Karen Ramsland has issued a statement about my recent piece. He says she confirmed she reached out to BK's parents after arrest. She refutes that BK emailed her while at WSU, and then he says, I apologize for that error. Again, that was a big part of the story. Karen Ramsland states she didn't demand that BK parents get her approval before meeting PA lawyer. I never wrote that. Nevertheless, they did. There's a chapter on her student BK in her forthcoming book that we don't know. And then Karen Ramsland states she never taught Kierkegaard in her class to BK. I never said she did. I think she missed the point of my reference. And then he says, I will stand by my hypothesis just as that, a theory. So what he's saying now is that really this is all just a theory that he has about what the motive is, not necessarily that he has any proof that this theory is actually true.
So it's all just fiction.
Boy, that's uncomfortable stuff. Well, we'll continue to watch,
Imagine
and
that.
obviously it'll all come out in the evidence, so we will know.
It'll all come out in the wash. Ugh, Howard Bloom, what are you doing, dude? A lot of us had questions when we realized you were writing a book before, a trial ever happened. How could you write a book about an alleged incident, right? Without a conviction or a story being told in court. So it's okay, dude. So are you making it up? I haven't read the book. I think Dolphin has it. But so he's got some tall accusations, doesn't he? Did he what my question was did that man honestly think he could come out and say things about Dr. Karen Ramsland, leader in her industry, just rave reviews from her peers, was not going to come out and make a comment back? I was like, she's probably like, Howard who? She knows who he is by now, but I'm just saying.
Yeah, he's a nut. And anybody who takes anything he writes as factual, wow.
Well, I hope not. I hope people are smarter than that because he is he is a writer, and first of all, like I said, the case is not over yet. He began to write that book not long after Koberger was arrested, nosing around over there in Idaho. He talks about it. So he began that book. I mean, the book's been out. It's like, dude, what are you doing? We haven't had a trial yet. How do you know you can't even confirm all these things you're saying, and you're writing a book about a man who hasn't been convicted? So it's weird, right? It'd be different if Brian Koberger had been convicted and he decides to write a damn book. I don't care what you do after that.
Well, I mean, it's true. He was snooping around town before the gag order came out and having dinner and lunch with people, and he probably did get some good information. But just the fact that he had that one TikToker for one of his sources, I don't
Brett
know.
Norton.
You lost me there, buddy.
Brett Norton, and he began to communicate with her because he became very aware of the social media world of Brian Koberger. Let's put it that way. And he honed in on some few key people who were already causing a ruckus behind the scenes, right? Wink, wink. We see you, Brett. You and your buddies. I see the gangs all here probably. Are y'all lurking somewhere? Anyway, she had a long text message exchange with Steve Gonsalves because she lied through her teeth to that man. And unfortunately, he was just gullible enough to buy into it. Social media is here to help bring justice to Kaylee. Or were they? So she turned over, or let me see, Bloom paid that girl for every damn one of those text messages. And they all end up being cited in the book. And Steve said things to her he shouldn't have said. It's his account. It's been verified. A lot of us know that account. But anyway, yeah, there's all kind of stuff in there. So are some of his sources right? Yes. Is some of his theories wrong? Probably. They're laughable almost a couple of times because I've seen them all. Yeah, I got, okay. I'm not going to really, all right, so what Truth's referring to, I believe, and you correct me if I'm wrong, you talking about when Dr. Vanna was on Drunk Turkey and come out and said she knows or communicated with Dr. Ramsland and spoke or said things on Dr. Ramsland's behalf? Because I need to go back and review that one more time because I think they didn't quite jive with what Ramsland told Enton. I just don't choose to speak about what they do over here. You know what I mean? I watched it for my own. I was curious by the title. I won't lie. And disappointed, but I was open-minded. But I think they differ a little bit. So I don't know what's going on over there. I don't know much about Dr. Vanna. I've seen her in chat a lot. She's a nice lady. I've never had a feeling or anything, you know what I'm saying? Did you watch that? I don't know if you've watched the Drunk Turkey lately, Firefly.
I have. I've seen her on his show, and I've watched her a
She
little
was
bit.
on just the other night talking about Dr. Ramsland. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think about
I
her
mean,
yet.
she pretty much, she wasn't, I mean, most of the things that were said there that she was relaying what Ramsland would say was mostly accurate according to Enton's report. I'm not saying they're either one right or wrong. You know what I mean? They're both giving a report. So, but there are a little bit of differences, but not much. Just enough for me to notice. So I don't know what's happening there. Who really knows this doctor and who doesn't? I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not asking none of them for. I ain't even asked Brian Enton for receipts, but here he is coming out telling me, "Well, I know Dr. Ramsland." All right, Enton, how do you know her?
He's probably interviewed her a few times. That doesn't
I'm
mean he
sure,
knows.
but now I needed to get to dates and times, please. We got to get. I'm being an ass right now. I'm just being a smart ass. I need to see the expert disclosure time dates.
Oh, I'm sure he's like us.
Yeah.
He would love to know her
With everybody
opinion
gonna
about
come out.
Koberger.
Well, when everybody wants to start coming out saying we know the doctor and she said this, you're now speaking on behalf of the doctor, who I think is a grown ass woman with a mouth of her own, and she's probably got a publicist. So, again, with sources, That's all I'm saying. You got to be skeptical. So I noticed, the only thing I noticed was there's a tiny bit of difference in the two statements. That's all I wanted to point out. Other than that, I've got no issues with it. I appreciated her coming on and giving her insight into what she says the doctor said.
Yep.
But I think it's dangerous for Bloom to come out and release articles and talk about this woman's involvement, no matter what it is, to any level, because he runs a risk of getting sued by her. Truth, you don't got to highlight permission, honey. I saw it. I saw her. I heard her say she had permission. That's all I said. I didn't say anything bad. I gave both of them a fair shot. I don't know Dr. Vanna. I don't know Dr. Bloom outside of social media. Yeah, so Drunk Turkey had both Bloom and Vanna on, and they're disputing one another. Go figure. End of conversation. Let's move on. Let's get it on. Drunk Turkey, go do your what you want to do over there, buddy. See if you can get WSU Mom Kim to give me an interview. I'll be super fucking nice. I promise.
Well, we haven't seen her in a while. have
She's
we?
hiding. She's in hiding. She lurks. She lurks.
Okay.
Lurks. She's lurking out there under her fake accounts somewhere. I just want to talk to her. I just want to talk to the lady. And Drunk Turkey's got a direct line, so I'm hey, buddy, what's up? All right. I wonder, well, after this, calling Garino back to go over the text. So that's where we're at, right? They're going to, let me pull up the feed on the side just so I can keep an eye on it for a moment. Let me turn the sound off on it because Anjanette Levy's hosting her show right now on the side show over there. So playing the messages to the juror from the jury's perspective. Do you know what I mean? I don't, because when I'm sitting there as the jury and the person comes on and tells me their name, they tell me what they do or how they pertain to the case, that's when I decide how much I really got to pay attention to certain details they're going to talk about. Weatherman comes on, blah, 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 blah. Oh, okay, now let's get on to how much snowfall was falling that night, how cold it was, visibility, frozen ground. Gotcha. Now we're moving on to these different sections. So now we're back to these cell phones. They didn't even say what was in the text from John DeCaley. They're establishing like time and dates with this bullshit. They did not give me context of just let me know that occurred, right? Just keep in mind this occurred. Because when he got up there and played those clips, like I said, that just doesn't sound like a woman who just ran somebody over in cold blood, does it? If I'm in jury deliberations right now, y'all, we're in the deliberation room. And ain't nobody arguing with me because y'all all agree with me.
You know what's one thing Karen Read
Yay.
didn't do?
Unanimous decision, Firefly.
You know what's one thing Karen Read did not do?
What?
Delete those sketchy sounding video messages. She didn't delete them, did she?
She didn't delete her phone.
Nope.
She didn't delete messages. She didn't destroy SIM cards.
Text messages, yeah.
She didn't do none of that sketchy shit. She didn't run around setting up fake phone calls to say, oh my God, are you okay, honey? I love you. I'm worried. Where are you? None of that was happening. Not even at 4 a.m. after spending the night, all that. Anyway, I'm sorry. I was reading chat again. I had to stop. No,
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do
yeah.
it.
No, I don't mind reading chat because our chat's so small and I just read what everybody,
Yeah.
everybody's chill. Everybody's cool. We don't, even when we talk about Coburger, we don't get like, a room full of trolls and stupid stuff going we're just all conversating. So it's cool. Everybody can, watch who they want to watch and consume what they want to consume. I watched it. I just sat here and admitted I watched the shit out of it, because I wanted to know too. But then I noticed in Enton's statement, it differed just a little bit from what Vonda said, a little tiny bit. Y'all go review on your own and take your own takeaways. That's all. All I got to say, I like Dr. Vanna. I've chit chatted with her in chat myself, so it is all good. They're colleagues. They're colleagues. So yeah, I wonder if they'll show. It looks like no, she's showing past court thing. I wonder when they get back from lunch if they'll have any more presentations from him on more communications between these phones, more detailed. What about Higgins' phone? Can somebody tell me where that man was yet? What time did he leave? When did
I
he
know,
leave?
bring him on.
The disappearing peacock man in his Jeep slash
Well, let me
snowplow.
ask you, is he a defense witness or a state
He
witness?
is on both the
Oh,
lists.
he is? Okay, so they gotta bring him in soon. They
Mhm.
talked about him today, so I was hoping he
He's
would come
on
on.
both. It says live now. Let me. It has not been 40 minutes, has it?
It's only, I don't think so. 30
Hang
minutes,
on.
maybe?
Let me check another feed just to make sure. I think they're just showing me stuff from last time. Got it. Got
Go
it.
make lunch.
I got it. You need to go make some lunch. You're good. If you need to go step away and make a lunch.
Yeah, and then bring it back so I don't want to miss any of the good stuff.
Yeah, I gotta. Oops, what's going on there? Oh, I pulled up my own YouTube. I didn't mean to do that. I'm just the court feed stream is what I was gonna pull up, so I can keep an eye on it for a
Because
minute.
they haven't cross-examined Garino yet, right?
Not yet. They were. Oh shoot, what's going on there? What in the world? Am I just clicking away? I don't know what I'm doing again. Hold on, I gotta concentrate. No, it's not up. She's still talking. She's still talking stuff. Okay, let me move this out of my way. All right, so you know what? To Rachel, I was just looking at Rachel's comment again about no one should speak for anyone like Bloom. Stretching
Yeah.
facts. You got to remember too where you get your sources. And Dr. Vanna's a doctor. He's a journalist, right?
Yep.
So keeping that in mind alone, yeah, you know, mm, I didn't know much about that dude, or no, I don't think I knew of him at all before that book.
Yeah, and they want spicy headlines too. They're not going to put
Oh my
something,
God, right? No,
that's not nefarious.
exactly. If it's not going to benefit or sensationalize it, let's call
Yeah.
it what sensationalism. If there's, that was already there, and he just sensationalized
Yeah.
it more. He
Yep.
gave it more sensationalism, and let's face it, with the Brian Koberger case, Idaho 4 case, the more sensationalism you could give that case in your headline, your thumbnail, your show, oh my God. And a lot of creators know exactly what I'm talking about. Excuse me, hold on just a second. Hold on. Hold the hell on,
I
girlfriend. You
saw that, yeah.
hold on, because you know what that is? And I'm not going to fall for your bait. So you run tell truth, because this is actually going to be on a YouTube live, honey. I said what I said. I said it fairly, I thought. So if Dr. Vanna would love to come and talk to me, I'd actually appreciate that conversation. Because I love to dig into the psychology side of this.
Yeah.
I do.
Well, isn't that just what she's saying? She wouldn't mind coming on and talking to you. I think that's what she
No,
meant.
she says no issues coming here and getting on the mic either. FYI. That's how I take it, behind a keyboard. Sorry. I don't know what that means. You should have said it a little differently, maybe. Hey, Dr. Vanna wouldn't mind coming by if you would. Okay.
Oh,
But
I
I
took
didn't.
it
I
differently.
didn't challenge what the doctor said. Okay, that's not. That's what the fuck I was. That's what the fuck I was saying or wasn't. I said she has no issue. I didn't say she did have an issue, or I don't have an issue with her either. So I'm letting you know ahead of time, because I know you're the one, too, that will come at me about stuff like this with comments, honey. So I'm just addressing it. Word it differently so I understand. Truth. Ain't nobody said it was a goddamn fight. What are you talking about? I said don't make it one. Don't come in, well, she'll come over here and get on the mic. That's not real professional of her to come get on the mic. Is she willing to come have a conversation about the psychology side of Brian Koberger? I'm down.
No, I think that's what she meant. I mean, she didn't
Oh, am I
word it
taking
that
it?
way.
Am I taking?
That's
Okay,
how
I'm
I
just.
took it.
I'm
I'm not
taking it out of.
sure.
No, I
Truth
don't.
can say.
I don't know. Well, there's been a lot of times, so I have to ask this one up front.
Yeah, I think
I
Dr.
have
Vaughn
to be
sounds
upfront
very
with truth.
knowledgeable.
Hang
I think
on. Everybody stop a minute. Truth, I'm sorry for misunderstanding you yet again. I do apologize for misunderstanding you again because the way you word things. I'm not sure. I always stop and address truth head on, and truth can take it and come right the fuck back at me, and I actually love that. Because not many people can do that. But I'm not coming at you, Truth. If I felt like you were coming a little bit with the Dr. Vanna will get on the mic, like to defend herself, I didn't understand that. That's what it felt like, to defend herself. And I'm thinking, defend herself against what? What if Brian Enton messed up and said things a little differently than he was told and not Dr. Vanna? I didn't say either one of them were wrong. So I needed to clarify that with Truth. That's all. So, but if you want to pass the word along, Dr. Vanna, you want to come on, hun, and have a conversation about Brian Koberger and the psyche of this crime, I would be so down for a live like that. Oh my God. Maybe I need therapy to deal with Truth on the side. I'm sorry. Okay. I'll own my shit. Jesus Christ. I'll own it. At least I
I
can if
think
I
just
need
because
to.
you were just coming
Okay.
off of talking about how Brian Enton his wording was a little bit different than Dr.
I
Vanna's.
know exactly
That's
why
why. Yeah.
I know. But I never said a bad thing about Dr.
No,
Vanna
well,
or
I
called
don't
her a
think
liar.
she said that.
I never called her a liar. I didn't call it the untruth. I said it was different wording. It didn't line up a little bit. There was a couple of things said that were different. That's all I said. Then I encouraged everyone to go listen to both independently and draw your own conclusion. And then the next thing I know, well, Dr. Vanna will get on the mic and I've misunderstood everything and blah, 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 blah. And it's because you said this. I know. I'm right here. I know. Hang on. I got something funny for y'all. Y'all laugh instead. That's for you, Truth, honey. You got bullshit when you came in here, didn't you? I'm sorry. I'm going to do it again. Maybe. It won't work.
But I think Dr. Vanna, it sounds like Dr. Vanna would be willing to come and talk to you. Since you
She
like the
probably
psychology
would.
of everything, that's what she's
Yeah.
trying to say, I think.
Well,
So
that would be
that would
sweet
be
because,
nice.
yeah, because she is, I've always, like I said, we've always chatted in chats or whatever, because she's always got good insight and she's, and things like that. So we've always had a little chat thing going there. We would see each other around the community. That's it. And I always felt like, yeah, she can have a good conversation for sure. Because there's questions other creators don't think of asking that I would think their train of thoughts are different. Because Daniel's got the investigator cop kind of brain go, you know what I mean? I'm more into the psychological side of it and the forensic, of course, evidence part. But I've never, I've always jived with Daniel on a lot of his thoughts on a lot of different things, like the crime scene type stuff on the cop side. But yeah, we're going to have different types of questions, is my point, or
Yeah, like
conversations.
I think it'd be cool to deep dive like what she thinks about, and I'm sure she's already talked about this. I've watched her, but deep dive like his Tappa Talks and
Oh, I know.
his background and how he got kicked out of the
Look
program in
how
high
long that
school.
all right, so look how long you and me and Dolphin have looked
Yeah.
at those and analyzed them armchair style, right?
Yeah.
Just our life experience and what we know about mental health. You know more than Dolphin and I on the medical side of it. So then getting her opinion on that too to see if it confirms any of the thoughts we've had would be really cool to see, wouldn't
Oh
it?
yeah. Yeah, because she's
What differs in her opinion versus what we were thinking maybe?
yeah,
Does she have that? That would be a good show. Guys, Truth, set that shit up, girlfriend. Sorry, I apologize.
That's it. That's what she's saying. I think
Y'all,
so.
I
That's
see.
what she was saying all along.
Look, Dago always said he had a personal troll over there, and that what's his name dude. I feel like truth is mine.
Yeah, she even teaches psychology, right? So, like,
I
she'd be
believe
awesome.
so. I believe so.
Yeah.
Teaches at the university. Yeah, that's right. Because I think I heard her say that the other night. She doesn't look as old as she
No, I
said.
know.
Yeah, she looks a
That
lot.
kinda blew my mind when she
Yeah,
said she
and she looks
teaches.
good
I'm
for
like,
her
"What?"
age. Yeah, I was like, damn, girl, you look nice for your age. Because you don't look like you're like old like that. You think professor, you automatically go to, older gentleman with gray hair. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
I'm sorry, Truth. I don't mean to hurt your feelings. Okay. I'm going to start handling you so different now. Firefly brings out that side of me. She gets these, my girls check me. Dolphin lets me know when I'm just being too much in my feels. Firefly lets me know when I'm not enough in my feels. Okay. They balance me. So I apologize, Truth. Please accept it. And I will do my best to take your comments in a different way and make sure we clarify it before I go into you, okay? She said, then you come back, that contradictory shit. Look, you can't hurt my feelings though. You can't, girl. That's what I said I love about you. You seem to be able to take it because you don't mind coming right back at me.
Yeah.
Not a lot of folks won't come do that, and I like that.
You just get mad. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm like, no, let's debate this shit. Come on now. And guess what? When we're done, we can sit down and chill and have a cup of coffee together if you want. I'm down. All right, let me pull up the side feed, y'all, so we can make sure we don't miss when they go back to the trial to get back onto day 10. Is this a sign of to the times, these trials that take 2 to 3 years to get to court? Once they get to trial, we're talking 6 to 12-week trials.
Jeez.
Back in the day, they just had like a 2-day, 3-day trial. Boom, guilty, hang them up in the streets. It's like, what?
I know. How long was
No
Murdaugh? His was
investigation.
pretty long too. His was
Yeah.
like 6 weeks or 8 weeks,
Yeah.
maybe longer. I don't remember. I watched it,
Back,
but I don't remember. It
yeah,
was
well, back in
long.
the, think about it, back in the 70s, back in the day, the 60s, even further 50s, crime occurred, you did 2 to 3 day crime scene investigation.
Oh, you remember OJ's? His lasted months. It
Girl,
was like
do I
months and
remember
months.
it? I watched it every damn day on
Me
TV.
too. Me too.
Every
Oh
single
yeah, because
day.
our kids were both were all babies at the time. So yeah.
My kids was at school.
Your kids
Or
were
if they wasn't, they were outside playing. If it was summer, I can't remember if it was
like
summer or
94. It was like 95, 94.
oh yeah, it was mid-90s. My kids were old enough that I could watch that. It would be on in the background if nothing else, while I'm cleaning my house, tending my 3 babies, because my house was I was picky. My house had to be clean and my babies were clean and everything was done. But it was always on in the background no matter what. If I wasn't sitting there actively watching it while I was cleaning, cooking, sleeping, mopping, doing laundry, all that shit, it was on in the background, right? Casey Anthony was the same way. Watched both trials from beginning to end. How could you not just spent all this time on social or on mainstream media watching all y'all's lives unfold before my very eyes? And now we're at trial. OJ coming down the damn interstate in that white SUV and that Bronco.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Turns out to be
Clearly.
good friends with Robert Kardashian. What? What is happening here? Why is OJ riding down the road at turtle speed with a log trailing his ass? It's like, what's going on?
Bizarre.
The glove, the mysterious glove, Caitlin Cato in the backyard. Girl,
Yep.
that shit was crazy. The poor waiter that took Nicole her glasses on the way home that night because she left them at the restaurant. Wasn't it her sunglasses? And he stops by her house to give them to her.
Sunglasses. Yes.
And at the same time he's getting there happens to be someone there trying to kill
What
the
bad
woman.
timing. Poor guy. Jeez.
Mhm. For real. That was That was horrible, actually. When you think back on it now, and that like, back when I felt that guy. I mean, I really did feel bad for that guy and his family
Yeah.
because that's horrendous. You're just going to be a super nice guy and take this wealthy lady her belongings who left him at your restaurant, and you're going to probably get a big fat tip for doing so.
He may or may not have been hitting on her.
May or
I
may not
mean,
have.
but who
Doesn't matter.
cares? They were
His first
divorced.
priority. His first priority was, I'm going to be really good to my
Be a
customer.
nice guy. Yeah.
Yeah, and she's going to give me a big fat tip. She probably would have. I would have. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, kind boy. Let me tip you, baby. Go home and have a good night. That's not what happened. Poor thing. Yeah, these trials are crazy. The length they're taking nowadays, with the amount of investigations that go into them, and the rebuttal witnesses. We'll call them that. The opposing. Oh my God, they're experts. That's what they're called, guys. I promise I know my words.
Expert.
Hang on. Let me read what Truth's saying to me over here. Hold on, Truth. I'm coming. Seems like that Nirvana is very good at psychology in the cases we all. Yes, Rachel, we agree. And then Truth says she's her professor at the university. I apologize for hurting your feelings. And then you told me I couldn't hurt your feelings. If I wanted to just troll, I'd go to a room where I could piss Minnie off. Yeah, I don't mean a troll in that way, honey. I mean it in a good way. You're a good troll. You're a good troll.
Well, just find you would be pure gold to watch you in a Pro Burger chat. That would be
Who?
great.
Who,
To watch
Truth?
Truth expose. Yeah, to watch her in one of those. Oh dear.
Girl, it's going to take forever because we got 4 victims, right? Truth exposed, bringing the truth. I've said that just the other day. We got 4 victims to move through, 2 separate crime scenes rooms, technically, because you got 2 separate bedrooms where 4 victims were found, 2 in each room. So we got 2 separate rooms to move through. We have 4 victims to move through. We have 2 roommates and a whole bunch of phone data to get through. Got all that car data to get through, videotapes. My God, we're never going to get out of that town or that state of Idaho. We're going to live in the state of Idaho for months at the end of the summer. Y'all enjoy your summer. Maybe after KarenRead, we'll get a break from trials a little bit. Maybe get our summer on, catch
month
up.
or so off from.
It'll be kind of a busy time in the Koberger case coming up, maybe because they last minute hearings and filings that are coming down, and we got to keep our eye out for. Have a nice summer, everybody, and come back for the fall to get ready for this damn Koberger Idaho 4 case.
I think it'll take them a while to find a jury. I think jury selection is in the end of July. So I think they allowed them like 2 weeks for jury
I think
selection.
it is. I think it starts August 15th. I think is
August
the day
11th
it started.
is the trial.
So yeah, jury. They technically start the day jury selection starts. The technical date of the trial, but the trial won't get underway until we've seated a jury and opening statements are heard. Right? That's when I count day 1. But day 1 literally starts the day they start jury selection. That part I won't even be televised, I doubt, because usually not. They don't usually televise that. And it's boring, it's long, it's tedious, all the things. I don't want to care to cover all that.
Yeah.
But then once they seat the jury, so if it starts in late July, they should have it seated well in time. The judge is not going to play around with that because they just filed documents the other day about jury questionnaires, and they're under seal. You know what I mean? So they're hammering out that jury stuff. Truth, me too. We could sit next to each other and take notes and compare in secret. Shh.
And then just lie about it.
Yeah, we'll be the jury tampering with ourselves. We tampered with each other. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Yeah, well, that didn't sound right, but yeah. No, I'm joking. We wouldn't do that. We wouldn't do that, would we, Truth? We'd sit on opposite ends, take our own notes, and we'll like, I see you, chick, but we'll meet up in the deliberation room at the end of all this. We'll hash this shit right on out.
I hear you,
Doing
Truth. I don't think it's morbid. I mean, because we want to know
No,
the
it's not
details.
morbid. No, girl, it's
That's the only
not.
way to know what really happened.
It's not morbid, and you need to see all of that. It's important. Stomach contents are also important because we know those girls ate carbonaro, right? How long did it take that food to digest? From the time they got home and ate it, and we know what time they got home because someone dropped them off, and that time is documented. So we know what time the girls got home. So they must have eaten right when they got home. How far were they in the digestion process when they were killed? I need to know that timeline, right? Intoxication levels, because that doesn't say. It tells me if they were able to fight back enough, right? And Maddie's intoxication level, for instance, all those reports. Yeah.
Yeah. I've always thought she's just out cold. She's out
Look,
cold, that one.
Dolphin nowhere to be found. She's like, look,
Mhm.
I was up all night. I've been Karen reading for whatever 10 days, gaming all night, planning a really cool trip. Take it easy, chicks.
That's really what she's like.
Yeah.
That's her focus right now is her
Yeah,
commitment,
she's
trying to get
focused
everything
on her
settled and
getting it all ironed out.
Yep.
So we can live through Dolphin while she's on her vacation.
Yeah.
She's going to report back to us and things of that nature. It's going to be awesome. So hopefully we'll get to see some things from Dolphin while she's away.
I go back to work and she goes to on her trip to Greece.
My
It's
girls
like,
are
oh,
leaving me.
man.
Oh my God. Look, y'all are leaving me when this trial starts. No, Dolphin's leaving when the next hearing happens. I said trial. I meant hearing, that upcoming hearing. I think she'll be gone, but she's taking her laptop with her. Live now. Okay, hold on. I'm assuming they are back. Looks like, no, they're not. Hold on. I hate when they're showing the recaps from the week and I glance over and I think it's the actual live trial.
Yep.
That's what's confusing me when I glance over at my phone because I got it pulled up over there. I don't have two screens on my computer. So I got it pulled up over here on my phone. And yeah, glanced over and they were in court and I thought, okay. So let me refresh this. The law and crime feed. And then on the side over here so I can see it. And then on my phone, I'll go get the court TV ones just so I can have two. Compare. Oh, no, I don't want to watch that. That's accidental click. Accidental click. Get out of there. That was some political stuff. No. I almost had a panic attack. No, I couldn't do that. I can't do the political stuff right now. I don't want to know.
I know. What do you think, Salty, of these clips that Brendan keeps playing from her interviews?
I don't think they landed like he wanted them to land, especially the one where she's explaining why she was saying, "Did I hit him?"
Yeah.
That he thought was going to play favor to them. I didn't see it that way.
Yeah, the one she's like, well, the reason I thought I hit him is we found him right about where I last saw him, and yada yada yada, whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I don't think it's hit and landing either.
No, it's odd because I feel like they think it's showing me establishing one thing, but really it's not. It's establishing the opposite, the clips so far. And the ones where she's all like allegedly hysterical, I feel are taken out of context to start with. So I'm not making, your clips are backfiring at this point if I'm juror. They're not lending to what happened here, and they're also backfiring a little bit as to what you wanted them to do. That's my opinion on it. If I was the jury looking at it, but I don't know what they think, honestly. Because I do know a little more than they do. but I don't think it has swayed me because I'm really looking at with the evidence. And then I'm thinking when I hear certain key things, I'm like, well, wait a minute, that just backs up what I already think. That's how that goes.
You think the jury's taking notes? Do you think anybody in the jury takes notes? Are they
Yeah.
allowed to
Oh,
do it?
yeah. I think they are allowed because they have to put their books down. I'm going to bring up this screen and have it up just in case this is, because I can't tell what's happening right now because the prosecutor's up now, but they're showing that other chick that they. All right. So this is what Law and Crime has up right now, and it looked like Court TV had the same exact feed.
I don't think they're live.
Mm-mm. Let me go look at Court TV on my phone and see if it looks the same as this one. And it does. Lady wearing that same sweater. There's no sound. Oh, I got it turned down. Yeah, he's wearing the same thing. And the court lady's wearing the same thing. This is Court TV feed and Law and Crime are looking the same to me. We'll see when he starts talking. We won't be confused in a moment. Yeah, right? We keep establishing that, don't they, Rachel, that it's a high-profile case with these past procedures? Mm-hmm. And that the jury knows this is a second trial.
Did you see the Court TV? They've got the poll there. How would you rate the prosecution's case so far?
Okay. It says, how would you rate the prosecution's case so far? Very strong, convincing, not impressive, just plain bad. Not impressive or just plain bad? I haven't clicked yet.
I put not impressive, and that's the majority.
That's what
right
I'm
there.
putting too. Yeah, that's where I'm seeing 49% vote for not impressed, y'all. What's y'all's vote? But y'all think the prosecution right now is very strong, convincing, not impressive, or just plain bad?
It's not impressive.
Not impressive.
Not convincing. It's definitely not very strong. Who would think that?
I know. Well, I've seen some comments on the Twitter,
some
girl.
people could be convinced,
Well,
I guess. But
I noticed on Twitter, it's like pick a side or don't pick a side, or you can't talk. So I just was
I'll
like
see
reading
counsel at
stuff.
sidebar, please.
Sidebar. Okay, good. I can speak. So I noticed on Twitter, people who are like Karen Read did it, what they're saying about the free Karen Read people. It's like, okay, first of all, I've noticed right out of the gate, you got to pick a side, which is odd, but y'all do use social media. It was weird because they couldn't see the person that was like thinking Karen Read did this couldn't see the logic, right? And I didn't comment on it. I read the thread, like this person's just not getting the logic behind it. Are they just not willing to see it? Or is it just a social media thing where I have to pick a side and stick to it no matter what? But I can't explain myself in the meantime. I don't know. So I refrain from the Twitter comments, but I read a little bit of it just for shits and giggles. And I saw that and I was like, well, I don't know if they feel that way because they really feel that way or because social media was an influence, right? It's weird. Like, I don't know why people chose the side they chose, What has made you choose to because at this point, as the person who's always watched social media and the impact that shit has on it, that's always intriguing to me. What makes you feel one way or the other, right? And I'm down to hear both sides of it. I mean, I'd agree with either one or one or the other, but it's just, are you so dug in? Are you so dug in? I try not to be so dug in. I can't see. If someone brings me a logical thing, then I can look. I hope I'm willing to look at it. You know what I mean?
Did you read Truth's last comment? She thinks she did it, but she thinks she backed up and turned the wheel. That's the only possible way he could land what he did.
Well,
Mr. Brennan, the next witness for the
if
Commonwealth.
this woman
is-
hit him,
We're gonna
truth,
return
there was
to
no way she
Charles
did it in
Ray.
cold blood. There's no
Right.
way. She
Exactly.
didn't even know she did it. Shit. She didn't even know
Not
she did
second
it.
degree murder, in my opinion, if she did.
You know, if you don't know you did it, driving away.
Vehicular manslaughter for being intoxicated. Yeah, okay. For
But you
sure.
drove away. So if you didn't know you did it, of course you drive away. Because once you drive away, that changes the game. Other
Is
than
this
hitting
live right now?
Yeah, I think so.
Oh,
Court
who's this
TV
guy?
was.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're
Hang
ready.
on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
They were
Sir,
already
could you
inside.
please
Yeah.
introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Charles Ray. I'm a lieutenant with the Canton Police. Last name R-A-E.
How long have you worked for the Canton Police Department?
Approximately 25 years.
And when were you assigned lieutenant?
Approximately 10 years ago.
I want to go back to January 29th, 2022. Do you remember that morning?
Yes.
Were you working that morning?
Yes, I came in for the day shift.
When you first came in for the day shift, did you have any particular duties or responsibilities?
I would have been a patrol shift commander for the 7:45 a.m. to 3:45 p.m. Incoming shift.
Had you learned about an event that occurred at 34 Fairview Road?
I had.
Were you part of that response or group of officers that went to 34 Fairview Road?
No, I was not.
Your role that morning was unrelated to 34 Fairview Road?
Correct.
At some point, did you learn the name of the person who was at 34 Fairview Road that needed medical attention?
I did.
And what was that person's name?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
Did you learn that Mr. O'Keefe was brought to the hospital?
I did.
At some point, were you advised of his status?
At some point later in the day, yes.
While you were at the station after learning about Mr. O'Keefe,
You are muted.
did you make a decision to do something?
I did.
Was it an order from somebody, or did you make a decision on your own?
I can't recall whether it was an order from somebody. I don't think it was an order, but it probably might have been at the suggestion of the former chief of police. Either that or it just developed organically. But one way or the other, we decided that the right thing to do would be to do a well-being check of the home at 1 Meadows Ave, which is the decedent's residence.
Why were you doing a well-being check at Meadows Ave?
We, at that time, we were under the impression that there may be 2 unattended young children at the home.
When you decided to go to Meadows Ave, did you use a police vehicle?
Yes.
Do you remember which vehicle it was?
It was Canton 682, which is the supervisor's vehicle.
When you decided to go to Meadows for a well-being check, did you ask anybody to come with you?
Yes, myself and Sergeant Lehan.
Do you remember the weather that morning?
Yes.
Could you describe it for us?
There was a well-forecasted snowstorm that had already began, and it was starting to pick up intensity at that point.
At this point, I had moved to admit the dash cam video from Cruiser 682.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you.
Did you travel from the police station to Meadows?
Yes,
Do you remember about how long that took you?
a few minutes.
Who was driving?
Sergeant Lehan was driving.
And where were you seated?
I was in the passenger seat.
Do you remember arriving at Meadows?
Yes.
With the court's permission, I would show a portion of Cruiser 682.
Okay.
I'm noticing the amount of snow on the ground as they drive past these homes. Where do I see it in piles, and why would it be in piles? Thank you for giving me a familiar of the area, sirs. The next day, it was 129. Okay. Beautiful.
Could you stop, please, Ms. Gilman?
Yeah, please. Thank you.
I note that the time is 8:23:10. Do you remember the time when you got there?
I didn't make note of it mentally at that time, but I've since learned that, yes.
Is this video that you have just watched consistent with your memory that morning?
Yes.
The cruiser cam is showing two vehicles in the driveway. When you arrived that morning, did you know whose vehicles they were?
At that time, no.
At that time, did you pay any particular attention to either of those vehicles?
No.
If I could show Exhibit 10, please. So does that appear to be a still photo from the video we just watched?
Yes.
And could I have Exhibit 11, please? When you arrived for the wellness check that morning, were you working as an investigator in any way?
No, I was not.
Did you happen to pay any particular attention to the right side of the back of that car that morning?
No, I did not.
And is that photograph a close-up of the previous picture?
Yes.
Does it appear to be a still photo taken from the video on the cruiser that you were driving that morning, or that you were in that morning?
Yes.
Okay, you could take that down, please. Thank you. After you arrived at Meadows, did you do anything?
When we arrived at Meadows, we walked up to one of the front doors and rang the doorbell, knocked on the door. Anywhere we could see through plain view, we were just trying to see if we could raise anybody and see if the children were at the house.
Did you find anybody?
We did not.
I'm going to ask to show 159. It's a portion of an exhibit that's already been introduced.
Okay.
Firefly, was there a timestamp when she backed out and hit John's car? I know it's testified as to what time that was. I got to pinpoint that time on my notes.
I don't recall. Sorry about that.
It's okay. I'll dig through my notes and find it. It's probably highlighted.
Thank you.
That tail
At
light's
this time, I
open. That
move
cop
to
got there.
introduce former 19.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay.
Exhibit 72.
Thank you. The first video that, well, the second to last video you just saw, is that you and your partner arriving?
Correct.
In the last video, who's in the doorway?
I was on the right side of the frame, and Sergeant Lehan was on the left side of the frame.
How long did you spend at the residence for the wellness check?
A few minutes. I don't think more than 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have no further questions for the witness.
All right, any questions, Mr. Yanez?
We have no questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, so you are all set, Lieutenant. Thank you. So your next witness, Mr. Brennan.
Forrest, thank
So
you
my
for
next
coming
witness will
in.
be
We appreciate you.
Kevin
Take it
O'Hara.
easy. Thank you for coming. Stay safe. Don't overdo it. Check back in with us soon, okay?
You solemnly swear the evidence given to the court and jury in the case now in the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
All right, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spell your last name for the record?
My name is Kevin O'Hara, O-H-A-R-A.
Where do you work?
I'm a lieutenant with the Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you worked for the Massachusetts State Police?
23 years.
When you began your career, what was your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I was assigned as a trooper, a patrol trooper, working out of several barracks across the state.
Did you have to have any special education or training before you became an official Massachusetts State Police trooper?
Yes, I did. We went to a 6-month academy in New Braintree.
How long were you on patrol for?
I was on patrol for 17 years until I became a sergeant in 2018. So 16 years, became a sergeant, then a lieutenant.
In those 16 years, did you have any additional training after basic academy?
Yes, continued training throughout the years, additional training. Eventually, I wound up joining a search and rescue team, went to search and rescue training.
Tell us a little bit about search and rescue, what you did and what you do.
I'm the team commander for the State Police Special Emergency Response Team, which is known as CERT. I am also the search and rescue coordinator for the state of Massachusetts. As a team, we conduct monthly trainings, at least twice a month, where our team will come together and train. We've been to trainings all across the country to hit national training standards.
Do you have any particular roles when you look for certain types of things?
So for CERT, we have 3 main mission types. We will do lost missing person searches, we will do evidence searches, and then we also do crowd control or security at large-scale events, such as the Boston Marathon, the July 4th celebration. We get assigned to Gillette Stadium for all the events down there as well.
You mentioned that you work, part of your work is looking for missing persons.
Yes, sir.
Did you receive any specialized training, have any special experience looking for missing persons as far as training technique?
Yes, we get certifications through NASAR, which is a National Search and Rescue Organization, NUSAR, which is a New England-based search and rescue group. We will train several different types of trainings to, improve our search techniques, including man tracking, probability of detection, critical separation, which is how we'll line up as we're searching certain areas. We've also gone, as I stated before, to national trainings where we've now really used a lot of statistical-based searching in our searches. We'll use live tracking maps now, so we've really advanced the way we search for missing persons.
When you're searching for a missing person, is there a routine or does it depend case by case?
We'll start off with a set normal way we'll deploy. More than likely we'll start with a canine, searching high probability of areas, trying to get people out as quick as possible. And then eventually it may turn into a line search or a grid search.
You said that you lead the CERT team?
That's correct, sir.
How many CERT teams are there with the Massachusetts State Police?
Just one.
How do you decide what different cases or situations to get involved in? Is that at your request?
It's not at our request. We'll receive requests either internally through other members of our department or externally from outside agencies.
So can you take us through very basically how would a typical request come to you?
Most of the time I'll receive what I call a courtesy notification. I'll get a call from someone that I know in the department or a local police department asking, giving me the particulars of the case and if we'd be available and what I think about our response. If we are available, if we're not already on another mission, we'll then start the approval request process, which I have to send up through my chain of command. I have to send that up through a captain, which then will go to a major who's in charge of the special operations. And then he may have the final say. It may even go higher to him to Lieutenant Colonel of Field Services. If the request is internal through another member of our department, it also has to go up their specific chain of command as well. Sometimes getting an external request sometimes goes faster because there's not that second chain of command, to go through.
In 2022, how many full-time members were on the CERT team?
At that time, we had 55 members, which were, excuse me, sir, we had one full-time member, 55 total members on the team.
So the members on the CERT team, did they engage in other roles at the state police at the same time they're a member of the CERT team?
Yes, it's an additional duty. They have a primary assignment either at a barracks or some other assignment throughout the state.
If you decided on accepting a mission or you were assigned a mission, who determines how many people from the CERT team would attend?
That would be determined by myself and the captain from Special Operations.
You mentioned back in 2022 there was one full-time member and 55 part-time members of the CERT team?
Yes, 55 total, correct, sir.
As we stand today, how many full-time members of the CERT team?
Currently, we're 69. We did have 71. We've had a few members leave the team recently.
Are those full-time or part-time members?
I'm sorry, that's full total members. We have currently 5 full-time members, so we increased on both ends.
Are members of the CERT team who work for the Massachusetts State Police drawn from different geographical locations around the state?
That's correct. We try to split east-west the best we can geographically, just so we have as quick a response time as possible. We'll break it down further into the northeast part of the state, the southeast, central, west, but main breakdown for us is east-west, basically using 495 as our boundary.
If the CERT team's assigned a mission and there are members that have chosen to participate, how often would you go to that scene or involve yourself in that particular event?
When I was the only full-time member, probably 99% of the missions I would go to. Now we have a few other supervisors on the team. I have a full-time executive officer who's also a lieutenant, but my role hasn't changed too much, still 90 to 95% of the missions.
I want you to take us back to January 29, 2022. Were you contacted or was a request made for you to consider and accept the mission?
Yes, I received a call from Lieutenant Tully.
After receiving the call, what was your process?
Again, that was what I would classify as a courtesy notification to see if we were available, if he thought we could get a response on that date. I told him we would be able to respond. I asked him if he had started the request for approval up his chain of command, which he hadn't at that time. He stated he would start on that, and then I contacted my captain after getting off the phone with him to start the approval process through my chain of command.
Do you remember generally about what time this process began?
He called me at 2:32 p.m.
At some point, was the task or the mission assigned?
So I told Lieutenant Tully that we had received a snow that day. I told him most of the members, including myself, may not have shoveled out their driveway. I told him at best case scenario would be an hour plus response time, depending on how long it would take people to shovel out their driveway. So at 2:53, I contacted one of the West team members, a sergeant from the West team, to have him send out an alert to our full team, just to build an availability list to see who was available. So at 2:53, that got sent out to the entire team.
At some point, were you able to acquire or compile a team?
Yes, Sergeant Simpson was able to put that list together.
And what time did you start to begin your way towards Fairview Road?
At 3:48, we sent out an alert for the activation of our team, including which members, notifying the team which members would actually be responding. I had just finished shoveling my driveway. By the time I changed into my uniform, got all my equipment together, I left my house at 4:13 p.m.
When you left your house, were you in an assigned cruiser or a personal vehicle?
Signed cruiser, sir.
Is there tracking of assigned cruisers?
Yes, there is.
Could you share with us how that works?
So each cruiser has a automated vehicle locator or GPS system. It tracks everywhere you go, marking every time you stop.
And did the vehicle you were driving have that system?
Yes, it did, sir.
Before you left to head towards Fairview at 4:13 p.m., had you already defined what the mission was going to be?
Yes, I knew we'd be conducting an evidence search.
Did you have any idea of how you were going to do that?
Yes, I spoke to Lieutenant Tully just to get an idea of the area we'd be searching. I determined how many members we would need to respond to that search, which at that time I figured we would need 8 members to respond. Normally, as the team leader, I'll function more of an incident command role behind the team, documenting some of our efforts. So we dispatched 8 members to the scene. Unfortunately, due to the snow, one of my members was not able to respond, so we only had 7 members officially arrive on scene, including myself, which changed the dynamics a little bit of our search, but nothing major.
How did it change the dynamics of your search?
Well, like I stated, normally I would stay behind the line of searchers, documenting what they do, more of as a command role, but because we were 1 member short, I wound up participating in the search, more hands-on than maybe normal.
Did you ultimately actively participate in the search firsthand?
Yes, I did, sir.
Tell us about when you first arrive at 34 Fairview and you get out of your cruiser. What's the weather like at that point?
Still snowing.
What's the temperature like?
Very cold.
Visibility?
It was windy, but no real issues for us to see as we were working.
Was there a particular area you were looking at?
Yes, once I spoke to Lieutenant Tully, we wanted focusing on a specific area to search.
What time did you arrive at 34 Fairview?
4:56 p.m.
Did any of your team arrive before you?
Just prior to my arrival, 1 member arrived at 4:54 p.m.
And do you remember who that was?
It was Trooper Jason Bousselet.
Were there other members that arrived after you?
Yes, there were.
Did you wait until the entire team was there before you began?
No, we did not.
The other members that arrived, do you remember who they were?
Yes, I do, sir.
Do you happen to remember when they arrived?
Yes, I do, sir.
Could you share that with us?
Trooper Blake Bearden arrived at 5:21 p.m. Sergeant Charles Luis arrived at 5:24 p.m. Sergeant Michael O'Brien arrived at 5:24 p.m. Trooper Scott Viscardi arrived at 5:34 p.m. and Sergeant Anthony Carrier arrived at 5:41 p.m.
When you first arrived at Fairview and you looked at the scene, did you have any personal knowledge where any person had been in that area?
No, I did not.
Good catch.
Did you learn generally that a man was found in that area?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any photographs or precise location of exactly where that person had been found?
No, we did not.
Did you have a general area that you were directed to?
Yes, sir.
Any landmarks you can share with us in the general area where you were going to be focused on?
There was a flagpole in front of the residence. There was also a fire hydrant in front of the residence.
Who made the determination of the scope of the area that you would search?
I made the final markings of the distance we wanted to search, but we were guided by Lieutenant Tully's information he was able to provide for me.
How did you decide the depth and the broadness of the area you were going to search?
He informed me that there was a vehicle involved in the incident. He told me where that vehicle had been parked, so we wanted to make sure we started prior to where that vehicle was parked, which was almost adjacent to the front door of the house. If you were to look at the house we were at 34 Fairview Road, you don't say there was 2 front doors, a main front door and then a secondary front door at, closer to the garage, whether that's a mudroom or a den. So he stated the vehicle was parked almost directly across from the main front door, which again, looking at the house, that's on the left front door. So we marked off that as our starting location, and we wanted to search down to the fire hydrant.
Were you looking randomly, or was there any specific items you may have been looking for?
No, we were instructed that it was believed that the vehicle may have had a broken taillight, so we were looking for taillight pieces. We also were informed the victim in this incident was missing his shoe, so we're going to be looking for his sneaker as well.
What tools did you and your team bring to begin the search?
We brought shovels. We also brought push broom. I brought a couple of garden rakes, and we also were all equipped with headlamps, you know, hiking lamps that you would wear.
Were the headlamps the only lighting you had for the search?
Once we began the search, we wound up turning a few of the cruisers around just to put some extra headlights on the scene.
Were the cruisers parked so they were facing the yard?
They were parked on the street, just covering the streets. They're not angled towards the yard at all.
I want to ask you some questions about the tools you brought. You said you had shovels, some garden rakes, and brooms?
Yes, sir.
What was the purpose of the brooms?
Just to help us sift through the snow very carefully. We wanted to be slow and methodical as we went through the area.
How about the shovels? Were you concerned that if you used the shovel, you could hit an item and break it?
Yes, but we went as slow as we could, layer by layer, as we moved down throughout the snow.
When you use shovels, were you digging like you would dig vegetables in a garden?
No, sir.
Could you explain a little bit about the process before we get into the actual search of how you as a team would look through snow? Would you just pick it up and turn it over, or was there a process in place?
No, eventually we wound up going again. Our searches, we'll call it a grid search, but it's a line search where we're all lined up, again, talking about critical spacing. If we're searching for a particular item on a search, we may use a replica item to say, okay, how far can each member be away from each other? Because this was such a small search area, our members lined up almost shoulder to shoulder. Once we were on a line, we would slowly move forward, each member taking out snow, sifting, small layers, sifting it out at their own feet with a right flank along the curb in front of the house. That snow would eventually get moved out to the street where I was standing. I was the left flank on our line. I would then re-go through that snow, make sure we didn't miss any items or by accident carry an item that we were looking for over towards the middle of the street. Once I was satisfied there wasn't anything there, I would take that snow and throw it across to the other side of the street.
Before you began the search, did you have a chance to look around at the surroundings, including the street, the berm separating the street from the yard, and the area you were going to look at?
Yes, I did, sir.
Did you see any evidence that there had been any plowing before you arrived?
Yes, the plow had come through the area. The plow had not gone curb to curb, so we had a good 3 to 4 foot embankment coming off each curb. So at that embankment where the snow had come to, there was higher levels of snow before it dropped down to the normal snow depth that the rest of the area had received.
Could you describe a little more simply what you mean that the plow didn't go curb to curb?
So again, the plow had probably only done enough distance for maybe 2 vehicles to safely pass each other, not enough to go all the way to the curb on each side of the street. As we wound up parking, the responding members, as they wound up parking in the snow closer to the curb, and at the end of the night, several of the cruisers were stuck. We had to push them out.
When you looked at the snow that appeared to have been pushed by the plow, did that snow that had been displaced reach the berm, the separation between the street and the yard?
No, there was 3 to 4 feet between the edge from where the plow was to where the curbing in front of the house was located, sir.
The area where you searched or where you were pointed to where Mr. O'Keefe was in that general area, did it look like any snow from any plow had reached that area?
No, it did not.
When you began the searching, do you know what time it was that you actually began searching?
We moved my cruiser and Trooper Boussolet's cruiser at 5:20. We had started gridding off where we wanted to search, but at 5:20, that's when we moved our cruisers to put the headlights on. That's right, Trooper Bearden and the 2 sergeants arrived quickly after on scene, so by 5:24, we started, all 5 of us were lined up shoveling. When the 2 other members arrived on scene, they just joined in on the line to help us move.
From when you first arrived at 4:56 p.m. to when you began the search at 5:20 p.m., did you see anybody enter the area that you were going to search other than you or a CERT team member?
No, they did not.
Were there other people in the area outside the scene or the grid that you were going to search, other than you and members of your CERT team?
Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene.
Was there anybody with Lieutenant Tully?
At one point, he had several other people with him. Maybe, I believe, 5 throughout our search. Maybe 5 different people, including him, were on scene.
Were those people part of state police?
At least 1, maybe 2. Unfortunately, I don't recognize all 2,500 members in our department, but there were probably about 5 total people on scene, sir.
Was there somebody who was picking up any evidence that you may find and putting it in bags and preserving it?
After we found located evidence, it was documented on scene by the detectives.
So you yourself were not documenting?
No, and again, that's maybe a little change in the dynamics. You know, if I had been more of in an incident commander role, I probably would have documented time, location. Again, more for our internal records. The primary record will always be at the hands of the detectives. But because I was actively searching, the detectives handled all documentation.
Did you see somebody from the state police putting evidence in bags after it was pointed out to you?
Yes, sir, they did.
When you began the search, what part of the street or yard did you begin with?
We started where we were informed the vehicle was parked, which again was by, almost directly across from the front door of the house, and we began working south towards Chapman Street.
During the process of the search, if somebody were to find a piece of evidence, what was the process? What would happen?
He would notify myself and Lieutenant Tully, and we would stop our operation until that was documented by the detectives on scene and collected.
Do you know what time the first piece of evidence was found?
I believe it was 5:45, sir.
Do you remember what the first piece or item that you or the CERT team found was?
It was a piece of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you 2 photographs. Do you recognize what is in them? First one?
Yes, sir.
What is that?
It is a piece of clear lens from a taillight.
And the second photograph?
It's the same lens, just a little enhanced, closer.
A close-up?
Yes, sir.
I'd move to introduce these 2 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, so one is a close-up of the other.
It is.
So Madam Court Reporter will be the next, plus A.
73 and 73A. Let's briefly see those photographs.
With the court's permission, could I show the exhibits?
Yes.
We see exhibit number 129, please. Oh. Doesn't have it. Okay. All right, I'll move on at this point.
Okay.
And that was at 5:45?
Yes, sir.
At 5:50, do you know if another item was found?
I don't know the specific times. I know the first piece was 5:45, but again, I didn't handle the documentation, and I have not seen the evidence log.
Okay. Inevitably, did you or your team find an item of clothing?
We found the sneaker, yes, sir.
A sneaker?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe where the sneaker was found?
Sneaker was flush up against the curb, and it was inverted upside down.
Was there anything in the sneaker?
There was snow on and inside the sneaker.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm showing you 3 photographs. Do you recognize the first one?
Yes, sir. That's a photograph of the sneaker we recovered.
And where is it located in reference to the berm?
It's directly up against the curb.
Can you show, take a look at the second photograph, please? What do you see?
It's a close-up picture of the same sneaker we located.
And third photograph, please.
Again, just a close-up, different angle photo of the sneaker we located.
Thank you. All right, remove these 3 photos of evidence, please.
All right, so Madam Court Reporter, 74A, please.
It's 74, 74A, and 74B, so mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. With the court's permission, could I show these photographs?
Yes.
Could we get more of a close-up, Ms. Gill? Sir, can you describe what you're seeing here?
That's the sneaker we located up against the curb. You can see the snow in the background, and that's the flagpole in front of the house. And you can see it's still snowing at this time.
Could we see 121, please? And sir, can you describe again what that is?
Just a close-up photo of the sneaker we located up against the curb.
Is that curb the black area to the right?
Correct, sir.
How high is that curb?
Not sure, sir. Several inches.
122, please. You described a photograph with a sneaker with snow in it. Is that photograph?
Yes, it is, sir.
Okay, thank you. You can take that down.
Interesting. The shoe found near the gate, or was that just an internet rumor?
That night, do you recall if there was any other pieces of taillight recovered?
I believe in total we located maybe 6 or 7 pieces of taillight.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you 3 photographs.
Thank you.
Do you recognize the first photograph?
Yes, I do, sir.
And what's in that photograph?
It's a piece of red taillight that we located.
Could you look at the second photograph, please?
Yes, sir.
What do you see there?
It's the same piece of taillight that we recovered. Just a close-up version. You can see the molding of an overturned shovel. That piece of taillight actually came up as one of our team members was shoveling. When he overturned his shovel, the piece of taillight was there, and you can see the actual molding from his shovel.
And the third photograph?
That is another piece of taillight that we located at ground level.
A different piece.
Yes, sir.
Let's stick with photographs 1 and 2. Photographs 1 and 2 is close-up and a further view of a piece of taillight. Are those fair and accurate depictions? Is that piece appeared that night?
Yes, they are, sir.
All right, we'll introduce 2 photographs into evidence. No objection.
Thank you. One's a close-up, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
75A.
So when these items were found, did you examine or study the depth of those items when they were found?
I did not, sir. Gave them a glance when our team members told us we found something, and then Lieutenant Tully took over documentation. I returned to my place, on our line.
Do you know if any of the items were touching the ground or were they on snow?
A couple of the pieces were found at ground level, touching the asphalt.
And you said there was another item found that we just talked about? A separate piece of taillight?
Yes, that photo you showed me was a separate piece of the taillight we located, sir.
May I approach?
Yes.
The view on the asphalt is in the road out.
Show me 2 photographs.
Saw all nighter.
Look at the first photograph.
No.
Yes, sir.
What do you see?
Piece of taillight at ground level.
And if you could look at the second photograph, what's that?
It's a close-up enhanced view of that same piece of taillight.
So it's just a different view of the same piece of taillight?
Correct, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction as that piece of taillight appeared that night?
Yes, it is, sir.
I would move these 2 into evidence. 1 photograph and a second is a closer-up view. No objection.
Okay.
Exhibit 76 and 76A.
While you were conducting the search, did anybody but your team, Trooper Tully, the person who was documenting the evidence, did you see any other people who were not law enforcement in the area?
At some point during our search, the media arrived on scene, began filming us or taking photos.
Was there anybody from your department or a different department that was managing the crowd?
No, there were members with Lieutenant Tully that I believe were not state police members, but I wouldn't know how to characterize what their job description was, sir.
At any time, did anybody enter that area or scene, the grid that you and your members were working on, other than your group and Trooper Tully and the people with him?
No, correct. Once we marked off our area, no one came forward of our line. That whole search area was fresh, undisturbed snow as we moved through the area, and no one moved past our line. Even when Lieutenant Tully and the member who works in his unit came to collect the evidence, they didn't move past the point we had searched up to at that time.
Why were you so careful about anybody coming onto your grid?
We don't want to disturb our scene, but we also don't want to move forward unless we're all moving together, acting in unison.
Given you had brushes and rakes and shovels, did you get through every piece of that area?
We didn't go all the way to where I had marked off originally, because after we'd found everything that was collected, we had gone approximately 8 to 10 feet without finding any other evidence. Lieutenant Tully and I had a discussion. I think we determined we'd found everything we were going to find that evening, and we decided to suspend the search.
Was it a search that took up the whole front yard and street of that area?
Our focus was on the street. We really didn't touch the front yard at all. We started to go over the curb at one point to see if we could search the grass area, but we could not properly, definitively say we were searching it well. As we started to move the snow, we couldn't really differentiate down to the grass level.
How hard was the ground?
It was cold, frozen.
The ground was frozen?
Sir.
And so not being able to search the entire yard, was there a plan at that point? Did you just end your mission?
So when we suspended our search, we'll always do a full team debrief, and we'll debrief with the person who requested our search. So, and at the end of our search, we'll come up with what we call our probability of detection. We'll give a baseline determination of what I think, our percentage-wise, whether we would have found what we were looking for. We'll provide that. I did provide that to Lieutenant Tully. Told him there was a good chance we did not locate everything that evening, and we offered to return at a later date or time at his request.
When you were looking generally for pieces of taillight in the sneaker, were you informed, did you have any idea how much taillight would be in that area?
I did not know, sir.
Was there any way for you to, at that point, identify exactly what you were looking for?
No, we didn't have a photo of the taillight. I was never shown anything, so I wasn't sure how much we were actually looking for.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll withdraw that. What time did you end the search?
Approximately 6:15, I believe. I was the last one to leave, which was 6:23 p.m. when I left.
And so how long was the entire search?
It was about 55 minutes. We started again around 5:20, ending around 6:15, sir.
Do you know if any other colleagues or members went back at a later date?
I've been informed that they did, yes, but not from my team, but other members of our department.
I'll allow it, just move on.
Did your team go back?
We did not, sir, no.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Lieutenant.
Good afternoon, sir.
When you first arrived at the scene, was there crime scene tape up?
No, there was not, sir.
Was there any barricade up at all?
No, there was not.
Was there any evidence that the crime scene was being secured at that time?
There was no police presence on scene, sir.
Okay. So that when you arrived, the scene had been left unsecured. Do you know how long it had been left unsecured?
I do not, sir.
So before you arrived, at least, and before your presence was known, for some time before you got there, that scene could have been accessed by anyone, to your knowledge?
Well, I think the weather played a good help in us with the scene security, because with that being fresh, undisturbed snow, and with the man tracking we do, we would be able to determine if anyone had access to that area.
Of course, of course. But you don't have any personal knowledge of anybody actually securing that scene for onlookers, bypassers, anybody that wanted access to it, they could have had it?
Not that I'm aware of, sir.
Okay. You indicated that Lieutenant Tully first contacted you around, not around, but exactly at 2:32 p.m., correct?
That is correct, sir.
At that time, your team was not stood up. In other words, you were not activated, because that was an initial call by Lieutenant Tully, not an activation call, correct?
Correct. That's a courtesy notification, sir.
And at that time, Lieutenant Tully had not received the proper protocol, the proper approvals through the protocol to actually have your team activate and have your team dispatched.
Yes, I think he'll normally, when we get activated, before they start the process going through their chain of command, they'll call me just to see if we're available and if we could actually respond, instead of wasting other people's time calling us. If I were to say, no, we are already assigned on another mission at this time.
Right. So around 2:53, you indicated that one of your subordinates, Sergeant Simpson, notified the rest of the team that get ready, but we have not been given the green light, correct?
Correct, sir. Building an availability list of who could respond.
Okay. That was just a kind of a precursor, if you will, for lack of a better phrase, to make sure that you had the available personnel, so when the green light, or if the green light came, you could activate.
Correct, and to help start giving people the heads up to start shoveling their driveway. Like I said, as soon as I received that call from Lieutenant Tully, I hadn't shoveled my driveway yet.
Okay.
I went out and had to go clear my driveway and my cruiser. And the end of my driveway, we usually get plowed in by our plows. We had several feet of snow at the end of my driveway, sir.
Lucky you.
Yes.
All right. Did Lieutenant Tully inform you in that first phone call that colleagues of his, Massachusetts State Police colleagues of his, were already en route to Dighton to retrieve or seize the SUV?
He did not say that, sir.
Did Lieutenant Tully inform you that Massachusetts State Police had actually contacted the Dighton Police Department for their assistance in potentially seizing that SUV?
He did not tell me that, sir.
Did he indicate to you, you indicated that your conversation was at 12:32. Did he indicate that he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 12:31, just a minute prior?
Our phone call is at 2:32, sir.
I'm sorry.
I don't know if that can,
Did I say 12:32?
that's a different time you're looking to.
2:32, and he had just gotten off the phone with Dighton PD at 2:31. Did he indicate anything like that?
No, he did not, sir.
Okay. So we do know that at that 2:30-ish hour, you were not authorized to respond to the unit, to the location at that point. None of your units were en route at that point.
No, neither one of us had requested approval through our chain of command at that time, sir.
And you've already told us that you didn't head out until just after 4, sometime after 4 p.m.?
Yes. My GPS data has me leaving my driveway at 4:13 p.m.
Got it. Once you were at 34 Fairview, you arrived first, correct?
No, sir.
I'm sorry, I mistook that. Tell me who did arrive first.
Trooper Busalil arrived at 4:54, and I pulled in just after him at 4:56, sir.
My mistake. When you first arrived, you were waiting others of your team to arrive as well in their personal vehicles or their marked vehicles, correct?
They were still en route at that time, yes, sir.
When you got there, you did not know at that point where you were going to be directed to search, correct?
I did not know, sir.
All you knew was a residence and an address, correct?
Correct.
As your team members arrived, were they arriving in personal vehicles, cruisers, or some combination thereof?
They were all arriving in state-issued cruisers.
Okay, so all 7 of you arrived. There were 7 total, correct?
Correct. We, again, initially started 8. One member was not able to get off the end of their street due to plowing, so we were 1 member short from the original dispatch.
Understood. Lieutenant, when you arrived, given the fact that you did not know where you'd be searching, you've actually indicated previously that the flagpole, the fire hydrant, etc., that part of the lawn, that part of the yard, was behind you as the cruisers pulled up and you parked your cruisers waiting for everybody to get there, correct?
When I arrived, I parked almost at the end of the driveway of that residence, sir.
Okay. Was your tail facing the flagpole, or was your nose facing the flagpole?
Tail was facing the flagpole.
So you pulled up to the driveway, I'm guessing from Chapman?
Yes.
Heading north?
Correct, sir. Yes, from Chapman.
Okay, so you pulled over to the edge of the driveway, sort of on the wrong side of the street, I'm guessing.
Same side as 34 Fairview, sir.
Understood. So the area and the grid area that you ultimately decided to search and ultimately were directed to search, that was all behind you?
Yes, it was, sir.
And it was dark out, obviously?
Yes, it was, sir.
Getting dark?
It was dark. It was winter, so it was dark at 5 o'clock.
Your focus was certainly not on the area behind you at that point, correct?
As
a matter of fact, your focus wasn't really anywhere, was it? Because you didn't know where you were going to search.
Correct, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, your team members began to arrive one by one, and each one of them would stay in their car, or would they get out and come coordinate with you, like at your cruiser?
No, as they arrived on scene, they would come out because Lieutenant Tully had already arrived on scene. He was technically the 3rd member of the state police on scene.
Okay.
So once he got on scene, I was already out talking to him, and I was marking off the area we were going to search.
Understood. He ultimately, at some point, did direct you to a location behind you, which you were not currently focused on, toward the flagpole, the fire hydrant, you said.
Yeah, I wasn't focused on any area at that time, sir, no.
You marked those the areas out that Lieutenant Tully directed you to with some sort of grid coordinates, or was it just sort of a mental grid?
No, I wound up marking, stepping it off in the area I wanted to search, sir.
Did you use any string or rope or anything like that to physically grid the area off?
No, I just marked a line in the snow, sir, where I wanted to start and where we wanted to end.
And you did that with footprints?
No, with the shovel, I made a mark where we wanted to start and end,
I
sir.
see. So sort of dragging a shovel in the line.
Oh,
in the
just
snow.
no, where the berm was, sir. I knocked the berm down, made an obvious impression of where the shovel was.
Okay.
At the starting location where ideally I wanted to end.
Perfect. You indicated that the area that you were searching was relatively undisturbed snow. You said that in direct examination, correct?
It was undisturbed, yes, sir.
But the street, everything from the berm in, the street had been plowed, correct?
To a point, yes, sir.
All right, and so that would be disturbed snow.
Yeah, to a point, yes, sir.
And what was the point?
To where the snow that got plowed in, it all rose up just like the end of your driveway would. There was a good 3 to 4 foot high barrier on each side of the street. Once you were able to knock down that initial barrier of snow, the level of snow dropped down to the normal depths that you would have seen in anyone's front lawn at that time, sir.
And is that what you're calling the undisturbed portion of the snow?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Lieutenant Tully told you that you were going to be looking for a man's shoe, a sneaker of some sort, or a shoe of some sort, correct?
He said sneaker, yes, sir.
And he told you that you'd be searching for plastic, red plastic, potentially from a taillight, is that right?
He said taillight pieces, yes, sir.
Did he indicate that some of them would be red, some might be clear, might be a combination of the two?
He didn't indicate a color either way, sir.
He did direct you to where he believed you should search. It was his direction that sort of gave you your grid coordinates, correct?
He indicated where the vehicle had been parked and where the victim's body had been located and suggested that was the primary area to search.
Did he tell you whether or not he knew from personal knowledge where where John O'Keefe's body had been?
He did not, sir, no.
Did he tell you whether he had personal knowledge where any taillight material might be?
He did not know, sir.
Did he tell you that he had any personal knowledge where an impact site might have been?
He did not know.
Did he tell you that he had personal knowledge that there had been an impact site at the location?
No, he just said he believed the incident involved the vehicle.
Okay. One of your goals when looking at the search location was to obviously remove the snow as methodically as you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
You wanted to not only remove layers of snow, but then ultimately expose the layer beneath it with as little disturbance as possible. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
I think you noted that the plow had not plowed all the way to the curb, so the snowbank was sort of in the street, not in the yard, or at least a few inches from the curb line and not in the yard, correct?
Correct, sir. As I stated, as some of the responding members parked, they were thinking they were parking in a safe spot in the street, and their cruisers wound up being stuck at the end of the night.
And you and your team had some experience doing searches in snowy conditions, being from Massachusetts, I'm guessing.
Missing person searches, we've never been out for an evidence search in this specific type of conditions, but we have done missing person searches.
So this was the first time you and your team had executed a search of this nature in these kinds of conditions for these kinds of items?
In blizzard conditions, yes, for an evidence search, yes.
But you did indicate on direct examination that although it was blizzard conditions and the winds were high, and we've learned that windy conditions sort of define a blizzard in some respects, the visibility was relatively good.
Yeah, with our headlamps, we had pretty decent visibility.
I want to ask you a couple of questions about the techniques for conducting a search like this in some sort of snowfall. Obviously, as a specialist in searches, one of the things that you put as the highest priority is documenting exactly where the search is conducted, what techniques are used to conduct the search, and what, if anything, is found and exactly where it's found, correct?
Yes, documentation of your search is important, yes, sir.
You'd also want to document the time that things are found, correct?
Yes, you want those documented.
And you'd want to document the relative locations between and among items that are found. How close are they to each other? How close are they or far are they from a stable landmark, a static landmark, correct?
So we will mark items, sir.
Okay.
Measuring in between distances, they do get stamped when we mark our items. Measuring them would be at the discretion of the investigators themselves.
And obviously that would be among the best practices to document, clearly document how a search is conducted, correct?
Correct, sir.
Another way to document the evidence is, or the search, is to do it through either video evidence or photographic techniques, right? Just photographing, forensic photographs of where things are found, contextual photographs moving into close-up photographs, correct?
That would be at the discretion of the detective, sir.
And in this case, that discretion lay with Lieutenant Tully, correct?
Yeah, he was the incident commander, correct, sir.
You indicated a number of hand tools that you brought with you to the search to make sure that you had the tools necessary to get through the snow and get to the items that you were, if there were any items out there, to get to the items you were looking for. Is that right?
Correct, sir.
And you did, in fact, remove layer by layer of snow and sort of sift through it as best you could, correct?
Yes, sir.
That also included some shovels where a shovel full of snow might be gathered and then turned over, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. That was done somewhat methodically, is that right?
Yes, it was, sir.
And you wanted to make sure that you weren't missing anything as you were digging through the top layers of snow and getting down to something closer to the surface, correct?
Correct, sir.
And at that time, what was the level of snow, if you can estimate it? How much snowfall?
I believe the area, not living that far from that location myself, was anywhere from 15 to 18 up to maybe 20 inches in certain towns.
And again, this is after 5:45, 5:48 in the evening of January 29th.
When the first item was discovered, it was 5:45.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Obviously, a search of this complexity and with this many individuals and with those conditions required some level of significant coordination by you and your team, correct?
Yes, sir.
You had to account for all the personnel who were there, is that right?
Correct, sir.
That included, I'm going to go through a quick list, Bearden, Beausoleil, Carrier, Luis, O'Brien, O'Hara, you, and Biscardi, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So there were 7 individuals, as well, Lieutenant, as 7 vehicles to account for to make sure you're not driving over the wrong areas, walking over the wrong areas, standing over the wrong areas, correct?
Correct, sir.
And not only did you have to account for those 7 officers, each of whom arrived in their own vehicles, you also had to make sure that those vehicles were positioned in the right spot to make sure you don't drive over the area that you need to search and might be impacted by your cars, correct?
Yes, sir. After Lieutenant Tully arrived on scene, the remaining cruisers never came past the initial location of where we believe the incident occurred.
Before he came on scene, the cruisers that were there were down toward the driveway, closer to where you were, and you, of course, were positioned with your back to the location that ultimately was searched, correct?
Yes, sir. That was 2 of the 7 cruisers, yes.
Okay. Once you learned where you wanted to search, you literally had to sort of turn around, physically turn things around to begin searching behind where you had originally positioned yourself. No fault of your own, you just didn't know where to go. You had to sort of turn around and go backward toward the area of the flagpole, away from the area of the driveway, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so as you began to focus on the other side of the house, the other side of the driveway, you had to actually reposition a couple of the cruisers. You didn't have to, but you chose to reposition a couple of the cruisers to turn their lights back around, correct?
That is correct, sir.
At some point, you've indicated that there were other individuals who you noticed were at the scene. Is that right?
Yes, there were non-CERT members on scene, sir.
Okay. And those non-CERT members included, or they numbered, at least 5 individuals, not including Lieutenant Tully. Is that right?
I believe that includes Lieutenant Tully, sir. I believe it was 5 total.
Okay, so 5 does include Lieutenant Tully. There were 4 others that were non-CERT members, correct?
Correct, sir.
And those were members, I think you've earlier testified that those were members of either Massachusetts State Police or Canton Police or both. Is that right?
I believe it was both, yes, sir.
And you did not recognize those individuals?
I recognized one of the state police members. I believe a second one was also a state police member that I'm not familiar with.
Okay.
And then 2 other members that I believe were Canton Police, but again, not familiar with them.
And these individuals were obviously, it's dark, you're not paying attention to them, you're not paying attention to what they're doing. They probably have hats and hoods and gloves on, I'm guessing.
Well, they didn't arrive on scene right away, so we were already well into our search before they even arrived on scene. The only one who was on scene originally was Lieutenant Tully.
If you weren't paying close attention to those 4 officers, those additional 4 officers, how do you know exactly what time they arrived on scene?
They weren't in the area we were searching, so they came on scene after we were already on our line searching, sir.
So they may have been in the area, but you didn't see them until your line search had already begun, and you made note of them, correct?
Correct. I don't know when the exact time they arrived on scene, sir, but they weren't on scene when we started our search.
Or they weren't in your vision when they started your search?
No, they weren't on scene, sir.
Okay. But you don't know, as you sit here, you can't say what time they showed up?
I do not know, sir.
And did they come at your direction?
They did not.
Did they come at the direction of any of your staff members, any of your colleagues?
No, we did not request them, sir.
Okay. So they were there for some reason other than why you were there?
That's correct, sir.
I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
These individuals, you noted they were either from, I think you said 2 from Massachusetts State Police and 2 from Canton Police, correct?
Yeah, including Lieutenant Tully, it would probably be 3 MSP and 2 Canton Police, sir.
Okay. Excluding Lieutenant Tully, who was working very closely with you, the other 4 individuals, they were in full uniform or they were plain clothes?
Plain clothes, sir.
And your focus, once you began your search, once you stood up the team, turned your cars around, and realized exactly the grid where you were going to search, that's what your focus was on, correct?
Yeah, I was focused on our search area, correct, sir.
And when you're searching a line, for instance, if it's a line that extends to your right or to your left, the search that you're conducting is literally right directly in front of you, correct?
Well, you're always looking left or right because you're staying online with your teammates, so you always have a full view of the scene you're searching, sir.
Understood. I'm not saying that you look down and never look up again, but I'm saying that your focus, the main focus of your search, is directly in front of you. That's why you do a line search, so you can take small steps, search in front of you, move forward, search in front of you as a line, almost an entity, a single entity moving forward, correct?
That is best practice, yes, sir.
That's how you make sure you don't miss an overturned leaf that you need to overturn, that there might be a knife under or a gun under or something like that, or a bullet casing, something like that, correct?
Correct, sir.
Or a taillight, right?
Correct, sir.
All right, so as your focus is, your world sort of collapses a little bit. Your focus is in front of you. You're obviously working with your team members left and right. You're moving forward very, very gently, very methodically, very technically as you move forward, and the whole line moves forward on that grid, correct?
Correct, sir.
So you're not necessarily paying attention to what's happening behind you, off in the distance, in the dark, to your left far, to your right far. That's not what your focus is on, at least at that moment, correct?
No, sir. Our focus is forward as we're moving forward into our search area.
Thank you. In addition to the 5 individuals, Lieutenant Tully included, and the other 4, there was also another person that made contact with you from 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes, when we first arrived on scene, someone had exited the residence onto the front steps, front porch area possibly of that mudroom.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Of that mudroom, so that right door, the exit, the door closest to the garage, sir.
Can you describe that person for us?
It was an adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt.
Did that person approach you or one of your team members?
No, he never left the front door area.
Did he say anything to you or one of the team members?
He asked if we were here for what happened earlier. We replied yes, and he turned and went back inside the residence.
And as you sit here, you don't know who that person is?
I do not, sir, no.
But he's a male, I'm guessing middle-aged?
It was not a child, sir. It was definitely an adult male, sir.
Adult male wearing a hooded sweatshirt?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. You testified that you recovered, having a hard time speaking, it's been a long day. I apologize. We'll try that again. You testified that you recovered a piece of plastic first before you recovered the shoe, or do I have that backwards?
No, there was one piece of taillight located before the shoe, sir.
Understood. You've also indicated that of the, I think you said 6 or 7 total pieces of plastic that were found, that all of those pieces of plastic and the shoe were found basically right next to each other, correct?
I don't know the exact distances, but they weren't too far apart, some several inches to others maybe a foot or two. I don't know the exact distances, sir.
Without assigning an exact measurement down to the millimeter, Lieutenant, you've earlier indicated that all of the pieces and the shoe, relative to each other, it's just relative to each other, were found within a foot or so of each other, correct?
Eyeball, again, as the distance that I just said, sir, from inches to maybe a couple of feet. I know they all are geomarked with exact coordinates that, could be measured out at a later time, which, again, would have been at the purview of the detectives, but we did not measure them. Again, all eyeball that night.
Understood. When I say, and it may have been a bad question on my part, Lieutenant, and if it was, I apologize. When I say a foot, within a foot of each other, I don't mean a foot apart. All of them, you've earlier testified, would be inside of a foot total, correct? Or maybe 2 feet now?
I don't think they'd be quite that close, sir. I think they were maybe in between each item, sir, or close to it.
I have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yeah, you need to clarify that with the jury.
Okay. I know this isn't necessarily a memorization contest about your prior testimony, but do you remember testifying about this specific issue? Here I go again. I can't speak. This specific issue about a year ago at another, back in 2022 at a grand jury?
Yes, I did, sir.
Okay. Do you remember exactly how you described where everything was with relative, maybe fifth, is that a fact at the grand jury?
Okay.
Relative to each other, do you remember how you testified exactly?
I believe I said within a few inches or a foot away. Yes, sir.
Excellent memory. Seriously. You've rattled off times and dates like I've never seen before. So it's exactly what you said. So within a few inches of each other, maybe a foot is what you said, correct?
That's what I said, yes, sir.
Okay, so if it's maybe within a foot, this is an 11 and a half by 8.5 piece of paper, maybe an area a little larger than this, correct?
Correct, sir.
Okay. As you found items of evidence, did you alert Lieutenant Tully to that specific piece of evidence?
Yes, so I was not one of the members who found any of the evidence, but as my team members located something, we would halt the line. Lieutenant Tully was a short distance behind our line. We would get his attention. We would cease our operations until he informed us that he felt it was properly documented.
And ultimately, Lieutenant Tully was the person responsible for documenting that item, is that right?
That is, sir. We fall under the incident command structure. He technically took the lead as the incident commander that night, sir.
And he did that through photography?
Yes, sir.
So you saw him taking pictures of the items in their place once they were found, correct?
Yeah, I believe he was the one taking photographs, sir.
And by definition, Lieutenant, as a search like this is being conducted, unfortunately, moving snow means possibly moving the items themselves, correct?
Potentially, yes, sir.
They might end up in a shovel full of snow, you turn it upside down. That's not what a piece of evidence was to begin with, correct?
Correct. It's been moved at that point.
But in this case, nearly all of the pieces that you did find, including the shoe, were nearly next to each other, meaning within inches of one another, correct?
I don't know the exact distance again, sir, ballpark eye distance, but again, that is why we provided the GPS coordinates of each location, because we did stamp those with a handheld GPS as we found items of evidence, and all those locations were turned over with our report to be measured at the desire of the detectives, sir.
Certainly, using that very impressive memory of yours, your memory back in May of 2022, May 5th of 2022, was that they were within inches of each other.
I believe that's what I stated, yes, sir.
Okay. Ultimately, you indicated that the search, after about 6 or 7 pieces were found, as well as the shoe, the search was suspended just after 6 o'clock, correct?
Approximately 6:15-ish, sir, we stopped. We'd gone, like I stated earlier, we'd gone approximately 8 to 10 feet further south on the road without recovering any other pieces of taillight. We knew we had already located the sneaker, so we decided to suspend the search at that time until possibly a future date.
And you were never called back out to the scene by Lieutenant Tully or anybody else, correct?
No, we were not, sir.
And did you become aware that over the next days and weeks and days and several weeks, there would be 40 more pieces of taillight claimed to be recovered at the scene? Did you become aware of that or no?
I was aware other pieces were located. I did not know that was the number, and I don't know exactly when I became aware of that. It was probably much later on, possibly at this location when I learned that information, sir.
And you don't know, as you sit here, you don't know whom it was that recovered those additional pieces, correct?
No, I've never seen the evidence log, sir.
And you don't know when those additional pieces were claimed to have been recovered?
I do not know.
When Lieutenant Tully and you had a conversation about shutting down the scene, was Lieutenant Tully's comment to you after those first few pieces were found that he was, quote, very satisfied that you had recovered everything that you were going to recover from that night, from that search?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Brennan asked you about the conversation that you had with Lieutenant Tully to shut the scene down, to clear the scene, correct?
Yes, so we conducted a debrief, and I gave him, again, as I mentioned earlier, we provide a probability of detection. I tell him what the chances are. I think we found our items we were looking for, and we determined to suspend the search.
Do you remember testifying last year that Lieutenant Tully indicated that he was very satisfied with what was found?
I don't know if I used the word very satisfied, but he was satisfied that evening that we had found everything we were going to find that night, sir.
Ma'am, just a moment, Your Honor.
Okay.
Do you remember exactly what you indicated Lieutenant Tully's words were as you sit here?
I believe, yes, he was satisfied with the search. I just don't know if he used the word very satisfied or not, sir.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your transcript?
I'm sure it will, sir.
It's the one thing you didn't remember. May I? Thank you. Highlighted portion, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir. I'm just going on the date. Is this from last year, or would this be from the grand jury, sir?
June of last year.
Okay. Yes, sir. So it does state here that I stated he was very satisfied with the search.
Does that refresh your recollection that was the words that he used, or at least you remembered him using at that time?
Yeah, I believe, to the best of my recollection, sir.
Fair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Lieutenant. May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay. Planted tail light or not? Just to find that quickly. It's crazy.
Lieutenant, there was one other thing that I wanted to ask you about, which is you had indicated to Lieutenant Tully at some point close to 6 p.m. or so, it would be helpful if you and your team had a photograph of what it was you were looking for, correct?
Yeah, I believe after we found the first piece or two, I asked him if he had a photograph that we could look at just to see how large of an area, how large of a piece we were looking for, sir. Yes.
Fine. So that would, just timing-wise, if you found the first piece at 5:45, the first piece or two, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 minutes later, after that, maybe 5 minutes later, so let's place it at 5:50, close to 6, something like that?
Yeah, probably between 5:45 and 5:50 possibly, sir.
And you said to him at the time it'd be helpful if we had a photograph of what it is we're looking for, correct?
Yeah, I said that would help, yes, sir.
And Lieutenant Tully told you that the vehicle did not have a photograph because it was still en route from Dighton being transported to Canada, correct?
He did say he did not have a photograph and it was being towed back.
Okay. Thank you, Lieutenant.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you.
Sir, you mentioned that there were about 5 people not on your CERT team at some point arriving at Fairview Road or the area of it.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
3 of them were Mass State Police. You mentioned Tully and 2 of his colleagues.
Correct, sir.
Did you see anybody taking photographs of the items that you found?
Yes, so Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs while we were there, sir.
And did you see somebody putting the items in bags?
Yes, they did, sir.
Was that one of the 2 people that were with Lieutenant Tully?
Yes, correct, sir.
And you mentioned there were 2 Canton police officers. Were they part of the search?
They were not, sir, no.
Were they on the grid?
They were not, sir.
Did you ever see them in the area on the grid?
I did not, no, sir.
They were there. Were they involved in any way in the crowd?
They weren't the only people that ever came on scene other than us, and those local officers were at some point. The media did arrive on scene.
When you say on scene, is on scene different than on the grid?
Correct, just in the general vicinity, sir.
Did you know what the Canton police officers were doing?
I do not know, sir.
Did you ever see either of them ever come on your grid?
They did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I'll allow it.
Did you ever see anybody place or toss or throw anything onto your grid?
I did not know, sir.
Did you ever see anybody intrude on the grid and leave an item?
Choose a different word.
Did you ever see anybody physically intrude upon your grid?
No, no one did that, sir.
You were asked about best practices memorializing. The person who was taking photographs.
Hold on for a second.
Slow down a little, Mr. Brennan.
You mentioned best practices of memorializing items. And you also mentioned Lieutenant Tully was taking photographs?
Yes, that's correct, sir.
Do you know if those photographs were time and date stamped?
I believe they were, sir.
Is time and date stamping with photographs best practices in memorializing things?
Yes, they are, sir.
Now, before you defined the grid, and before you began that search, you knew other state police officers, didn't you?
Yes, I did.
Did you know a person by the name of Trooper Yuri Buchanan?
Yes, I do know him, sir.
Did you know somebody at the time known as Trooper Michael Proctor?
Yes, I did know. I do know him, sir.
Were either Michael Proctor or Trooper Yuri Buchanan at Fairview that night?
No, they were not, sir.
Did you see them at any time from the point you got there at 4:56 p.m. until when you left?
No, I did not see them there, sir.
You mentioned that somebody came out of a side door at 34 Fairview who had a hoodie on.
Yes, that's correct, sir.
How long were they outside for?
Maybe 10 seconds, sir.
Did they at any time interfere with your search?
No, they did not.
Did they at any time try to discourage or dissuade you from searching?
Objection, Your Honor.
Next question, I'll sustain that.
Did that person do anything to impede your search?
No, he did not.
You were asked about your conversation with Trooper Tully,
Yes, sir.
and he mentioned, or you characterized, he was very satisfied that what you had found, everything you were going to locate at that time.
That's correct, sir.
Did he ever suggest that he expected that you would not find anything else?
No, he did not.
Did he ever suggest that there was no other trace evidence there?
No, he did not.
Was there a discussion that he or you or other people may come back to search further at a different time?
We offered to come back at a later date, and he just accepted our offer, but we were never contacted to come back, sir.
When you offered to come back, was that based on your assessment that it was a difficult area to search?
Correct. Again, as we talked about probability of detection, we'll base it on 10 different categories, give him a baseline percentage chance of it. Would we have found what we were looking for? I told him there was a good chance we did not locate all the evidence, asked him if he wanted us to come back at a later date, sir.
And when you mentioned that you couldn't finish the search because of the grass, tell us a little bit about what made it difficult because of the grass.
Even using the push brooms, we couldn't properly move the snow off the grass as we were moving it. And with the dark, even the headlamps, I didn't feel like we were clearing it enough to continue searching it. I think our best efforts would be to focus on the street, because I was more concerned about eventually the plow coming in, clearing curb to curb, and moving any evidence that was on the street. My thought was, if with the grass not being able to properly clear it, at least that would be contained to be searched at a later date as the snow melted.
And given those assessments, is that some of those reasons why you offered to come back?
Yes, sir.
I've shown you some photographs you've identified about some of the pieces that you found or the pieces that you found that night. I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Okay.
If we could show Exhibit 73, please. Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
Is there a chance, Ms. Gilman, that we could do a close-up of that? Can you describe what you're seeing?
It's a piece of clear taillight. It's got rigid edges, some indentations on it, distinctive markings.
Did all of the pieces you found have those type of markings on it?
Not sure if they had those exact same markings, sir. I'd have to compare the photos.
Was there different colors of pieces that you found that night?
Yes, we also found pieces of red taillight as well.
Could we see 73A, please? Without blowing it up, if you could go back. Is 73A a picture from further away of the same piece?
Yes, that's what it appears to be, sir.
Was it easier to see these pieces that night in person than it is in photos, or was there any difference in the ability to identify these pieces?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
When you saw the piece from where you were standing, did it look any different than it does in this photo?
No, it doesn't, sir.
Could we see 75, please? In that picture from this perspective, can you see any pieces of taillight?
There's a piece of red taillight in the left-hand side of that photo, sir.
On a little bit of a mound?
Correct, sir.
Is that where that piece was found, on the mound?
No, that's the photo, like we discussed earlier, sir, that came up with one of the shovels, and you can see, when you get closer to that photo, you'll see the actual molding of the overturned shovel.
So it was scooped up and then placed on that mound?
Correct. As the trooper overturned it to start beginning to sift through the different layers of snow, that's where he deposited that snow, sir.
Could we get a close-up of the left side of that picture, please? Can you see the shovel marks near that piece?
Yes, they're directly behind it and off to the left. You can see the molding of the shovel.
You can see a bit of a divot to the left of the red.
Yes, correct, sir.
Is that part of imprint from the shovel?
Yes, it is, sir.
Could we see 75A, please? Is that a closer picture of the same item?
Yes.
The imprint, does that give you a clearer view of the shovel you were speaking about?
Yes, it does, sir.
Could we see 76, please? Is that one of the photographs you identified earlier?
Yes, it is, sir.
And that piece, was it found at ground level?
Yes, that photo is where that item was located, sir.
Touching the ground?
Yes, sir.
Could we get a close-up of that, please? And if we could have 76A, please. Is that a picture of the same item?
Yes, it is. Just zoomed in, sir.
Okay. You can close that, please, and turn the lights on. Thank you. To be clear on the timeline, your colleague arrived, first colleague arrived at what time?
4:54 p.m., sir.
And you arrived at?
4:56.
You mentioned that it looked like fresh snow.
Yes, sir. The area we searched was fresh, undisturbed snow.
And when you got there at 4:56, when you described fresh, undisturbed snow, is that your impression when you first got there at 4:56?
Yes, I realized that the plow had not cleared curb to curb.
You began your actual search at what time?
Right around 5:20, we wound up again. We moved a couple of our cruisers around just to add extra headlights, extra lighting on the scene itself.
And the first piece of evidence was found at what time?
5:45, sir.
Your area that you searched, did you say it was 8 to 10 feet?
No, sir. The area marked off was just over approximately 60 feet. We'd gone about 8 to 10 feet towards the end of the search without locating any more items, and that's where when we suspended the search.
How much of your focus was near the street area?
Only 99% of it, sir. As soon as we got to the grass and realized we couldn't clear it properly, my main focus was on that street, just again because I was concerned about the plow coming through at a later time.
You were worried that if you didn't finish the street, there could be some impact from plowing?
Yes, sir.
And did you say 99% was the street area?
Yeah, approximately, sir.
Thank you very much.
Anything, Mr. Jackson?
Yes, briefly. So the search went approximately 60 feet?
That's the area I marked off, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you started close to or adjacent to the front door, correct?
Correct, sir.
And in that 60 feet, you were doing the type of search that we described earlier, that you described earlier, about going just a few paces at a time and starting to move material out of the way to try to get down to the surface, correct?
Yes, sir. All working together. Yes, sir.
And you did not find 40 pieces of tail light at or near or on that street or the lawn or any place else, correct?
Yeah, I don't know the overall number, sir, but
And neither did your colleagues.
Correct, sir. We've never been notified how much has been located.
The only thing that you found was concentrated in one area, maybe a foot or 2 feet in diameter. You said 6 or 7 pieces and a shoe, correct?
That's what we located, yes, sir.
You didn't find a black baseball cap, correct?
We did not, no, sir.
And in the photographs that we've seen, that's clearly not undisturbed snow, correct?
The photographs are us moving after having moved the snow, sir.
Some of it is y'all moving the snow. Some of it is disturbed snow on the street or at the curb, correct?
After we had moved it, yes, sir.
You indicated that Trooper Proctor and Trooper Buchnick, you know both of them, correct?
I know who they are, yes, sir.
Or know who they are. When Trooper Tully told you that the vehicle was en route and could not provide you a photograph at, let's call it 5:50 p.m., did he tell you that the vehicle had actually been secured at Canton PD about 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m.?
No, he did not say that, sir.
Did you know through any other means that that vehicle was just 1.5 miles away at 5:35 p.m. before you ever found the first piece of taillight? Did you know that?
I did not know what time it arrived, sir.
Thank you.
Do you know what time Trooper Tully told you he did not have a photograph?
It was sometime after we found the first piece, sir, so sometime after 5:45, sir.
Thank you.
All right.
That's all I have.
All right, Lieutenant, you are all set, sir.
Thank you.
Here we approach.
Okay.
Let's
One up,
approach.
please.
Let's approach. How and when did the taillights arrive on that scene, sir? Because you rolled up to an unsecured scene, red flag, immediately. Caution tape done blown to the wind. You know, that blizzard came along and blew that away. No cop cars there to secure the scene of an alleged crime. By that time, they'd already formed an opinion on what KarenRead did. So what are we doing here? No secure crime scene. And y'all did a grid, and for some reason they felt that the authorities there felt the need to call in CERT. We got to have somebody to find these taillight pieces. Better if it's not us. Just saying. So they're claiming they found these all right there near John's shoe. I assumed
So,
he had the
jurors,
other
every
shoe
day
on all
I've been
this time.
asking counsel whether we are on track visually.
She's
I
ending
haven't
the day,
reported it
guys.
to you as much, but I can tell you
Hang
now
on.
that we
I
are
just made fresh
definitely
coffee,
on
Bev.
track. Maybe a little ahead of schedule, which may just mean down the road a little bit, we'll be back on track. But because we're on track a little ahead of schedule right now.
We are ahead of
we're
us.
done for today.
Damn, we're ahead of
So,
schedule?
leave for today with those same cautions. Please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into this case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it and let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. We'll see you tomorrow night.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your books and follow me.
No approaching. Joe, get ready. Ready to go live here in a little bit, Joe. Okay. Wow. So Bev's had enough. That was her full day. We're ahead of schedule and we're on track. So let's get out of here. Let's go home. I don't understand why the CSI team from Mass State Police didn't respond. Right? Because, okay, here's the thing. If they want me, the defense wants me to believe a conspiracy happened, they have to lay that out. They're the ones that come out of the gate with opening statements to tell me that. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's something to say behind the scenes.
All right, so counsel, since we have ended a little bit early today, I would like you to go through those exhibits that Mr. McDermott brought to your attention at sidebar and make sure all the redactions are appropriate so we can at least square away that issue. Okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, y'all do that. Get on that shit. Let me get that screen down before Jesse slides in there and freaks me out. Okay. I don't need horn action today. Come on, chat. Catch up with us. Not too many sidebars today, that's for sure. So, going back to the CSI question, if the defense came out and laid this theory out that this man was never hit by a car. He was injured in that home and then placed out there in that snow. Okay, so you got to lay that story out eventually, and they're doing that through these testimonies. And we've now heard from the Jen McCabe's story. We've heard the EMT firefighter who's friends with the family also confirmed the I hit him story. Then you have the cops that are involved. And why would they all be involved? Because they all have connections to one another. And those connections are right there in black and white. So now, if you need someone to come along and find, because what did they figure out pretty damn quickly? This taillight is the way to go. She's already screaming, she killed him. I mean, I hit him. Y'all saw the cracked tail light. Let's go bust it out and throw the pieces on the ground and put a shoe by the curb. I'm trying to get there. Sounds real convincing so far because there's discrepancies in their story, like rolling up on an unsecured scene. But all that would have had to happen so fast, y'all, within like hours. It all had to start playing out pretty quickly. Are they smart enough to pull that off that fast? The McCabe's and the Alberts. Firefly, you still with me?
I am. I fell asleep for a little bit, but yeah.
She's like, I can't deal with this anymore.
I
I'm out.
know.
No,
I had to lay down. But yeah, that is awfully quick for them to put this crap together, but I don't know.
I know that's the whole thing. I'm left.
Wait till you see the Sallyport video where like somebody's messing with the back of the car, and I mean, that's where they suspect he broke the taillight further.
I know.
And
I
then
know. And we've already established how certain people had access to the Sallyport at all times. Certain Higgins.
Yeah.
I heard all about that earlier. So I know where they allege that they got. I know the defense alleges somebody went into the Sallyport, broke her taillight, the cracked taillight, took the pieces from there, and they planted them at Fairview.
Yeah.
So where they had to be planted before the CERT team arrived.
Right.
For a CERT team to innocently find them. Like I said, we need to find someone to find the evidence, right? When was it placed out there, though? Whose idea was that? How quickly did that develop? That's a problem you're going to be stuck on if you're a juror trying to get to a conspiracy. The time frame. The time frame.
We have to take their word for it that this snow was undisturbed too. Like they're like,
that's where the jury has to really decide about that statement, because it's already disturbed because it's not secured, and there's been a snowplow that's come along since then. And I get what they're saying. They're trying to tell me part of that snow berm was partly in the road before the curb, and part was on just a little bit of the road from the curb to the yard. I get it. It didn't go that deep in the yard. I understand. Still disturbed ground because you're finding.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
They were finding the taillight pieces in the shoe next to the curb, not up in the yard. So
okay, that's what I was going to ask. That part I missed. Like, so where were the pieces?
I took screenshot.
Oh, okay, good.
Of all the stuff they show in court, I'm grabbing screenshots off that screen they're showing. So they found the shoe. I never heard anywhere ever a shoe was found by the curb. All I've heard is this man was missing a shoe found up by the fence. It couldn't have got there unless somebody in that house put it there. That's what I've heard. That's all I've ever known about that man and his shoes until today. And the defense didn't dispute it. I mean, because somebody planted it out there. Hell yeah. It's dumb. You know what I'm saying, Firefly? But I've never heard the shoe out there before. And they're claiming that, so are they to believe me now? I'm supposed to believe he was hit hard enough to get knocked out of both shoes, one landing by the curb and one landing back by the gate?
No, I think he was only missing one shoe.
So it was never found by the gate then. That was an internet rumor all along.
I guess so, yeah.
Okay, be careful on the YouTube streets, people. That's literally all I've ever been told. It's been found near the gate. Only way for it to get there was to be dropped in the snow when they were carrying him out of the home. Okay, well, maybe they'll find the other shoe and we'll know if it was really there or not. We'll get to the bottom of it, maybe. What time was that Sallyport video? I don't remember, Joe. That's what I need to figure that part out next, too. They're going to dive heavy into that Sallyport video soon. It's coming. There's no way to avoid it. The defense is ready to show that shit, right? And I'm here for it. So I'm taking detailed notes, and you can believe the Sallyport day, my ears are in tune, and I'm listening because I've already got a theory on this taillight. I see it hitting the other vehicle. I know what time all that occurred. Now, what time is this car? I know how long that car sat in Sallyport because I'm taking notes. Otherwise, I wouldn't know exactly how long it sat there. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to get there. But that's a really good question, because if it was never cracked, and when that cop arrived, though, that went and did okay, so I'm assuming that after Karen calls John's phone and starts going off about these kids are going to be alone and all this stuff, somebody thinks those kids are alone. And they call to do a welfare check instead of going over there, like the family member. I don't know who did that. So somebody calls and says, there's kids alone in this house. So the cop goes to check on these kids. And when he pulls up, I took a screenshot. Karen Reed's car sitting there, 8:20 or 8:30 in the morning. Taillights busted. And it's just what's in on the dash cam video. I can't alter that shit. I have no desire to alter it. I'm just telling you, I took a good look and I screenshotted it. I'm going to go back and look at it again in a few minutes, but there's a big piece of that taillight gone. But I don't know when that happened because she cracked it on the, it appears she cracked it on John's vehicle. So I don't know. I'm conflicted about those little details right there still.
It's really hard to tell from that photo. You think you see a piece missing?
Well, when you got a giant red lens on each side, and one side's got a piece missing, that's what I saw. Like I took a screenshot, so I'll have to go back and look at it again. I'm still alive.
Blow it up, yeah.
Yeah, I'm going to go look at it, and look at all of them. And the ones, how deep were those pieces in the ground? Y'all have already went over about how much snowfall was accumulating on the ground. When it was doing that snow in here, it would be like all powdery, but after a little bit, it was like chunky and hard and things like this, right? It was weird. It may be very different there. Very different type of snow. I don't know. But so I don't know what the deal was there. But how deep, if you want me to, or y'all want me to believe, there was so much snowfall, it was covering everything and burying everything. I guess when, what's his name, did the leaf blower test run, he didn't think to search out by the curb, right? Because that's where the pieces were allegedly found. Now, if those pieces weren't deep in there, wouldn't they have been able to be seen at some point throughout the day? Because it was daylight by the time they get over there, they get John, they get the victim away from the scene. Everybody's coming to do some little investigation. Nobody ever sees anything reflecting off the ground at any point. Nobody sees taillight pieces or John's shoe out there until CERT team comes back.
See, this is why I need to see
problem, right?
I need to see crime scene or accident scene reconstruction, because I'm not convinced if she's hit by this vehicle or he's hit by this vehicle, where is this broken taillight gonna fall? Because the car's in motion.
So with that said, Firefly, do you think if it's going to fling his body up into the yard near the flagpole, which, was enough to fling him up in there? So are the pieces all going to go with him? Are they all going to fall to the ground right there?
Well, that's what I mean.
Scatter and just go
the only way he would go in that direction is if, like Truth said, she turned the wheel and then she hit him in that direction.
Well, also
just going straight, you're not going to hit him in that direction.
It also depends on where he was standing behind.
No, it doesn't. If she's coming in one direction and hits him, he's going to go in that direction. He's not going to go to the side.
She hits him on the right side. If he's standing at an angle and she hits him on the right side, it could fling him to the side. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. He's just right up in the yard. It's not like he's in the middle of their yard. They've already established he's just right over the curb there, plump, up into the yard. So whether she so Jen says there's swervy marks out front, but Nagel doesn't see any. So whatever Karen did there, maneuvering, drinking and driving, backing up real fast, I don't believe she backed up fast. I don't think the woman hit him on purpose. So don't think that when I'm talking about this, trying to figure the scenario out, because I'm not convinced that the man died at the hands of a dog either.
Oh yeah, there's still
questions. The impact, no matter where his body's going to fling, that's up to the accident guys to come and tell us, because they know better than we do. They can also tell us how far his shoes might actually fling. They can also come in and tell us where these shattered pieces might end up once an impact happens. They're going to go by the distance of the car, the speed of the car, and calculate all the things into it that I'm sitting here thinking about, but I'll let them handle it. They're the professionals. There's some decent reconstruction videos out there. I'm sure I've seen them before.
Did you ever watch the one guy? I forget his name. The guy with the he used the ballistic gel arm with the actual. I don't know if it's
saw
real
the actual
bone.
video. I saw the unpacking of the arm video, and I didn't see anything else beyond that.
Oh,
I
okay.
promised for a video to come out.
He does have one where he actually some guy's holding the arm and he backs up the car.
Yeah, so it's not a real
46 miles an hour.
scientific experiment, the kind we make fun of
Nah.
on stands. I don't know. I just never saw the video, so I don't remember to go look for it.
It's not exact, yeah, but
It's not
still
gonna.
interesting.
It would be interesting if you just did the experiment. Don't clickbait me with the unboxing of your arm and then a promise of a video later that day, and 2 or 3 days later I don't see a video yet. I'm not going to keep looking for it. It's like, okay.
Yeah, it's there.
Vector psychics. What? Joe's got PTSD and we're triggering it, apparently, y'all.
Oh no.
So they got a few witnesses in today with the CERT team guy and the meteorologist, and they still didn't establish how frozen that ground was at the time of John's death, which the only reason that matters is how hard could his head have hit that ground or hit the curb, because they haven't established which one happened yet. They keep telling us 6-inch berm, 6-inch berm, and we keep hearing about how this ground was froze solid. Okay, so we got that, and we also got the pieces of taillight that weren't discovered until the next afternoon, next evening, going toward the evening hours. Shoe by the curb. That shoe by the curb that nobody saw all day, and right there in that area where they found it is close to where Carrie Roberts' car would have parked. Think about how long we've had to look at this dash cam video at court. We see exactly where Carrie's freaking car was parked the whole entire time. Back is open, towels, blankets, all the things were happening. Carrie's car never leaves that spot. John O'Keefe's shoes laying right there near Carrie's car somewhere. Nobody ever sees it until CERT team arrives. It's crazy. Interesting and crazy at the same time. They're bringing up psychics. What are y'all bringing up psychics for? Did you find the video of him doing the arm? Did he finally post one?
What, me? Am I looking? Oh, yeah, he did. He did.
Well, good. Maybe
I forget the guy's name though.
I don't remember his name either.
It's like GN something. GN.
I couldn't remember it. I couldn't tell you what it was. I review a lot of stuff sometimes, so I don't remember names. Physics, not psychics, Joe. I can't read. Look at me. I'm over here saying y'all talking about psychics and you're talking about physics. Yeah, physics. I mean, you got to decide how far or which direction your taillight pieces are going to travel. You got to factor in the car's speed, and they'll look and see if any braking, the hard braking, there's a lot that goes into play with the car stuff.
Oh yeah, you can always look up the ARCA guy or Dr. Wolf and look up.
Yeah, it's not a one size. Yeah, it's not a one size fits all, is it? It's got a lot of factors have to be considered. It's the strength of the taillight matters as much. What kind of material are we talking about here? How easily does this thing break? Right? What happens upon impact? Would it shatter? Would it break off into pieces, or would it just crack? There's a whole mansplain it to me, y'all. I could be an engineer. I'm joking. I actually probably could. I got to figure out what's wrong with my headset, though. I'm not good at that, am I? Okay, thank you, Rachel. I appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, I guess I'm going to wrap it up for today. We'll be back in the morning with day 11. Day 11 of the KarenRead trial 2.0. They're calling it, I think. So We'll be back here tomorrow with more coverage of that and watch and see who they call tomorrow to the witness stand. Maybe in the morning, if we have time, we'll get in here and go over a little bit of the witness list, or at lunch, see who they've gotten through so far, who we got left to go on the prosecution side, so we can move on to the defense side. Because that's when it's going to get really good. Because the prosecution's just trying to establish their story to me. Right now, they're falling short. I got issues when grand jury stuff happens, and then it's interesting. It's coming into play here. They're actually talking about it and stuff, like the testimony versus now. You usually don't get that a lot, so it's interesting.
So I have a question for you, or actually something I want you to do, because go find a picture of what her taillight looks like broken, and compare it to the one where you think there's a piece missing, because I don't
Hang
think
on, let me look at.
I don't think there's anything missing in that photo.
Let me look at my file. The screenshot that came out of court just now.
Yeah.
I'm of the cop car when he arrived.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me look at my. I can't see y'all at all, but I'm here. Let me look. Let me look for that screenshot. Right here. No, that's the front of the neighbor's house. Here it is. It's not gonna let me show it for some reason when I'm here. Okay, now I'm zooming in on it, Firefly, to look. See, from this screenshot now, I can't freaking tell. So I'm gonna have to go back and watch the live again for that piece, because it's kind of. Was there another one?
I just put a picture of the.
Hold on, let me see.
Car.
Well, I've got pictures of her actual car. I mean, I was going by what I saw displayed in court through his camera. So what we all do homework. Go review the live. Go review the live tonight and see just that one section of when that cop arrives at John's home to do the welfare check on the kids. They call it a welfare check in Florida. To do the check on the kids, he pulls up behind Karen's car. See what y'all see, because I'd love to get everybody's opinion, because I don't. Oh, wait, here's another screenshot I took. Is it lighter? Wait a minute, Firefly. That could have been. See, it's hard to fucking tell now that I look at it this way. Oh, wait.
Yeah, I don't think it's the same.
Wait a second. Hang on. I'm going to post it. Yeah, I can see it. I'll have to show you with an arrow. I'll circle it in the picture and I'll post it and I'll send it
put them next to each other.
I can't do it. No, I mean, I'll point it out to you what area I'm looking at and tell me what you think it is.
Oh, okay.
You can't see what I'm looking at right now. I can't share this screen. So
okay.
I'm going to share it with you privately.
I know. I was doing a search to see if I could find it. Okay, share it with me.
And I'll post it on the community tab, and I'll circle what I'm talking about, you guys. And I want all of y'all to take a look at each side of the back of this car and tell me what you think that is or isn't. Because it looks like something's missing, or there's a hell of a shadowy thing. It's not shadow. It's like a reflective issue with the snow going on, maybe. I'll call it that.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'll post it where everybody can we can all share our opinions about it.
It's difficult to tell because there's like a coating of snow, like a little bit of snow on there. So.
Right. Could it be stuck on snow on that side, right? Because when we went to go get in the truck to drive during the snow thingy, when it was finally safe to get out there on the road, that shit was like just packed like ice on the car. You know what I mean? You have to scrape it away or whatever. So I don't know if it's just a reflection type thing I'm seeing, or if it's snow packed onto that, or if it's a chunk of taillight missing. I'll post it up and you guys can tell me what you think.
Right.
Because I have to figure out when that happened. If that happened at all. It could be totally wrong and it be a total shadow deal. I don't have the right glasses on. I'm not going to pretend I got perfect vision. Because I don't. I'm using cheap dollar store readers. Because I'm too lazy to go to the eye doctor. I broke my good ones a long time ago. Too long ago. I'm probably doing so much damage. It's not even funny. Joe, are you going live soon? What's your deal, buddy? Have I heard back from you? You feeling better? What's going down? We've had something happen in Lori Vallow's case, right? Our new filing. I told the guys this morning we were going to go, take a lunch break and go to your channel and then come back, and then we changed our minds because you weren't feeling well. So what's the plan, buddy? I got dinner to make later. My son can make dinner.
I see it now.
Huh?
Oh, I see it now. I found a photo.
A photo of the back of her car.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
small though. We gotta.
Oh, I've got photos saved to my phone and to the PC, so I'll have to get some. I'll pull some up to compare that with that one I took, the screenshot that I took
Yeah.
that we were talking about. I can pull up some photos of the back of her car. I've got some really good clear daylight shots. Even I got a shot of it sitting out front of the home when the jurors went with the taillight piece broken. I'm going to actually need to include that so we can compare that as well.
It's just not
Yeah,
very
I got some homework to do. I got to figure this out. When did they find John O'Keefe's hat? They keep reminding us they haven't found this hat at any time yet during any of these random searches, unsecured scene, secured scene searches. Nobody's finding this man's hat yet. So where did it get flung to during the alleged accident?
Yeah, good question.
Where was it found, Firefly? I haven't seen a photo of it anywhere yet. I've got photos of his arm, his clothing, his shoes recovered after they were recovered from the scene. Not no photo, just what I saw today of the one shoe by the curb. I've got photos of broken taillight pieces exhibited in court. I don't have no hat.
Okay, now that I'm looking at these two side by side, yeah, it could be where it's supposed to be missing. I don't know. I can't tell.
Really? But we're not making a total of 1,000% assumption here, right?
No,
It's okay. It's okay to give your honest opinion. If you think, nope, that's a fucking taillight, or it could be
So hard
broken.
to tell.
It's
Like
okay.
the resolution's pretty low, but yeah, it's in the right
Right.
spot where it should be missing. So
Yeah,
what do I know?
I thought so. But I don't know still. It could be the damn snow or a reflective issue.
Right.
So we'll get everybody else's opinion on it as well. All right, Joe says he is going live at 4:45 my time. Okay. I had to look at the clock and study what time it was. It's almost 3 o'clock. You're good then. 7. Oh, and you're going to be live on Kresha at 7. Okay. All right. Well, Joe's going live at 4:45 or 4:15 to go over that new document that was dropped in the Lori Vallow case. It pertains to her upcoming conspiracy to commit the attempted murder of Brandon Boudreaux. It's a mouthful. Okay. Yeah. It's attempted murder because Brandon was the only one to survive her attempts. Nobody else was so fortunate, but Brandon was. So, yeah, I know, right? This is number 5. Murder number 5. Like, good God, lady, 1 wasn't enough. Jeez, serial killer, crazy lady, LVD. All right, so guys, we'll see you over at Joe's channel later for that live. Then I'll be back here in the morning, 8 a.m. to go back to court for the day. Firefly, if you want to join us, you know where the link will be. You can come in as well. And until then, I'll see you guys when we see you. Have a good one.
Bye.
Bye.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from Little Yas to each of you.